Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 379. 420 part 3. Wow. Way to start off episode 3 with a squirrel. Hello, I'm Eagle. That's me talking in the background as well. There you go. What's up, sis?
What's happening, brother?
Not much, man. Little shower break real quick. I said 10, but everybody insisted on 20. And I was like, well, what the hell? I'll take a shower.
Right. Right.
Chetter Bob might pop back in and want me all fresh and clean.
Gotta see the fresh you, huh? Well, what a day it's been, right?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's been a good one, man. Oh,
yeah,
son
you've
of
had a real nice turnout.
I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Can
Yes,
you
sir.
see chat? Run chat. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Let's see if I can get this pulled up here. How's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody's enjoying their medicated 420 holiday. Let's see here.
That's like burnt stuff. I have frisbees.
Well, what a day it's been, right?
Yeah.
Let's, there we go.
Burnt toast.
All right. Let's see. It's 25 of us in here. What's happening, everybody? Let's see. We got 808. That's Sage S. What's happening? Sudden Hazards. Chad Westport. Chetter Bob.
What up, Chad? It's appointment time. Come on, Chad.
Polly Be Quick. What's happening, everybody?
Oh, man. I broke open a new bag to like start the third fucking session. And I was like, oh. Fucking, this is some smash cake that I grew. Fucking beautiful fucking little fat nugs and shit. Take a better look at it. Shit's so fucking fruity.
Nice.
Little flat spot. This is rock hard.
Nice.
Looking good.
I'm having a heck of a time with my internet.
Comes good, Westport.
Hey yo.
What's happening, Johnny? What's happening, Chad Westport?
Hello. Let's see here.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. We just got finished eating pizza at a friend of ours' house, and we went downstairs and did our evening duties down the grove.
Nice. I just finished up some dinner too. I finished up some dinner. You guys were on air when I went to dinner, and then I came back and I was like, wait a minute, where did they go? Did Eagle fall asleep on the keyboard? What happened? You're just starting part 3 though.
Never. I wasn't sure exactly. YouTube will cut you off at 12 hours is the cutoff. And they said 11 hours, and I wasn't sure how close I was getting. So I was like, yeah, I better just cut it.
Might as well. And I do notice the wardrobe change again.
Yes. Yes, I was not going to make that mistake a third time. I was not going to make that mistake a third time.
How you doing, Johnny?
What?
I'm doing good. My internet is really suffering today. I'm not even sure what's going on. I keep losing everything. So I'm hoping I get to stick in here. You know,
Mine's pretty shitty.
I've already, I've already lost the feed at least 6 times. You know, just crazy. Must be having some solar weather.
Yeah. No, I had a
Yeah, we'll
theory
do that.
the other
What-
day, Johnny, when we were trying to connect during the day, because we had connected during the night and it was totally fine, but then during the day it was hard. There's probably a lot more people trying to get on the internet at that time, and you're all using the same kind of like
Yes.
funnel. And so that might be what's going on now. It's still like prime hours for usage, because you never have an issue at night. It's always, it's always smooth sailing in like the wormholes.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Completely makes sense.
There's also
Yeah. Even when I was outside, I kept the
You,
day.
a lot of Zoom today. Sorry.
There's a lot of people on Zoom. Yeah, there's a lot of people on Zoom. So it could be a little bit crowded. Yeah, everybody's frozen on my screen. I don't know if I'm still here or not.
We see you, and we see some nicely looking, nice plants that look like they're in flower behind you. So we've got that. And every now and then they wiggle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that means that they're wiggling all the time in my screen. So it's choppy. It's choppy. Yep.
That's one thing I don't see Eagle experience too much. That's something that happens to me all the time. Well, fairly frequently, but I never see Eagle. You never really seem to get like choppy or glitchy or lose that internet connection. And it's one of those things, like Johnny was saying, he's seeing everything fine in his screen. And I've totally been like making like such a like, in my mind, a good point while I was talking. And then all of a sudden everybody is like, oh, he's back.
I hate when that.
Oh, cool. Everybody's moving now. That's awesome. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Best girl, you
It's
just
not
showed
just
up on the
you,
screen
Johnny.
just
It's
now.
me too.
Yeah? Okay. So did we have a lot of winners
I
while
really-
I was gone?
I wish I could say yes, Johnny. There's been a few, but the show's just kind of been blowing by so fast, man. I have missed a lot of 30s, man. I have missed a lot of 30s today.
Wow.
Definitely got some stuff to give away. That's for sure.
Well, we're coming up on a 30 in about 10, 12 minutes here. So
Here's a question for all you guys, and I'm sure chat too. This is one of the things that I ask in my mind lately is, if somebody has like a lot of seeds, but it's from something that they did like 6 years ago, and they may not be, who knows what the germination rate is going to be. Is that something that, you would still, or that people would want or would still try? I don't know if that just makes any sense, because I have some older things that are old and I don't know what the germination rate would be. And there's certainly more than I could ever get through. And I'd like to give some away to people, but I just don't know if that's like people are like, don't waste my time or not. I don't know. Have you guys experienced that at all?
Just germinate them.
Yeah. I do have the plan recently to
yeah, I'm sure.
I was going to say that, it's not necessarily a waste on their part unless they paid for shipping and all that good shit. You know what I mean? It's more of a waste on you're in because you're out the money of shipping and all that good shit just for them to go ahead and pop. But other than that, they've just wasted a few days. You know what I mean? It's not like there's a whole, months into it and then the crop failed. You know what I mean?
Right.
I see somebody gives me seeds and they don't generate. I didn't pay for them. It's like, wah, wah, wah. What can you do? Just drop some more. No room to be mad in that situation.
That's cool. That's good advice. That makes sense. Again, it's like I don't mind spending like $5 or whatever to ship out to people. Like that's such a small thing in the big picture. To be able to try to help people with stuff like that. I don't know. I guess I just don't. I'm more. Well, yeah. I'm concerned about wasting people's time, but also I just don't want people to be like, oh yeah, I got beans from them once and like 4 out of 7 cracked. I don't know.
I think you're putting too much into free. Too much into free there. You know what I mean? As far as, beating yourself up on what they think. I mean, you're trying and do the right thing. If they're not out anything, then they're not out anything.
Cool.
Yeah, that's it. Mr. Alex, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, just can't see you.
Can't see me. I wonder. Let me try.
I'm faring much better than I did last year. This time last year, I was at
I'm in safe driving mode, I think. Let's see.
Hello.
Hey, Red.
Hey,
What's going on?
we've made a panel together, Red Pill.
Yeah, finally.
I know.
Yep.
That's hilarious. We made a panel. You
That is
want to play?
That's funny. So are you driving, Alex?
Ooh.
Didn't hear him.
You're on mute if you're talking, Alex.
Oh yeah, Alex, you're muted.
Wrong button. Hopefully he'll be back. Always good addition to the conversation. Trying to clean my pipe out, right?
So, he's back. He's back. How was your 420 there, Chad?
Holy crap, man! My 420 was good. It was I'd say it's been a really busy day actually. a lot of interneting, a lot of smoking. Happy. I kind of told my wife today. I'm like, okay, I'm probably gonna be around a computer for most of the day today, but tomorrow it will close and we will go into nature and have fun. So fair trade-off.
Fair trade.
Yeah.
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 I appreciate you think like that, to be honest with you.
Well, thank you for asking, man. I'd ask you how yours was, but it's been very public and it's been enjoyable too. There's a highlights, man. It's going to take you days to probably comprehend it all in your head, but yeah, lots of highlights. I'm not even going to ask you for your favorite moments yet.
Man, it's been a great day, that's for sure. I'll be sleeping good tomorrow. That's no doubt there. My tolerance will probably be off the roof. probably won't be able to catch a buzz for the next few days. But other than that,
I was trying to hang with you guys last night just to see how far I could go, and I was up till a little after 4:30 my time, and pulled probably about 5 hours of sleep. But when I got up, I was still stoned. I didn't even smoke for like 3 or 4 hours, not even thinking about it. I was just like, oh, I haven't smoked yet today.
You know, I felt that same way, and I don't think I've I don't think I've waken up stoned since like high school, the way I did this morning.
So hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yep, got you, Alex.
Chad, you're asking about your seeds and the viability, and a great thing to do is just take 10 of them and soak them and see how they pop. You know,
Yep.
that might be similar ways to something, the germination test, and it's kind of standard with like organic food seed producers. If they got seeds that's a couple of years old and bulk, you generally have the seed germination rate right on the packaging, and that's something. If I'm getting questioned about how old it's been, I'll run 10 just to see if they're still popping fine.
That's a great suggestion because, again, it's like I'm not going to miss 10 of them. I could pop 10, see what happens, and then just put them in the woods or something.
Yeah, and or whatever, or use them for a sprouted seed tea, whatever it is, or you eat them in your salad. But it's you'll know if you're getting 6 out of 10 or if you're getting 10 out of 10 or whatnot at that point, and just tell people too. It's like, hey, these are a little bit older. 6 years is about that point if they're not stored in a freezer.
Yeah.
If they're refrigerated or just kept steady state, 10 years should be fine. But they got to be, after 10 years, you got to start really treating them with special love when you go to germinate them, and scarification and different enzymes and stuff that you can get from coconut or aloe.
so
Yeah, I
Alex,
got
you
some
remember
from-
what your girl looked like when you sent her to me?
What's that?
So Alex, you remember what your girl looked like when you sent her to me?
Oh, yeah, little scraggly little number 13 Breath of Red Dragon. Is it ready? Is it ready to cut out the people?
Not quite that far, but she's looking good from just being in the mail not so long ago. There she is right there.
Oh yeah,
there she is. Bam.
yeah. That'll blow up. It goes, and if you were to flip that right now, it would triple in size. It wouldn't stretch. It would just be triple in size with big old arm-sized colas off each one of those.
Oh, nice.
But
Can't wait to get her a flock.
grow that out though, and clone it and take cuts and give them away to people and get that out to the world. That's that thing I think is people are gonna love that.
Welcome,
What,
Miranda.
what is the makeup on it?
So Dr. Dream Altier is my baby that's been in house. I've been running around here for 20 years, and it's my brother's Henry Kissinger, which was Henry Kush from back in the day. And he ran that for I had better than 10 years before I got a hold of it and worked it into the super skunky stuff that I ended up my mentor had 22 landrace crossed up for 26 years that he worked on and handed me that, and I crossed them together. And then I crossed in the original San Fernando Valley OGK direct from that dispensary I got in 08. And that bottleneck to there to the single cut that just does, it's Dr. Dream's All Cure. And that out to people, I crossed it with I'm crossing it with a bunch of landrace, and one of them is the Nigerian Yoruba Bantu. And so that's what you've got there is, I think I ran 60 of that F1, and here's this was much smaller than yours when I flipped it. And we're at 75 days, I think, and 15 of those outdoor. And it's about done. To give you an idea, I know it's not the best light in here right now, but you can kind of see relatively what that's going to do. It'll produce a pretty big tree. When I thin out the bottoms when it gets bigger, for sure. But when it's small, you can just flip it over and it turns into a nice set of colas. A little bit looser than some, and which is great for making hash. And yeah, that's what that's all about. You can. I live right under a helicopter flight path. It's always fun. You might be able to hear that in the background.
No, it's not coming in.
Oh, good.
Have you ever tried that strain inside? Do you get a
So
similar?
that one was run indoors for the first 60 days. This particular girl right here, and that's the closest I've run it to fully indoor. But I had to cycle change and pollination things that I needed to do, and had to pull it out. So yeah, it with that intense light, it's a little more than with the outdoor. And well, greenhouses here, I tend to have a little less light in the fall. So I think in the full sun, especially in Southern California, some other places, it's going to go crazy. People have grown some 20-foot with that Nigerian in California. It's got potential. But definitely, it doesn't seem to have that stretch that a lot of people do.
Looking forward to it. I definitely will keep you informed.
Nice, yeah.
She's doing in my garden.
Gassy, skunky love.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not only my first on panel with Chad, but Alex, you too. And I really liked your description when you did the episode with the eagle and you talked about snakes and sparklers.
Is that you? Is that you, snakes and
Yeah.
sparklers? Excellent.
Well,
Good to meet you, man.
With your blessing, of course.
Oh,
I don't
dude.
want to jack that.
Hey, no, that's awesome. That warmed my heart so great to see that comment come up, and I'm stoked that that's what it's all about. It's your passion, right? And that's
Well,
all sparklers. It's awesome. Yeah.
I really liked it because anytime I listen to or have a breeding conversation, at some point, I think of, man, my taste and my preference is just way off of what everyone else is, it seems. So I'm that dude. I'm that dude that smokes the snakes and sparklers, and I'm happy with it. I'm totally fine with it. And everyone else is like, you know, you can keep it, or you know, I don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you don't understand. Well, and so many people are trained for the consumer product, right? And that works for so many people too. There's a reason. That is the standard. But we all like a slightly different dish. I'm stepping into my plow back in there. It's getting dark and I'm pulling. You can see my row covers for my vegetables and stuff.
So Alex, you do have a question in the chat from a friend Warlock. He says, Hardy, what's your most foul smelling line you've worked with in the past? And do you ever have any planned future projects working with anything more sour, earthy, or fuely varieties?
So things are very fuely. Things can be very death rotten in the gutter. Azarian in India described the breath of green dragon as the odor at the end of the gutter after a rain, with all of the decay and dead animals kind of piled in. So it really is a huge part of the majority of everything I produce is got skunk profiles and gas capacities, but it's not. It's like it varies. There's so many people who say I got this skunk, but everyone's idea of what skunk is a little different, right? A lot of stuff I haven't released yet is I haven't tested it, or it's not satisfactory to me in my instability. Something like this breath of turquoise dragon I'm working right now is definitely got to have that inherent skunk and gas profile. There is stuff that I put out a long time ago that I only have my breeding stock left, where I cross like sour diesel and Tangy, right? And just doing some stuff. And I need to open some of these up. And I literally have just been pinning out like the rest of the next 9 months, every 2 weeks, what seeds to pop. And it's like, there's only so much a human being can do. And I have, every time I look at my list, it's like, I got like 60 things I want to do. There's 500 different listings in my vault. And so to say this is the stinkiest and or et cetera, things like that's kind of tough. There's some things definitely that might have a little more floral to them, and my better in my head, once I write this stuff out, it'll all be there for everyone to read, and I'm going to start getting things onto EU Seed Finder, and it'll spread out and propagate through Leafly, whatever. But the physical response are the things I tend to really concentrate on toward, people's medicinal response, more than trying to advertise. Because me, it's like if it's saying terpene, gassy, skunky, and really loud, it's just not making the cut. I'm not gonna, except for to preserve maybe a land race, I'm not gonna continue working with it. Yeah, so things that are available right now, like this number 13 is just foul itself. I don't like to claim that I'm putting out a skunk, because there's so many diverse concepts of what that is, or again, people's memory as to what skunk is, and or things like that. So many people claim that they've got skunk. I heard of one guy who spent $40,000 on seeds over 10 years trying to find skunk the way he remembered it, and still, last time I chatted with him, said, no, I've given up. Kevin Georgery, the same thing. He's like, yeah, I can't find what I remember skunk being. Right. He did a 3-year project with everyone sending them everything they could. And so
I've brought up with Eagle on here when you said, and it's kind of a good hypothesis, and I like the combination of that with the hypothesis that I have. The one you mentioned was the sulfated diesel fuel, right? Just either being some amount in the atmosphere and then residually getting its way back into the soil.
Yeah, whether or through the stomata even. Right?
Yeah. Well, the way I thought about it, with that combined, and what you don't have a concentration of people doing, because you don't have. Well, maybe you do. Maybe it's either changed or it's just become a smaller piece of the pie chart. But the guerrilla growers that were out there that took advantage of the outdoor season and didn't necessarily blow up their indoor spots or their houses with indoor. Almost everywhere in the United States, you got to deal with an area that is habitated with deers. So everyone that grows outside, they're gonna at some point have some amount of their plants or entire plants eaten by deers. And one of the, I would say, little little tangos that happens, not necessarily prey and predators, is the deers and the skunks. And the skunk's defense for the deers to kind of stay away or, deter them is their spray. So I always wondered if, plants and, their relationship to all the mycological, if there's, let's say, skunk and deer in the same area cohabitating, and both of their, waste or their feces are going into the ground, all those microbes are eventually, thriving in the root zone where plants are growing. Is there a way for the plants to realize that, oh, I can use these compounds to make defenses for the deer not to eat me? I'll make myself smell like a skunk, and that way the deers are less likely.
Has re-evolved multiple species. Something like 16 times have taken the form of crabs, right? Like nature finds the best solution to various answers or questions, right? And
the convergence.
In Future Cannabis Project, when I talked with Azarian, about landrace, and he discusses his observations about how in different regions things have evolved, coinciding with the weather patterns and the pollinators and the pests, just like you're describing, and how the skunkier stuff, the more potent death smelling stuff from the Afghanicas versus the sweeter, less alcohol pungent, and that's what the skunk is, an alcohol, that comes out of the rainier tropical monsoon areas, right? And so whether it was through a pathway of dispersal and things in the soil, or just trial and error over hundreds of thousands of years that comes to the same solution, it obviously, that I think that is definitely part of the overall scheme of how it came to be like it is at this point.
There has to be two sides of it, to where it's a genetic thing, but it's also something that we don't have. It's lost to environmental things. You know, on a scientific thing, I guess, to prove that, you could always replicate what we would, you know, our hypothesis, replicate environments where the plant are getting sulfur compounds through their stomata, and they are getting native IMO in areas where there are deer and skunks, you know, populating that area. You could do that and see what that would happen, and you can do that on the genetics that it's more, you know, likely to be displayed in.
So people who are studying, they're looking for a undergraduate thesis in cannabis, you've just got an amazing science project set before you to put in the laboratory on a college campus. It would be really neat to know these kind of things, because we do have a lot of these genetics still are both in seed, and some people have clones that are 40 years old of the stuff that they were growing back then. And so it's not impossible for us to find out exactly. It's a matter of desire and funding, right?
Yeah. If the person with that 40-year-old clone is already halfway there, then yeah, millions or billions of dollars funding should get that job done pretty fast.
Right. No, there's also that entire concept of our nostalgic memory. What we think we remember, we don't have terpene profiles from back then to tell us exactly what we were producing. We just have our memory and written descriptions of what we recall things were like. And that could be highly divergent from the reality of that. I know is when I trained as a law enforcement, that was part of our training, was you got to get as many stories from as many witnesses, because that guy's going to say that was a blue car, that guy's going to say it was a red car, and that guy's going to say it was a silver car, and that's what they saw, and that's their truth, right? And it's kind of the same thing with that guy was looking for something he remembered, but that memory might not even, it just might be an injected memory. And people talk about it smells like a roadkill skunk, and I know when I've run over a skunk, I wanted to puke. And I do not remember any weed that made me want to puke that bad.
It would make me happy to think that every time that you did go through the neighborhood with the windows down and you did smell that, it would bless my heart to know that that's someone growing. But you know.
There's a spot in Park City, right? As you're coming in, you pass the big white barn. For anyone who's ever been there, it's the iconic barn. You've probably seen a picture of it, whether you know it or not. And there's this spot where there's like a marsh, a river kind of flows through, and year round there ain't no houses anywhere around there. And even when the beaver dams are all frozen over, it smells like that smell. And you're always going, man, there's someone growing around here? You're like, it can't be. But it's that more mild thing that smells like you smell someone's grow. It isn't like I want to puke. I just ran over there are some, like that pine tar. That pine tar makes me kind of ill. Sometimes it's so intense, and it's, you know.
I've had a lot of ones too that are skunky when you crack the jar open, or the smell that you get when like it's lingering and you got a bag on you, or the smell that it leaves after you smoke, and the room is filled, and then come back to it from 15 minutes later and it still smells like that.
Right.
But usually those ones, when you crack the nug open, or the taste when you're burning it or dabbing it, is completely different than that loud
Yeah.
skunk smell.
Well, and again, so it's a phenol. It's an alcohol that we're getting. If you look it up, what its chemical constituent is, so it's highly volatile. It quaffs off at 70 degrees, right? Just sitting at room temperature. So it's like it's not something that's gonna be a commercial these days, where it can be a full year for some states to get to market, right? The other thing is when you
Okay. Is there any way we can pause this for just a second? I'm sorry, Alex.
Okay.
Be rude, but
No.
Miranda Family Farms has been fucking good as shit to everybody in chat today, and I'm pretty sure he's wanting to get on and to take care of his third and final giveaway. And he's waiting so patiently in the background.
Gonna do two.
Take care. Of it.
Yeah, no,
So
totally.
it's the fourth. Oh, we're gonna do two?
We're gonna do two right now.
There we go.
How are you doing, Miranda Family Farms? How you doing, brother?
Doing
good. Like my sweatshirt?
Oh, I love it. You know, you got one of the last black ones that I had.
Nice. Yeah.
So I'm ready whenever you are.
We're good.
Cool ass shirt.
So this one is gonna be. Turn it around. I'm gonna do this like a ash catcher thing for a dab rig. I don't fucking know. I don't do dabs.
Extra collection.
Mr. B's green tree. Cheesequake. Bike seat. Bunch of slaps. Brochures. Cucumber seeds. And one of these posters here. So we'll do that one first, and we'll do another one right after.
That's a pretty nice little honey pot giveaway you're doing here.
Yeah. I try. I share the wealth.
You do. I cannot deny that. You did very good. So we got. We might as well just round it up. We'll go 1 to 400. Mr. Westport, you're new to the show. Do you want to pick out a number if you're there? Put it in chat.
Looks like you kind of walked away or something.
The panel chat.
Mr. Hardy. We'll pass it to Mr. Hardy. Can you put a number from 0 to 400 in the Zoom chat for the lucky number for this contest?
Let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
It's just tap on the screen, the lower right-hand corner. You'll have some dots.
3 dots.
More,
yeah. Tap on that, and you'll see chat on there. Everyone.
Boom.
You'll be able to send it out that way.
All right.
This is for US only. I gotta say that again. Both of them.
All right, that's on there.
All right, you guys.
Okay, we got a number.
Minute and a half. Get this thing rolling. Get your guesses in. One guess only. Unless you see that your guess has already been taken in chat, then you get one more guess. Good luck to you guys. Cheers. Thank you, Miranda Family Farms. Thank you, Alex Hardy, for picking out that winning number.
Up, we got a winner.
Damn.
That quick? Dang.
They are all over it tonight.
I'm telling you what, it blows me away that they hit these numbers right on the money.
Looks like shit. It looks like Shredder 0911.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Email either mirandafamilyfarms@gmail.com or DM me on Instagram. The winner.
Breading it up.
All right, so now we're gonna do another one. This one we got. Let me see what we got here. I'm gonna do sticker and a bike seat and a garden beans. Miss Jill rolling papers. These things are pretty sick. It's got like a magnetic button. It's got the little cardboard things, filters. What does that say? Oh shit.
That's there.
You motherfuckers.
Whoa.
Blushberry.
Oh, man.
Nice.
It's just divine.
We're gonna go with
Yeah.
a Miss Jill sticker. And we're gonna go with a Miss Jill pin.
Cool.
And I got one more Miss Jill sticker too. One's a Miss Jill pile here.
I got to meet her this weekend at Chronic Palooza.
I know that's cool. I never met her yet. I get to meet her in August. She's actually coming to do a booth with me.
Oh yeah, you guys. What is that you got going on there in Boston?
We're doing Terp Town. That's gonna be fun.
So, oh man, the first yawn of the day. Sorry guys. Fucking Shredder 911 says he is good. Please give it to the next. Which the next falls to Dirt Road Dude. So
Dirt
cheers,
Road Dude.
Thank
Nice.
you 911 for Shredder 911 for being a gentleman. And
That's
offering
awesome
it
of
to
you.
the next.
What a blessing, man. That's awesome.
So I guess we'll just do another number pick for the Miss Jill one.
Love that. Yep.
I say
Damn.
since you just got to meet Miss Jill, you get to pick the number maybe. Let's do that.
All right. What are we picking
Sure.
between?
You got to put it in chat.
Yeah. What's my range? 0 to what?
400, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, we'll roll with that. Yeah, we'll roll 400. Cool. Good one.
All right.
All right. Start is in chat. You guys know the deal. Good luck.
Good luck. About ready to go smoke a couple of joints and pass right out.
Tell me about it. Holy cow, it's been a long day. All the
Yes, it
Smileys
has.
Gardens even now, man.
Smiley's in here.
Yeah, the chat.
Okay. I know.
There was somebody real close at the beginning.
I don't know if you guys were watching it, but Red Man versus Method Man on the verses was popping off. It still is, I think.
No, I'm gonna get a chance to check it out. Holy shit, 21 seconds.
Probably gonna come down to the one that was closest, huh? Back to Talkin.
Stop in chat. Oh, coffee best. Oh, yeah. Wait.
One more hour.
No.
Stay awake.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll make it.
planning
I'll
on-
make it.
I was planning on
So-
driving out to the end with you here. I got a little bonus time with my daughter tonight, so I'm gonna be taking off here pretty quick. She just showed up to the house. Definitely a little story I wanted to tell about skunk before I drop away, though. Get the winner here.
Did anybody get the number? Or are we looking for the closest?
Looks to me, I'm looking for the closest. This one that's too
Sub-Zero guess 89.
close. Let's see. That's the one I'm seeing. That's the one in my book.
Sub-Zero. DM or or
Sub-Zero.
DM me on Instagram or email me, mirandafamilyfarms@gmail.com. I got you written down. All right, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go do my damn thing. And you guys have yourself a happy rest of your 420.
Happy 4th.
Hey, that was awesome of you, man. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Miranda Fan Farm.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Thank you.
super awesome, man.
Love spreading.
Man, the chat has been the ultimate winners tonight.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
I need to start hanging out in the chat and not on the panel.
Chats are good. I love hopping on the chat. Right, so the story about skunk, and it does it gets kind of overwhelming around here sometimes with just like all the like inside my room where I keep things. You can't really tell the difference between one or the other until you get it out of the house. My daughter though likes to tell me about how when she was younger in grammar school and before she had ever sampled or partaken or and I want to say it was the junior high school when she was maybe 8th grade there, 7th grade, and just when she comes spend the night here, her clothes, her jacket in the locker, everyone's like, "Why does your locker smell like a skunk?" She was never around it. She was
That's
never
funny.
allowed anywhere near it. I didn't want to have any gray lines when it came to my medicine and taking care of cancer patients and what they, I had to deal with that shit. And if you've heard my story, but yeah, that is just, why do you always smell like a skunk?
There has to be something universal about that because it's kind of like that in red states where they don't know anything about any flavor of the week, new hot strain of the year. They don't know anything like that, but they do what you said. And anytime they smell it, they think not only does all weed universally smell the same so much to where cops, they think I detect the odor of marijuana, that thing. Like, well, this is fucking Tangy and this is fucking OG Kush and this is fucking grape
So-
fucking.
Think about this. That actually might be a huge factor in why skunk is lost.
Yeah.
Right? Because literally it all has the overall general skunk smell. And then as all of us over whatever it is, 10 or 20 or 30 years since we first had what we called skunk, have refined our palates. And so we don't just smell skunk anymore. We smell the geosmin. It's the earthy dankness component of skunk, and we smell those fruity florals right? And that lavender, and we smell the onion, and we smell, right? So that's why it's a whole nother factor that this discussion just opened up. Like, that's why skunk doesn't exist, because we have such a more intricate understanding of
We're
what we're
just
smelling.
chasing a damn skunk dragon.
You know why
Yeah.
skunk doesn't exist? Because there's moments like I just had where a cop shows up at your door and they want to talk to you for a while.
Oh no.
No, but see,
They're
that's
like,
fine.
hey, we're doing our
But there is still
Really? That just happened?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Exciting.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, exactly. The shit still happens, and you're a licensed medical provider. Is that correct? Yeah. No, they won't knock on my door anymore because I have this First Amendment thing that I've declared to them, and they're scared to death to talk to me now.
Yeah.
They fucked with me over the First Amendment stuff when they put me in jail. Like, the whole time I'm just going, and it was my blue corn that had been destroyed, and they never even found a stick of weed. They didn't find a bong load, and they made up bullshit to put me in jail because they didn't like the long hair guy organically growing, being different, right? And well, the crazy neighbor kept saying, "His tomato plants are weed. His art studio is a drug laboratory." So it was even worse. But
Hey, Alex, a lot of the people in chat are asking if you can maybe hold the phone a little bit closer. They're just having a hard time hearing
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
You-
Yeah.
Awesome.
I didn't have my hand on the freaking speaker there. I'm used to having it sitting still and whatnot, but yeah.
I know you always have a ton of good things to say, and I see a couple people saying that, so I'm like, oh, gotta breaking news. Yes,
You can't hear them. Yeah, no, having the door knock sucks, man. I tell you,
dude, it's completely unrelated too. Like this was actually a follow-up, but I mean, you guys have just seen me. I've been sitting here smoking for the last couple hours. I think I probably smell a little like weed.
right.
But yeah, just
That's a factor that why people stopped really breeding with it and why it wasn't mainstream. But there's tons of people like me who didn't get rid of it because that's all we had was that super sneaky stuff, right? And that's the only thing that worked for me. And it's just like, well, what do we do to make that smell not so bad and cover it up and things like that? But there's it's interesting. I've had this stuff in my pocket on the ski lift and the lady on the far side in the snowstorm going, "You guys have skunks in the snow here?" And to me, it's like, oh, that smells like skunks and lemons and berries. But yeah, it's the daughters was talking about having her jacket at school smelling like a skunk and never even being in the same room with it. Is the stuff's real. It's just our perspective of it has changed. It is really, I think we just came and hit it on the nail.
Well, I know when I was a kid, I'd go to school and my teacher would always ask me, "Do you smoke cigarettes?" And I said,
What were
"No."
you smoking there? Was it Downtown Brown or did you have some skunk?
No, actually, it was my mom. She
Your mom
smoked all
smoking?
the time. Didn't care about the
Interesting.
kids.
Yeah. No, the secondhand smoke of cannabis is usually not as flavorful. That's interesting. Yeah. No, I definitely didn't smoke.
Yeah.
I grew up, my dad smoked around me, smoked tobacco around me. And so I've always been very conscious about that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's
Yeah, I used to get car sick, man. My mom would be driving along. We'd be going on a vacation or something, and as windows rolled up, hotboxing us with her cigarettes.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
next thing you know, I'd feel like I'm about ready to throw up. I get out of the car, getting ready to throw up, and all of a sudden I feel better. Didn't make sense to me as a kid.
No,
But yeah,
some of that
I'm
tobacco they were smoking was just laced
fully
with all
against
sorts of
cigarettes.
chemicals. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know the stuff my
really
dad
good
smoked was the Kent cigarette, which turned out when they started really, like saying they put chemicals in it, they ended up being like the worst. And that's basically what I grew up addicted to. He was smoking 4 or 5 packs a day, and half of that's in the house or in the car like that. And I was probably 3 when I first stuck one of those things in my mouth. nasty shit.
It had the adverse effect upon me. I hate cigarettes because
Well, there's some bad stuff
I
to it.
mean,
Here's some interesting things though. The more I learned about shamanism, I was talking about this the other day on Cannabis Project. Tobacco. The tobacco is a sacred plant, and there's a lot of different aspects to it. And one of the things that's kind of lost in North American, Native American culture is that these guys in South America like chew it and swallow it. They eat the stuff. They don't spit out the juice or whatever. They literally train their bodies to completely ingest it. And it's as powerful and entheogen is the DMT cactuses that the other shaman are using, the San Pedro practitioners particularly, right? So these guys are like an alternative or comparable shaman with the tobaceros as the and so I started realizing in my youth I used a lot of tobacco, and I would chew sniffs, a chaw, and have a cigar, and sometimes a tobacco cigarette in the other hand at the same time.
wow,
Yeah. Super
that's
dosing of
dosing.
tobacco. 6 packs a
That's
day
dosing.
sometimes as a youth. Just incredible amounts of intake of this stuff, and I started realizing like that might have actually led to some of the clarity of mind I had as a child or growing up. But my college professors always asked me just flat out, "You smell like a skunk." you reek, man. But there was nothing they could do because I commanded the class. I broke the curve and all the lesson, all the tests, and they had to reset the distribution on account of I had it all figured out and sat in the front row, read the book beforehand, took notes, and asked questions. And that's what
My
they wanted every
favorite
student to do.
my favorite high school experience, getting called out for smelling like weed or coming back from lunch or something smoking. I had a fourth period lunch, and then fifth period psychology, and then I would go out and skip or whatever sixth period class was. So you have fourth, fifth, and sixth period were our lunch periods. So I could just go and not come back from school, or I could and I'll just go out for all three lunch periods. But I would come back just for that psychology class because I liked it so much. And I got along with the teacher. And this chick that always would tease me for probably because she liked me or something, had a crush on me. But she told the teacher that I was smoking. And then she'd like ratted me out, and I came in the class and she's like, "Don't talk to him, he's high," something like that. And then my teacher, because the way she said it kind of went more in like a playing off what she said, like in a joke. He's like, "Is that true? Are you stoned?" And I went like, "I have glaucoma." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." And then just didn't like get me in trouble or anything past that.
What year would you say that was?
2008.
Man.
I'm young.
Yeah. No. It's awesome because it's so different. Junior high school. I was just thinking back to the first time I got in trouble in junior high school, and it was my gym track teacher, and I was like the fastest white kid in Southern California, and they had access and they just go right through your stuff, right? And so for whatever reason, he went into my gym locker and found it was a closed cigarette tin, but it was full of bats, like finger-sized bats, and but he couldn't get it open. And he found them. He's like, "I thought you were an athlete." And I'm like, "Well, I am," and I'll give them back to you after school. But apparently, he got them open and then called the police. Yeah, and that was the first time I read that.
I did also get expelled the last whatever quarter of senior year. I got expelled because that, even though that was still modern, we had a very strict no electronical devices. Even though now, you think this year pastor is crazy. we have that kind of law in school because
Right.
one, no one was even at school. They were using an electronic device to do school. And then, but back then, it was just before that change, like 2 years after I didn't graduate because they expelled me for having an electronic device and taking my phone and finding pictures of pretty much my very first grow. That didn't play out so good. Even though I didn't have any weed on me, they still expelled me for that and text messages, like alerting my friends that I had weed brownies for lunch.
Still don't keep grow records. I don't keep grow logs. I take very few notes in my breeding still. As in the late 80s, I got in trouble and they found my notes. My grandfather kept meticulous notes of all of his business. So I'd kept notes and that was all used against me. So yeah, so I still have that. I'd like to change that and move forward in the future. Science and all that good stuff. Yeah. So, but there, by the time and depending on where you were and stuff, it made a difference also. Like I went to junior high school where that happened in a rather affluent suburb, but I went to high school at a private school in inner city Los Angeles. And as a senior in was it 89, the cops drove up to us while we were drinking beers in the street. And they congratulated us on the football game and told us to get up off the street on the curb before we got run over, and told us to keep playing well and drove off. As it wasn't a big thing there, but in wealthy suburbia, it's a whole different story back in the day. What's a man doing there? Yeah, you. What you doing there?
Dinner Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, me. I'm just gonna do a little pressy. Get some GMO from Boneyard Seeds that he sent me.
Love ya.
Been sitting in the sea vault for a while, so figured I might as well do something constructive while I'm on. Did you just straight up fix your hair, dude? Did I what? Camera? Did you just look at the camera and straight up fix your hair? My hat. Sometimes it flares out like that, and I look like a dick. Look like a big blue penis. So that I gotta fold it down.
Psilocybin mushroom, a penis envy.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But I did wardrobe change to the Green Lantern.
Looks like a crazy dragonfly.
Yep. I guess if you
depends on how many blue mushrooms you ate.
What's that?
I wonder if you could get that shirt in a smaller size.
Oh, it comes in a smaller size. You just can't find a smaller person. I'm little. This is actually a small.
Save money that way, man.
That's right. I do. I can shop in the kids section, especially for pants. I have like a 28-inch waist, so I can totally fucking shop in like kids section.
My wife totally rides that line of like the kids section or the adult section. So every now and then she finds like the raddest shit for like $4. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. But I look like Ronald McDonald because I have a size 11 foot. So it's like, it's weird. Well, it just got awkwardly quiet.
Well,
Yes,
I'm heading back over to my GMO.
Just the superhero shirt.
Dude, it's like the psychedelic freaking dragonfly.
Yeah, man. I love these shirts. These things are awesome for working in the garden. I've said it before, but I like these a lot better than just the
Still can't help but
boots.
wonder if the shirt increases yields.
Well, it depends what color, green, helps with penetration, into the lower canopy, the reflection. So I wear my flash one towards the end of the light cycle, to get some of that deep red hue firing back on the plants.
Acting as a reflector source.
Yeah. For the white light, I just take my hat off and shine my head towards the plants.
There you go. Oh, man. I was supposed to take down a Gondog Mimosa today, but I don't know. I don't remember which one it was.
Life is hard.
Yeah.
Scope.
Oh, decisions.
Completely. Full of flowers. What's up, brother? Made it back.
Oh, got most of my gardening done. Actually, I have all these extra phenos that I am ready to flower, but I had no more room, and I convinced these guys I'm working with to set up another light. So gonna go put 10 more plants in the room tomorrow and be able to flower all these phenos I hunted last month. So that was good. That was a nice 420. That's about it. Did a little Zoom 420 sesh with some people. Saw a few people I haven't seen in feels like a year. One of the guys I toured with in the band, he came in, which was cool. I hadn't seen him in literally since last May, maybe. Yeah, probably over a year. So that was cool.
When are we gonna have a wormhole Zoom jam session with all of you musicians that are so prominent?
Good question. What would that entail?
Yeah, Chad, I know
Question.
you're big into music. I'm sure all of you guys play something. We could have like a big old jam session.
I'm the audio engineer. I'm the guy behind the board that'll make it all sound good. I used to be in bands and I played guitar and I played bass, but nobody was as motivated as I was, and they just kind of dicked it off. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to be a DJ. So, because you're a one-man show at that point. But I did that, and then audio school, and that's, the audio engineering. So bring the musicians together and I'll make you sound good.
Pretty similar. Played in bands, then got into hip hop, started DJing. Well, I've been doing radio since '91, but got into hip hop DJing in '99, and then production. Started producing for a good decade, and then joined another band. I actually joined a band in the middle of all that just because I was like, oh, let's see what it's like to play with a band again, and got pretty far. Put out an album and did some touring, but then I became a tour manager. Actually, I became an audio and engineer too, but in the end, just ended up becoming a tour manager. And when you're on tour and you're touring the world with a band that you're pretty much a part of, you don't really have the motivation to want to hey, you know what? I should be making my own album right now. It's like, wow, you're literally helping what you're involved with do what it's doing. So it's like, why focus on what got you where you are, not some selfish fucking need to be famous or put out music too,
Yeah, there's two total different aspects or personalities to it. I did a little bit of artist management too, and it's I was talking the other day in a group about patents and growing in plants, and I wanted to say it's there's a reason why artists have managers, because managers make horrible artists and artists make horrible managers. And when you were doing that oils and flowers, it's like, dude, it's so full time. It's like 24 hours because you dream about what you have to do next while you sleep. So yeah, dude, that's rough booking tours, man. I've done a couple North American tours for a guy from Finland, and it's like getting flight shares and booking hotels from people you've never seen before. It's just like, hey, send me, a couple $1,000. Some guy from another country is going to show up on this date and play your show.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. I've done touring for all over the world. Like we've done European, Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan, Arab Emirates, probably like 30 plus states in the United States. Yeah, no, it's not as much that it's like always thinking 3 weeks in advance. That's what I used to fucking hate. Like, and knowing that for the next 9 months, like I know exactly where I'm gonna be. So it's like when something comes up and it's like, oh yeah, let's go see that show, or oh fuck, this is happening. It's like I can literally look in my iCalendar and be like, sorry, I'm not even going to be in this country. Or like, it's like, nah, I'd love to do that, but I'm going to be way the fuck over here. Like that was always like this last year now has been like a trip because it's the longest I've been home in almost a decade.
Wow.
Like literally I was tour managing for 8 straight years until COVID. And even COVID, I was like at Spanibus when it hit in Spain. You know what I mean?
They don't call it artwork for nothing.
Yeah, it's
We used to say every night is Saturday night and every morning is Monday morning.
Yeah. And that's when you start to learn that you put like shit like healthy food on your riders. You're like, dude, I do not need pizza. I do not need beer. I want some fresh fucking fruit. I want bottles of water. Like, treat me right. I've been on the road.
Yeah, the first year and a half, we went pretty fucking hard. Like drinking like 5-6 nights a week, fucking 8-9 months in a row, and then we ended up having like a what do you call that, like a personnel change. No, not burnout. We had personnel change, and the new guy who came on was like, okay, yeah, but I'll come on, but we ain't partying like you used to. So we all just quit drinking. Like we're all heads anyway who smoke, but it was just like, oh yeah, no more drink. No more alcohol on the rider. Now you can have like anything you fucking want because alcohol costs so much, They don't give a fuck about some weird requests about different stuff if they don't have to pay for like 4 bottles of vodka or something.
These ain't cheap for some reason. All those taxes. Nice. Yeah, selling art's not the easiest thing. Doesn't matter what kind of art it is. If you're selling music, you're selling paintings, you're selling prints, you're selling records. There's a bunch of people you're competing with, and selling seeds it's kind of the same thing. It helps to have someone else saying, hey, this guy, doesn't matter. You get your nose to the grind when you're working. I just looked at my calendar for seeds for the year. It's like, yep, I'm pulling tarps for the next 4 months. I ain't going anywhere. It's work. When you get finished, you produce good art. It's both worth it for what you're doing, as well as the recipients, the consumers of that art really love a good product.
Yeah, and music and cannabis, they're both, completely subjective. Like, I love a lot of the electronic stuff. I know that's not Eagle's cup of tea. So, you have to, same thing with cannabis. You have to find the people that are kind of what are into what you're into. And then you just kind of, you go from there. But yeah, cannabis is definitely an art, and it's something that a lot of people can do, just like music. But the more involved and the deeper you get, you do kind of recognize those little nuances between somebody who's been really dedicated for 20 years and somebody who's good but has only done it for a little while. So those are always fun to see come out in expressions from, like your favorite breeders. Sometimes just, you can rely on like good homozygous traits, and quality expressions. That's an art form.
it is indeed, there's different ways of getting there, and it's not necessarily always what somebody's going for also, and so you're looking for full disclosure from a breeder and what it is they're doing and why when you're getting something from them, fully understanding what it is they're doing. A lot of people are just like throwing names on stuff and going off to that hype, and then there's other people who are making snakes and sparklers. So you know, got these whole other side trips, and it's like, I love some heavy rock and roll. I love listening to some funk. I love listening to some good rap. I've never gone to any sort of hip hop or rap concert on purpose, but man, when people play some good music for me, I love it just as much as when I hear some good classical that's performed by an orchestra, was written by a master. Right.
That's where I'm at. The most music I listen to now is the music other people appreciate. You know.
And I'm convinced with like hip hop, there's two kinds of people. There's the lyric people, and then there's the beat people. It's like which one has your attention, because they're both battling in your brain for like dominance. I'm more of a beat person. I love the beats.
I love beats, but I love when someone knows how to use language in a fucking infinitely clever way.
Yeah.
Especially now in the last, like, see, my whole thing with music is I love having people discover new music. I have a radio show that's been on, I joined it in 99. It's been on since 97, and it's basically just independent music. So like, I pride myself on always finding new things, looking for new things, and sharing new things. So there's been like a resurgence of like, you know, mastery of language and fucking and just like, yeah, like, yeah. So there's a lot of cool people coming out of like Buffalo and like New York State that are just having some really cool music.
There's some really awesome, it's called the genre like called nerdcore. It's like hip hop, but like this guy like MC Lars, all he does like he just like raps about Shakespeare and MC Squared, like, or MC Fronts a lot. These are all guys. It's like it's straight up nerdcore because they're talking about like geeky science stuff, but it's like set to rap, so it's kind of cool. But yeah, dude, that's really awesome that you're breaking that ground, because that's the true heart and spirit of a DJ, man. So hats off to you.
Someone was like, it's too bad that guy doesn't rap, because listening to him go freestyle with all his knowledge about growing would be the dank. That was something like that was in the comments earlier. It's I didn't type it in, but it's kind of neat when people take the scientists and remix them to a beat, right? And we get into whole other genres of art.
There's this guy, you can look him up. He's an English major, but he's MC Paul Barman. But yeah, dude, he just writes like the sickest, most correctly grammared fucking, I just butchered that sentence, but it is like poetry. It's so awesome to listen to him. But MC Paul Barman, it's the geekiest
like
shit.
Eminem talks about him.
Does he
Eminem
really?
has like rhymes of, like talking about like rapping like Paul Barman. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good. Because Eminem is another one of those individuals where he uses the language and his voice as an instrument, like mastery.
Like when I first heard of him in '99, like he put out a record and it was just like, what is this? Like, and then that was like right when the internet, like as far as not streaming yet, but downloading, you know, stuff from the radio or whatever was really getting big, like with LimeWire and Napster and all that. And there was so much stuff surfacing because he was just going everywhere, going on the radio and just doing all these things. And before he ever put out a song, he was dazzling people with his fucking, just his skill of language. Doing stuff that nobody ever did, almost like some jazz shit. Where jazz, if you understand music, jazz doesn't, you know, a regular beat goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and certain things hit on the 2 and the 4. Jazz, it might go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You know, like it'll cut back early. He'll do that with language, in rhythms that you're like, what the it worked in my mind, but I don't understand why. Like, that's what I love. When you hear something, you're like, I don't know why that was so good, but I know something clever just happened, you know?
Get the sync. I remember I used to play music as a kid, and the kids we played with my brother and Steve Sweeney, Tim Sweeney, there was a saying, it was something like playing music with a group of friends is as close as you could have the group sex with your clothes on. And you hit that flow.
Oh man, there's something about it for sure. Being in I was just thinking about that, being in unison with like 3 other people. The start stop of making vibration happen is so powerful, right? Because you just hit everybody with that wave, and then you literally feel it. So it's like, whoa, and doing that, it's a fucking trip.
Yeah.
It's like I'm getting those tingly chills just thinking about that or hearing it. Like, I know it, and sometimes, you know, people will get that same feeling or association with music, but it's literally, you are on mentally the same wavelength. Like, the wavelengths are the same, and you guys are seriously all grooved together. Like, that's a pretty powerful thing. So Alex, good statement.
That comes from other people's minds long ago, and I'm just passing it along. And there's so much of all of what we're doing with music also is the same thing when we regroup things that we've learned, right? But you're clicking. Harmonic is exactly what it's at. One of my best experiences in that myself was in Alaska, and I don't know if it was overnight, if it was 3 days. There was a fiddle, a banjo, 2 guitars, and I had a steel skillet and a stick. And the reverberation in the wooden house was all on the same vibration. We had an old cabin that had been turned into a sweat lodge, and there was a dinner party, and I don't know if we played music for 1 night or 3 days. It was one of those times when the light was just kind of there, and it didn't get daylight and it didn't get dark. And
I've been there and that. That's the trippy feeling.
Yeah, it was like there might have been some smoke, but it wasn't like it is today where it's prevalent. I remember having to really search it out up there at that time. And so it was, we had maybe a couple of beers, but we had a sweat lodge and we had music, and we got pretty high on music in that house. And it was an art made house. I don't think there was a nail in it. It was all wooden sawn up, old cedar wood or whatever. Pretty cool in itself, a whole nother craft. We're headed soon now that things are opening up.
Nowhere right now.
No,
the band just did the whole music for a new TV show that just dropped on Showcase. I think NBC in the States, Showcase in Canada or something. It's Will Helm, who was like the guy on The Office who kind of took over Michael Scott's character. He was also in the Hangover, he's known for. So this guy's got a new this guy's like the main character in this show. And so they did all the music, all like the soundtrack and the music and the Folly for the whole season. Excellent. And they also have a new record done, but I don't know when that's coming out. So touring, I don't know. We had touring booked for this month as of last year for Europe, but you know, that's obviously been canceled. So I don't know, man. I've pivoted and gotten deeper into my hash making and into just growing or being home to be able to grow rather than growing remotely over the last year. So I don't really fucking have no clue what's gonna happen, but
kids and their phone dialed in grows.
No, just everything on timers and me calling my nephew every 3 days to have him check on things.
Right.
But
you had it set up to where I could leave for 10 days at a time and go out to visit family in Cali. And
I ran everything flood and drain, so it's just it would just be checking pH and ppm and then refilling the reservoir. I would do the gardening, and then he would just do the maintenance, and fucking did that for like 7 years, 6.5 years. Where I would only be
always have someone checking that reservoir. One person check midweek at minimum.
Yeah. Well, now I'm actually been able to build a whole new room, and I'm doing a whole other style now. But yeah, I just actually took on 2 new patients. I'm helping caregiving for them now. So I got a chicken farm going. I've been working on my beehive. I'm doing beekeeping for the last year. So just
nice.
Expanding, doing a bunch of different shit. And then if I go back on tour, well, then I'll go back on tour. But that's like probably the last people who are going to go back to work, if anything, like.
What kind of birds you got?
I incubated 3 Aracanas, the blue egg layers. And so I incubated those about a month ago. And then about 2 weeks ago, I got 24. I got a dozen Colombian rock and a dozen Plymouth rocks. I gave half a dozen to my niece. And then I lost one last week. And then I'm actually getting a dozen more on Friday. And they're all exotic birds. So I'm getting similes, which are these all black fucking birds. Their skin, everything is black. Their skin, their eyes, their tongue.
They're crazy looking.
Their asshole.
The cocks get pretty big.
I heard the cocks are chill, man. Like, I don't know.
They're chill. They can be chill, but all roosters can also be not chill. But yeah,
of course.
The one I seen with the lady I know that had one, it was fairly chill, but it was definitely a big black cock.
Yeah, well, that's what I want. I definitely want a big black. Because I'm getting 5, and so my brother has chickens, so he's taking some of these exotic birds I'm getting. But my plan is, out of those blackbirds, that's the one I want to be the rooster. Like if I'm going to keep a rooster, I want it to be one of those.
They're beautiful.
So I don't mind if I have a black cock. That's the point. I'm either going to call him Mayhem or Corpse Paint. Because that's like those Norwegian death metal bands.
Call him Shane Diesel.
Shane Diesel. I'll call him. The singer in the band, in that one band that like burnt all the churches down, I was gonna call him that. Like, I think it's Mayhem is his name, or Destructo, or some fucking shit like that. Yeah.
I got one that's pretty mean now. I lost one to dogs a couple of years ago, and it came out, actually broke out. I had it separated from the younger one, had the sharp tines, and was busting them up. I was looking for a new home for the older guy, or the younger one. Actually, I like the older guy better, but he was huge. He was a Rhode Island Red, and but
I fight with those often.
The yard, and he busted out of the greenhouse and was destroyed protecting the rest of the flock. And
my brother, that's what he has. He has a Rhode Island Red cock and 5 hens. And that fucking rooster is a dickhead, man. Like,
yeah.
I actually had to like face off with him finally, and then the last time I saw him, he like tried to come at me, and I would just have my foot up like this in front of him.
Right.
And every time he'd come, I would just like push him back against his chest, push him.
It took me about 3 years to where he was comfortable with me picking him up and holding them.
And then I go like this. Yeah. Well, the thing is my brother bought them grown, so.
Right.
We didn't have that relationship. Like all the birds I have now, for sure, I'll be able to pick them up, right? Because I'm raising them. They see my face when they're this big, this close all the time.
You rub them down there, and they get so chill. But that stuff is great. You feed that their droppings to worms, and that's some of the best feed we have for our.
I've definitely been feeding my brother all my foliage. I feed to his birds, and they just fucking eat it up, man. Yep. As quickly as I put it out there, I come back the next week or whatever, and it's all gone.
You get some labs into their water source, the lactobacillus serum, and it keeps them super healthy. It's a great thing to do, keep them all probiotic and such.
I heard giving them the mother, putting some apple cider with the mother in it is good for that.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing.
Basically the same thing. For sure.
That's what I've been doing. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
Fucking
there's
chicken
nothing like
talk.
fresh eggs.
Chicken
I like
talk.
fresh eggs, bro.
Talking
Say
fucking
something.
shit with chickens.
They
Talking
eat up
chicken
my
shit and
garden all
shit.
the time. They go and
No
gets
more
loose
chicken.
and gets into my veggie garden or whatever. And this, they don't. They'll tell the leaves off of the cannabis plants, but they won't touch the tomato plants until the tomatoes are ripe. But they will get in and destroy my greens gardens until I get the gates all, the fence all secure. And it just, it's like, oh, I want to wring your neck. And I think about like, oh, those eggs are so good though.
Yeah, I have a neighbor who says they're gonna let me put them in their garden before they till it, and then let me use their yard, do like a chicken tractor, and put them in there, let them fuck around into the day.
Yeah. If you know, if you're in their yard with their garden, the chicken tractor, make sure it's secure and they can't get out of that thing and tear the garden up. But it's
No, like
awesome.
I'm gonna let them get in there before they get
beforehand
in.
and pull them out after they plant. Yeah, okay. They'll till up all the bugs for like the first 3 to 4 inches into the soil and just roll everything.
That's what I want to do. As soon as it's nice enough, just throw them all out there for a day or two. Well, not keep them out there, but you know. And then like where I live, there's spots where there's just grass and fields. I'm just gonna fucking, depending on how it goes, take a few out there, let them graze, just so they can, because I can't really have them open and out around where I am. Like my neighbor, one of my neighbors is a dick and would just fucking yell at me. And then we have a husky in the neighborhood that I know is an asshole that would probably just eat them all.
No, I just had luckily neighbors on both sides of me dove into my house. I didn't hear it happening. I was in here. I don't even know what I was doing, but the door gets knocking and there's a neighbor going, "Oh man, I didn't even have time, and we just chased the dogs out of your yard, and I don't know what happened to your birds, but last I saw, there was like in the mouth of the dog and and we shut the dog back." Luckily I got good neighbors on both sides, and they know I've lost some birds already, and they all scattered for a while but came back this time, and again
there's this like scamp of a husky that's in my neighborhood, and he's just like roams. He'll show up, he's around, then he's not around, but he's like, I'm very good with animals, and like when I see him, he comes, he lays on his back and puts his arms up on the ground, like he wants me to dominate him all the time. So I brought him out a chicken. I brought him out and I had him smell it, and he was just looking at me and he's looking at it and like letting him smell it, and then I just like stood back and I just like looked at him, and then he like laid down and like put his arm, you know what I mean, like totally submitted. I was like, you're gonna learn today,
right?
So
that's what you got to do, more or less.
It's like the kind of dog where I'll walk, he'll approach me, and then he'll just naturally come at my heel and follow me like onto my porch, sit on my porch while I go inside. Because these dogs can't even stay inside, right? They just want to be outside in the cold all the time. It's such a weird thing, man. This dog, I don't know. I'm worried still he's gonna want to eat my chickens.
He does. He wants to eat your chickens.
Hey, question.
Huskies.
So, you chicken people, do you guys ever deworm your chickens?
I've done it a couple of times to start with.
I like to use when I had poultry, which I don't anymore because I think chickens are pretty nasty creatures, but diatomaceous earth in their water or food.
Yep.
That's all you need.
Yep. No, I do topical with the diatomaceous earth, and also this probiotics help quite a bit. I'm down to 4 birds now, and I had over a dozen for a while. And it's just way too much for a 3rd acre to have that many, and especially if you don't have. Everybody wanted free eggs. Nobody was willing to buy a sack of grain for. So
fuck all that, man. I'm gonna hit up the places that are like breakfast all day and be like, hey, man, buy local.
Yeah. You know, I ran a farm and stuff, and so
yeah, you know,
I really didn't get the chickens until after I was done with the farm, and it was just neighbors at that point. And it's like, you know, I'm just like, I'm gonna compost them or feed them to my worms for something else. But you've had like $300 for free eggs already.
Barter, man. It's like, well, what you got to trade? What you got to trade? You know. That's what I always say. I love barter system.
I'm a barter fool. I literally used to like barter whatever. And one time in the Four Corners when I had my chainsaw for tree work, and I went into the trading post there, and this guy, we get to talking, and I can't remember how I met this guy. I might have been in the trading post, and I met him through some other way, but somehow I got to do this job for this guy, and I asked him if he was into bartering, and I got the trading post, and I bought this trading post. I moved from New York to the Four Corners because I wanted to barter with people, and nobody in my entire 35 years of living here has ever asked to barter with me. And yes, please, what do you want from the trading? Oh yeah. So yeah, I traded out a bunch of trade goods out of the Four Corners trading post for some tree labor I did. That was one of my best trades ever.
Is that in Alaska too? Is the Four Corners?
Four Corners is in the Southwest, so it's Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and Nevada.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know.
So I had the pleasure and honor to live in Mesa Verde National Park, and I was there as what they would call a fuel specialist, and we were clearing out trees, old growth around the ancient rock dwellings and stuff to protect them from wildfire. It was my primary job. And I also fought fire there and stuff, and did a bunch of archaeology stuff.
Nice.
Part of how I learned about dry farming, actually, which someday I'm going to start teaching a little more of. And people don't realize that you can actually really dry farm some pretty good cannabis. It's an art.
Dry farm?
Dry farm. Not just rain farm, but like, you know, some places people like, I'm dry farming, and it's like, well, you're getting 20 inches of rain in the season. It's not really dry farming. I mean, you get an inch of rain every week. Like I produced some.
Yeah, we get like an inch of rain.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I had 2 inches of rain last summer, and I had some hemp plants that I topped them twice as, like an imaginary fodder cut, and then I still had 5 to 9 foot plants at harvest when the seeds were ripe.
Wow.
2 inches of rain after the ground thawed.
I have a friend in Arizona. She was into that and would always be posting her gardens and stuff. And I always thought that was super interesting, like trying to thrive in the desert, you know?
Google up some Hopi dry farm tech. And there's some folks who do it here in Utah too. It's getting less and less and less, but there's been dry farming continuous years since long before white man showed up.
I don't doubt that.
There's
we had it going on way before y'all got here.
But even like one of the things that really clicked me into it with cannabis was seeing our friend Azarian over in India, and how he would go out and show us the wild fields there. And I can't wait to travel over there and see this stuff and where they make the Shiraz. And I know we were talking hash earlier today when I was in the chat room, and he's been going out there and showing us the actual fields for several years and collecting seeds for people to get primary.
Awesome.
Oh yeah,
there's a guy. His name's Boba 71 something. I'm not sure, but he's like he's from Afghanistan. And he posts all the old tech and all the old timers there that like are still smoking with the old style hash and showing the old style hash. And he actually, I don't know if it's him, but he posts
account
about,
I think might have shut down as Bubba Co with an under.
It just opened back up.
Yeah.
Not
Baba
too long ago.
And Baba is like like uncle or teacher or old wise one when they say Baba.
He also posts for, it's called Afghani selections or Afghanistan selections, and they're taking landrace genetics and making them available. which I think is super cool. Some old school land race stuff, you know.
That's my primary
That's awesome.
zone in breeding is working with the land races.
Man, when we went to, so we were lucky enough to go to Islamabad about 3 years ago, and so our old booking agent, one of our old booking agents, was from Islamabad, grew up there half his life, and then moved to Toronto and lived there, became an agent, did his whole life. When that company split up, he went to work for whatever the big company is in the States. It was like the East Indian version of that, like Rock Nation or something. So he was like, yo, I'm out here now. He's like, I wanna get you guys out here. And he was finally able to bring us out. And man, what an experience that was. Like, he told all his friends, like, I need hash for my friends. They're connoisseurs. So like, bring me some hash. And the guy showed up with like a gram, and he's like, no, this isn't enough. He's like, these guys they need more than this. He's like, well, I asked 5 different people, so I'll go back and get it from the other 4 different people. And he ended up showing up with like 5 different kinds of Pakistani hash. And it brought me back. Like, I'm from outside of Montreal, so we had like real hash back in the 90s from all these places. So it brought me back to that. It was like, wow, I haven't smoked something like this in 20 years or something. And we actually ended up going eat dinner 30 miles from the Afghani border in the mountains. And like, we're smoking hash. When we're literally flying to Abu Dhabi that night. And we pull over on the side of the road, and the whole trip we're there, we'd be driving and I would just smell cannabis. I'm like, yo, I smell weed. And my boy would be like, it's everywhere. I'm like, but I don't see it anywhere. He's like, because as soon as it's ready, someone fucking picks it. I'm like, true. So we pull over. He's like, okay, I'm going to pull over here. Let's finish this joint, and then we'll go to the restaurant. I'm like, okay. I'm like, let me get out and look. So I get out of the car. I walk around the back of the car, and like, 5 feet into the side of the road, there's a fucking field of weed right there. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, he's fucking right. And I look, and there's all males, and they're all open pollinating. And I'm just like, what the fuck? If I was not going to a country where they'll cut your hand off for having weed, I would totally have been taking some paper, anything to fucking collect a bunch of pollen and just bring that home and spray it on as much stuff that I thought was worthwhile,
Yeah.
That was my story.
That's awesome.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I can't imagine having all that local flavored hash.
We didn't have anywhere to smoke it in a pipe or nothing, so we're trying to do like an apple pipe, and it was so melty that it would just drip through the apple. You know what I mean?
Right.
We ended up having to smoke joints with tobacco because everyone smoked cigarettes there, so it's not the best way. We would toast it, the old school toasting style to try to get the taste out a bit, but it was an experience. It was some of the best hash I smoked since I was a teenager.
Nice. The more I learn about watching those the old school style and these guys in the hash regions, and I think about what we call the gold seal that we used to get with the red wrapper and such, and we got the junk. We got the commercial grade California that we called the Afghan, and yeah, I see now. I make this full cold melt stuff that it just flattens out on its own weight just in 24 hours from a temple ball, and it's dry sift, right? And you let that sit for a year, so it's just all greasy, goopy, looks wet, recrystallized inside.
Well, they used to say, right, all that stuff never left the valley.
Yeah, exactly. No, you talk to your friends, you talk to their friends who yeah, they're like, we got to show these guys the good. And it definitely, that stuff is, even when they're showing it on those shows, that's the best of the best. It doesn't, when it comes down to it, like that's 10% to make the cream like that.
When they're like that, and it's just like, it's like peanut butter on their fucking palms when it's just so melty. All I think of is like that chocolate floral. Made like my first experience with hash was like my late brother brought me to an ZZ Top concert, and him and his best friend were like sitting on each side of me, smoking this like, yeah, that smell. That whenever I smell that kind of hash, it's like it brings me right back to that moment, man. It's crazy.
Right.
Him getting in a fight with these fucking bikers and shit, and then them like having the peace offering of the hash joint, and the other guy having the deer sack of wine or whatever. So old school. It had to be like 89, 88.
Big. It was, actually, it was, I want to say 4/17 of 86 at the Shoreline Meadows Amphitheater, when someone handed me a hash pipe for the first time, watching the Grateful Dead play some crazy music high out of my road on insane amounts of LSD and mushrooms, and these old couple are like, here, sit, enjoy. And my brother's tugging me to the ground, and the guy I mentioned earlier, Steve, he's sitting there pulling me to the ground, and then I smoke on this long, skinny pipe with a little bowl on it, and this big cherry is roasting, and it was opiated hashish. My mind just went blah 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 blah. Yeah. First time with the hash.
That was the jam I heard back in the day. They used to love to mix their fucking black tar with their black hash. Or well, not tar, but their whatever, opium, whatever you call it.
The opium. Yeah. It's always interesting, in opium hash. Definitely a different thing. But, glad it wasn't like super available, because it's super addictive to have that.
I'll bet.
With the opium poppy is primarily morphine, I think. You know, and people mess around with that stuff and start growing those and making tinctures and things. It's like, you ever see people playing with that, make sure they're careful with it. It's a great medicine used in proper proportions and as a weaning effect off of medication and whatnot, and avoiding addiction as long as it's administered properly. But it's recreational. Not smart. For sure. Nice.
Are you holding up, Eagle?
I don't see everybody myself. I got
Swipe left or right, you'll see more people.
Fading slightly, Buddha. Fading slightly.
There we go. Okay. It changes who I'm seeing.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of folks here.
I know sometimes you'll be talking like, I'm only talking to like 3 people. Then you start swiping, you're like, holy shit, there's like, how many people are in here?
Epic. Nice.
Like everybody in their grow room. Fuck. I should go sit in my grow room. What the fuck?
I'm stuck to the wall. My phone keeps going dead and playing and working and
How many superhero outfits do you have, Chatterbot? I just seen you in Spider. You're muted. You're muted. You were just Spidey just a second ago.
You talking about it? Batman, bro. Batman. Totally Batman.
I bet he's got a phone booth back there.
This one's
I'll bet he does too.
TARDIS. I got a TARDIS, yo. You guys don't even know what we do up in Maine.
Mothman.
Crazy up in here.
Too many trees.
Yeah, no, I've been Batman the whole time, bro.
Okay, that's not what I saw. Heck, you were Green Lantern a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Green Lantern.
Yeah. I'm not on the shrooms anymore, man. You can't play that.
Mine wore off too.
No, I have like 15 of these shirts, all different folks.
You almost look like a rash guard. BJJ.
I don't have a rash. No rashes.
You know what a rash guard is.
No,
I was just checking.
Too good.
pretty. Look at that structure.
Hey, Paul, how's it going, man?
Oh.
Cheers. Everyone. Go.
Odiebe, mamo pichka.
Chad.
Here's Paul. Good to see you, and good to see Cats down there too. We've been neglecting you guys down there.
Cheers. Cheers. Mike's open.
You're close to a 420 someplace anywhere?
Always close to 420. Always.
Have those plants made any special noises today? Do they know it's their birthday?
I'd like to call it Freedom Fighters Pride Day.
Yeah.
You start having parades.
That's Frosty.
Now that you've been on for 24 hours, Eagle. Congratulations. I feel like there should be a balloon drop and confetti for you.
Right?
Oh, I know it's been a long one. It's been a long one today. I'm still holding on better than I did last year.
Ready for it.
Yeah, last year you were shoveling down hot stuff. Habaneros types.
I've definitely been fighting it last year.
Or something like that.
Oh, habanero sauce, yes. Definitely habanero sauce last year.
Yeah,
Where's
food.
where's Smiley been this evening? Is he working?
He popped in a minute ago, like about a half hour ago, and it fell back out. He was in the chat.
Oh yeah, he was
smiling.
He was showing. Maybe he's at work.
Could be. Swiss food. Cheers, you. Holy cow, how many people are still watching? That's what I'm curious of.
Miss Chad's
94th.
voice.
Why, thank you, Chetter Bob. I'm here for your pleasure.
Oh man.
I don't have my silky smooth mic hooked up, nor do I have any compression or EQ on myself right now, which is not something I normally do, but hey, buddy, I can make you, let's not go there.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Fucking food.
So, it's somebody who's been super.
He's blushing. He's blushing.
I want to hear from Cass.
He's been awful quiet.
I know you came in and you've been very
Lots of
polite
hits.
and you have waited nicely, and I feel like we should actually give you a little attention and say something.
Tell us what you've
Happy
been dabbing
420.
on.
Happy 420. Cass.
Happy 420 to you, Cass.
What you dabbing on
Yeah,
there, Earl?
Smiley's still at work.
I got a plethora of dabs going on here, but I've been really liking this Green Dot Picasso and Green Dot T Kitty 13. That one's really good. Really like it. What are you guys snacking on?
Ooh, I'm mostly smoking derivatives of Dr. Dreams All Cure tonight myself.
Currently, some 9-pound hammer.
Nice.
I hope to be dabbing some Green Dot soon. That's my favorite concentrate company.
What is this Green Dot? You're like the third people tonight to speak of this.
Outside of
What
here?
is green dot?
No, inside of here.
Oh,
I've never heard of it out this way.
Green Dot Labs in Colorado.
Oh, okay.
My preferred concentrate company.
Do you have to? You're in Michigan, right? Do you have to drive down there to get it, or do they send it to dispensaries? Like,
I'm in, yeah. Well, regardless, I'm not in Colorado anymore. I'm in Wisconsin, but I don't know how things have been post COVID because I left like literally 2 days before the start of all that drama. So I don't know if they ever got delivery figured out there. So maybe you can just deliver it straight from Green Dot. But yeah, they would just do drops to all the different dispensaries that would retail their shit.
but they're primarily like just a Colorado.
Yeah, I haven't heard of them outside of there. Yeah, they're not really in a big hassle of a be all into marketing and expanding business.
Oh, it almost fell out, Cass. You almost
I know,
lost
but
it.
I caught it right at the end. You saw that?
I did.
Caught it
Good
right at the end of the
reflexes.
rim.
So is that that looks like solvent, not right?
Oh yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's really the best. I mean, I'm real picky about it, and not to sound snobby about what I experienced when I got to Colorado, but when I got Green Dot, that's the first thing that reminded me of anything close that came out of my garden. So,
Do you have a preferred method of extraction, red pill, as far as solvent?
well, yeah. I mean, I just like getting the not getting the waxes to come out as much as possible, and then there's two different philosophies for that: the actual like de-waxing chamber, where you stop the solvent from draining into the collection tank, and then you have that like circled with dry ice. So you leave that in there for a certain amount of time, then it has a filter on it and you pass it through. And if you do it for the right amount of time, you're getting all the fats and lipids and waxes to turn into a solid and stay behind the filter. And then you can make a de-waxed shatter. Or what I prefer doing it is having the material column jacketed with dry ice. And then you just get everything as cold as possible. The solvent itself, butane or propane or mixed gases, you get the machine and the tube and the collection tank and all that and the hoses as cold as possible with dry ice and storing it in freezers or coolers and such. And then even the bud, if you want to go as far as you want to, if you're not worried about working with liquid nitrogen, if that doesn't bother you, then literally just go right up to a plant when you think it's ready to extract, not even harvest, just extract, and then just cut as many leaves off as you want, trim it down to bone as much as you want, cut them off the stem, throw them in a big stainless steel bucket, pour liquid nitrogen over it, wait for the liquid nitrogen to evaporate. And the forcefulness of doing this is probably not going to leave the nugs too intact. They're pretty much going to contract and compress almost into nothing. So you don't really have to grind it or beat it up while you're putting it in the tube. Just leave it whole as it is, and then extract it. Do your run with it. And then don't really have to specify or go any further into just pull off all the butane and then do with it what you please after that. Stick it in jars to either turn it into diamonds and sauce or put it on sheets and throw it in vacuum oven.
There you
how
go.
I feel about that. Yeah. Oh, and the reason why I said the whole
there's a lot to that.
Yeah, and I'll say the reason I'll go through the process of leaving those buds almost intact and whole is because I'm going after the most volatile oils in the first place, right? So when you do that with butane, it passes right through. And the reason why you're getting it so cold and you don't let it sit there forever is because the solubility of everything that you don't want the colder it is and the shorter time it's contact with all that material, you're just getting the lighter fraction, the more volatile oils. So after you do that, actually you don't get that high of a yield. If actually you're running like flour that's with its THC and terpene content is over 30%, you're probably only getting anywhere from like 18 or a little bit more percent off that. So you still have a lot that's still left in that material. So after it's processed and pushed out of the tube, just let it air dry and do its thing, come back up to room temperature, and then you can grind it and do a secondary extraction with alcohol or CO2 or butane again. Then you're going to get, you know, a bigger, heavier yield, but a lesser, lower quality oil, which that's actually good for crude to turn into distillate or make edibles with, or tinctures, suppositories.
Nice. Gotta love it cold.
Alex, I'm having a real hard time hearing you.
I'm not saying much.
What's that?
I wasn't saying much.
What?
I didn't say much.
No.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't saying anything. I'm upside down now.
I can only hear you backwards now.
Well, that's okay. I'm dyslexic. I just like it cold. I just keep whispering cold is good. Wonder how
I just keep hearing crystals being whispered.
Yeah, it could be my cat humming.
Wasn't Flash frozen like all of the rage 3-4 years ago, and everybody was trying to buy a super like cold thermal freezer so they could flash freeze their stuff and then process it? Is that still the rage with concentrates? Or
I think that's like a whole nother blessing that I probably won't get to experience. And in those people in those situations that have investors go out and buy them an $80,000 ammonium freezer to hang dry and cryogenically, you know, dry their plants or freeze dry, like you're saying, their plants. Yeah, I'm never going to be, that's not going to be a DIY or a home scale setup in my future. So, but like I said, I've done, now I'm like, feel like I'm handing out advice that I need like a disclaimer, a white lab coat to do. But everyone go out there and do your research on liquid nitrogen and then see if you feel safe using it. But I'm at that point, so it would save me a lot of money just to get a Dewar's flask and free liquid nitrogen. You pay for the container you keep it in, and because they don't even, in most cases, they don't even charge you for the liquid nitrogen itself because 79% of the atmosphere and so easy to obtain. But yeah, you just need a big old stainless steel bucket.
I just gotta say a random question for Alex, the Perry Mason moment. Do you have a phone case on your phone?
Phone case? No.
Okay.
No, I got a piece of phone. It could be I'm going dead, actually. That might well be what it is. I think that might have been happening last time I was on the Future Cannabis Project this morning and was going dead, and they were saying the same thing. They couldn't hear me. And I don't see my charge here, but I know it's down below 15% and plugged in, and I tend to lose the charge as I'm talking. So
sorry to distract the topic there, redpill. Somebody at Denver had mentioned that in chat. I'm like, shoot, that's a good guess, possibly. But okay, not the case. We're trying, Alex. We like what you say.
Thanks. Sorry. I'm listening to this hashtag because I just like it going cold. Is all I've been saying. I actually work in the winter with more of a passive system and use plain ice and just like working below 20 degrees outside, and I'm able to get a good chatter.
A lot of that's where I made these discoveries here in Wisconsin, and I figured the winter is the safer time to do it, so you don't have boiling and butane and gaseous vapor form. And sometimes it gets really cold in Wisconsin. Sometimes it's below zero with -15 wind chill. And then butane actually acts like it's isopropyl alcohol, and it takes like a whole night or a whole day for it to all evaporate away.
It's super cold. Yeah. I get a
That's
problem
fall.
with where if it's right around or above freezing and when I open the canister up and there's still a little bit of tane in the mixture, if it's how is that happening? If it's a little warm still from me pushing it out on the passive buckets of warm water, it starts to bubble a little bit, right? And then if it's cold air out, it freezes the shat and it forms a layer, and it like starts honeycombing and biscuiting up right as I open it, and I haven't really figured out how to get around that one yet. Kind of sucks. So I've got to kind of do a bulk this collection and can't really get a diamond out of it when it does that. But yeah, I don't do a whole bunch of that anyhow. I don't have any place. I have a couple of cancer patients that I give it to. I don't use a lot of it. I don't sell it. It's definitely something. My first closed loop extraction was in '92. I've been doing it for a minute. Different, nothing huge, nothing commercial, but interesting chemistry all around for sure. I love seeing what kids are doing today though. With where'd Cheddar Bob go with his press? You get some good oil out of that thing, Cheddar Bob?
Yeah, I mean, after pressing certain cultivars and getting really high percentages from just flour, like when you get what's considered a decent return, it feels like even less. So I got like almost 2.5 grams out of 14, which is not terrific, but I'll take it. But like with the Royal Chem I was pressing, I was getting, like just over 9 grams per ounce. So it's kind of like, whoa, it's staggering the difference between.
Yeah, no, they all different. They all press out differently, I guess. And
I
haven't squeezed flour really yet. I've tried it with an old vulcanizing press that I was given by an old schooler from a co-op in California. That's what they used to press things with back in the day for the first early co-ops for cancer patients, and I now have that as a relic of, having in the hair straightener stuff, but it's like this is like a lot of work, and I got a lot more to do than to try and figure this out. I see people doing it; it's awesome. I want to get a real press.
That slab right there, I forgot I had this. Is a slab of that fresh frozen bubble hash that I did. So I'll probably press that tomorrow.
Nice.
See what comes out of it.
But man, that cream to cream though, that really fine dry sift I get before anything else, it's like, why bother? That stuff, it recrystallizes just almost like some of that really good butane can do when it's a high THC butane extract, and you get the butane out and the whole thing just goes to little microcrystals, right? I've had some of this dry sift super cold melt where it's 60 degrees, it flattens out from a temple ball of 5 grams to a little mint wafer looking thing, and it's all recrystallized at that point, like by 3-4 days later, and it's full melt on a nail. It's freaking awesome. But again, that's very small returns of that super high grade like that in dry trimming over a silk screen, right? Or really gently dry sifting it in some bags or over a screen on a cold day.
Do you run it through bags or just a screen?
I have actually traditionally since late 80s used a speedball art silk screen to produce some incredible dry sift. And I now have 2 of those. I do have some bags, and I'll use them to bulk dry sift, and then I can make ISO. I use ISO to make my FICO, right? A lot of people don't like ISO, but like he was saying about making the hash, talking about the nitrogen. If you don't understand it, stay away from it. If you're comfortable with it, you understand the chemistry, right? If I had a proper laboratory and I was producing raw FICO for people, I would probably be using laboratory acetone. Actually, everyone's like,
there's
what did you say?
There's a company out of Brewer, I think it's Brewer, Maine. Maybe it might be Orono. They're about an hour and 15 minutes away from where I am, and they produce culinary solvents, and that's the name of their company, Culinary Solvents. And so they can get away with shipping this high grade culinary solvent to every state, because it's used for culinary purposes, not for food and beverages purposes. So it's a really good little loophole that they found, and it works phenomenal for FICO and those, you know, oils and stuff. It's killer, something to look into.
I'm a lucky Wisconsin night, and I can go and buy the Everclear 190 proof.
And that's, if you can get that, that's what the most people can use.
Yeah.
It's got a slightly different polarity. It pulls things a little bit different, but it's, when it comes down to it, anyone can do that in their kitchen without hurting anybody.
Right.
What's Chad doing down there?
I'm singing the dab song.
Nice.
We missed a 20.
I've been thinking about it today too. The talking shit with Eagle, smoking weed like it was federally legal. That's the version.
Yeah, that's a good line.
Dang.
Yeah.
With a bang. It's all about your First Amendment rights.
Yeah.
Keeping it tight, keeping it real. Yeah. Nice.
All right, everyone. I'm heading out.
I'm gonna have to check out too. I'm going numb, holding the phone to the cord here.
All right, Alex. It was nice to see you again.
Good to
see both of you. Redpill, Johnny, Eagle, Chad, Bass, Oil and Flowers. I don't think we've met, but it's nice to meet you.
Who else is in here? Not to me. Samsung's out there, and Paul.
That's me.
Johnny Fantasy. Everybody, and everyone in chat. Happy 420.
Yep.
Nice.
Appreciate y'all.
420.
See you, Alex. Have a good night.
Thank you for popping on, brother.
See you later, Alex. Have a good night, man. You too, Chetter Bob.
Always.
Do your hair next time before you get on screen. Jesus.
Can't see you. Crickets.
Now it's dab time for me again.
Man, I honestly don't know how I would fare if I was doing dabs all day. I don't do dabs regularly, so I'd probably be face down by this point.
Your tolerance would fix that. Everyone, you know, they would think that, and then you go into like days in a row doing that, and unfortunately, you probably won't enjoy flower as much.
That's one thing, but for me, like the high is totally, well, not totally, but it's definitely different. Like smoking flower to me is different than what I get from smoking dabs. And dabs is great. It's a strong high, but I just kind of almost enjoy just the longevity or the staying power of my flower.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's endocannabinoid system is different. So again, this is going to vary for every person out there, but that's just, I don't know. That's just how I approach it.
I think there's little hacks and other ways of in concentrate form to make that high stretch longer too. And a lot of it is the actual cultivar. A lot of way is the key in defining what cultivar, turning it into what concentrate is the best. If it's like one that is really easy to turn into dry sift hash because the trichomes just kind of crumble right off of it, then the dry, it's telling you the dry sift is probably going to be the best for that. Could extract it with a solvent, but to me, that's just like a, like a clue or something, just a aspect or a trait that you can notice, and that's what gets your attention. And then a little bit of that is then getting really nerdy into the surface you dab on, how clean you keep that surface, how hot you get that surface, what the rig is and all that bibbidi bop, and then getting clever and then going back and forth like what I got, like the distillate, and then what I would like to have the green dot live resin, and going back and forth on that and doing maybe more hotter and higher excess distillate dabs, because you don't have to worry about burning or wrecking the terpenes in there. And then maybe a more smoother recycler for the terpene dabs, and then just doing that back to back, and then that'll get you pretty on a whole nother level, that'll make a whole high
level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
that's on a whole other level for me. I have one dab rig. It's the only one that I've ever had. It was like the $45 model or whatever at the store. Is when I started working in the rec store. We got we got samples all the time from companies, and I kept getting these dab samples, and I'm like, I have nothing to smoke them out of. So I did. I bought one. It's just your generic dab rig. So I don't have the variety like you do.
Mm-hmm.
But I have 3 different skateboards depending upon what terrain I'm skating. So I guess we're even there.
You get it. Yeah, you get it. I said it's involved. It's just a hill to climb. It's whatever. It's like my whole thing was convincing a few of like my aunt that kind of likes dabs, but her whole thing was like same thing, like, oh, I got to buy a torch, and then I got to buy the rig, and then I got to buy the dabber, and I got to buy little silicone containers to keep it in. And then I was like, right, but then when you do that, that's just what you use, and then you're not necessarily cleaning the bong every whatever. And then it's the same thing with how you said it with the skateboards. It's just like proper maintenance, same like what you got to do for your vehicle that you drive. Things break down, you got to fix it. If you don't, then your car becomes a piece of shit. So the same thing is for when you smoke flower, you figure out your favorite way to smoke flower. If you don't like smoking joints, then you figure out you like taking bong rips. So then you go and buy a bong, and then that makes you happy. So like you said, with the endocannabinoid system, we're all going to figure out what's best for us. It's not like whatever the definition of insanity, where they say you just keep doing something or you do the same thing and expect different results over and over again. Just keep getting the same result. Can't figure it out. So it's kind of like that,
Right on. My computer is on overheat at the moment. Everything has become just lines. So I'm gonna shut down for maybe about 30 minutes. Hopefully you guys are still going. I would love to come back. I'd love to stay here, but I need a pit stop for the computer's sake at the moment. But yeah,
no
Eagle. Yeah, Eagle, much love, man. I really hope you're on. If you're not, congratulations. It's been a hell of a day, man. And that also extends to everybody else from chat and previous guests that have come on here, because it's definitely community. I know Eagle's going to be the first to say that one, but Eagle, again, man, congratulations, brother. Happy 420, guys. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
Cheers, Chad.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you popping on, man.
Yeah.
Much respect.
Yeah. Speaking of rigs, I just bought a new rig.
What'd you get?
A mini. Let me share. Let me share on the meeting. I'll show you.
Cass, did you
It's,
put butane in your rig earlier? Sorry. Thought you were grabbing it, Buddha.
Pardon?
Thought you were grabbing your rig.
Oh, I need to be able to share the screen. I have a
Oh,
photo of it.
my
I didn't
bad.
get it yet. I just bought it today online. It's from an artist
go.
named Full Zerk, and they're Canadian. And this just shows you the scale. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, it's a little guy.
Wow, it is small. That's just a
He
little
actually-
thing.
He actually has a smaller one. I don't think he had it for sale. Hold on, I'll show you the smaller one. The smaller one, you have to even have like a custom nail.
Mhm.
Check that. That only he makes. I think it's 5 mil. Yeah, 5 mil joint.
Wow.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
look at that thing.
It's tiny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got the one up from that, but I actually have a rig like that, like the regular size from him that I really love.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that answers another question that gets brought up in why I don't have an e-nail. And it's always because the rigs I tend to use are so damn small, they're not sturdy on an e-nail. You know,
You gotta get a
they're
drop down.
little tiny micro rigs. Yeah,
Get a drop down that's as big as the rig just to hold the e-nail.
I
just to
know
hold the nail.
exactly.
That's
That was
what
the whole
it
thing.
ends up being.
People were like, out, like, you know, every other day, I'm like, I gotta go clean my rig, and they're like, you should just get a drop down. Be like, the drop down will make the rig tilt over, you know. So
I actually had to get one made that away because it would make the whole rig fall over.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough it was the artist who made the rig, made the drop down too. So
I was going to ask, this is a few years ago, so I don't know if the artist is still up to the same thing, but have you ever seen a Canadian glass artist that was making something called beakaroo? A little kangaroo in the shape of a beaker?
no,
Yeah.
no.
I forget the name.
That's
I'm
a
going to have
cool
to
name.
go look it up.
One
Yeah,
of my
I've
buddies, he's the mocking penguin, and he does everything with a penguin. Oh shit! Look at that.
I like that when glass blowers cut the corner and they got like one thing on the, you know, the market that they do. Like, I do the Simpson fucking rigs. No one else does the Simpson rig.
I got him to do me like a handmade ball rig, like without you know, it wasn't really symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
But I told him I want the color blue, and then I want you to do a white just a white penguin with a darker color chest or whatever, you know. And he's like, why? I'm like, because when you look at it, it's gonna look blue. He's like, oh yeah. And then like, so he ended up doing like a different shade penguin than he normally does.
Mm-hmm.
So it had a different color hue when you look through it with the glass. And the penguin is the perk. Cool.
Yeah, I wish I had a couple of examples out here. My buddy, Slow or SLO_glass. He was one of the original apprentices at Salt, and
Nice.
he has really, you know, he has the blessings to do that same style of art, right? And he would do a lot of custom, well, not a lot, two or three custom rigs that I had. The picture I have on my Instagram is a pendant that belongs to the matching beaker to it. It's a normal like banger hanger mini beaker, but it's like Salt or almost like Voorhees style, where it's just like a goofy, scary looking head on top with like bulging out eyeballs and a jaw, like with the bottom jaw missing and the tongue just hanging straight out. That's back in Colorado.
See that?
Yep.
With Salt, Dabber.
Yeah. Nice.
I got it in at Ziggy's. I think it was Ziggy's in the Bay. Or wait, it's like a famous glass shop in Oakland. But yeah, I looked at this for a year, and then we went back to the shop, and they still had it, and I was like, I'm fucking buying this.
Sweet.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
I thought one year we were in town, and when we came back, I was like, oh shit, it's still there. Let's buy it.
Yeah, I have a buddy that owns a dispensary that's like that too. Like you wouldn't even know he has a glass shop because if you didn't go to the dispensary, you wouldn't see it because he doesn't. It's not like a head shop that he advertises, but it just is an accumulation of every time he went to Age or Champs, right? And he would go out there, and I don't know, however much he would have to drop on glass, he'd come back with, 3 or 4 rigs and maybe like half dozen pendants and dabbers and other such things. And he had a pretty dope ass collection, and a few of them that I really wanted. He had the original D-Nail Dab Tendo, the Super Nintendo that they turned into a E-Nail.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. He had one of those still, and he had I always forget the Japanese artist. He had a few different pieces from Japanese artists. None of them. I don't think any of them were slapped. Yeah, one of them was made from one of those, and another one had a marble made by someone else.
The Team Japan guys, probably one of the Team Japan.
It was whoever the one is that's not $75,000 piece.
Then no, not that's who the Team Japan guys are. They're like fucking $10,000 for a marble set. Like,
right.
That's just ridiculous. I mean,
I wanted to, unless someone bought it, I want, because like I said, not a lot of people even knew about it, and people that went in there maybe seen the price and were like, turned off. But he had a couple of those Japanese rigs and that Dab Tendo, and because of the Japanese theme, I wanted to get that. I just never had what other things came into consideration, other priorities that the cash was needed for. I couldn't just drop like whatever it would be. I think he wanted like $950 for the Dab Tendo, and one of the rigs I think was like $3,500. One of the other ones was like $1,750. So.
Well, shit, the rig I just bought, if you guys bought it, would be like less than $300.
Mm-hmm.
Canadian
yeah,
dollars.
this one that I'm dabbing on, I got because I liked a whole lot, and the guy gave it to me as the whole set with the nail and the rig. I think this was $130. So.
Oh man, so my entry is in for the Masters of Rosin, and so it's one of the 42 entries. If you don't know Masters of Rosin, this year's the 4th edition. It's an extraction competition that happens in Spain, in Barcelona, usually during Spanibus. But obviously they didn't have Spanibus this year, so they still did the competition. And usually they do hash, and then they do rosin, but they only did rosin this year. So it's being judged, and they're doing the awards on the 24th. So we'll see if I placed. I mean, I don't really care if I placed. It's more I got to be in the competition. That's cool. And last year we got all kind of stuff. Like you get a shirt, you get a hoodie, you get sticker pack, you get like a certificate of participation. And so I have a homeboy that's from Canada that lives there, and he was able to go and pick up our contestant pack yesterday. So he was showing me all the stuff, man. They got a fucking banger made, and it has the Masters of Rosin logo etched on it. I was like, oh shit. Like, probably the coolest thing out of everything. So yeah, that you were saying the whole set just made me think of that. This fucking Masters of Rosin banger. Very exciting.
And the nicest rig that I was saving up for, other things happened that was more important, was my buddies out there in Colorado Springs. My friend here that I've known practically almost all my life, his cousin ended up being the inventor of Silver Surfer vaporizers. If anyone's familiar with that, that's SB. And then he's tied into a whole bunch of other stuff, but he has a glass gallery, Elevate Glass Gallery, ELEV8. And they
Where
have
is
a
that
Phil Siegel.
in Colorado?
Yep, Colorado Springs. Yep.
I've heard of it, yeah, for sure.
He has a Phil Siegel rig up there, and it's one of, unless he's made more in the present, it was 1 out of 3 that he's made with a gray beard. And I wanted that too. And the cool thing is I got a friend and family 30% discount for life. And that drops the price down, and it would make it for me to get for like $4,500. So.
Well, you only live once.
Yeah.
Wake up, Eagle. I see you. I fucking see you nodding out. I just saw that. I watched you. Your eyes crossed. You fucking, your head went back. Time to fucking do a shot of espresso. Fucking.
Little shot of.
You know what you need to do? Get up, go run around the house.
Is it time for the shout outs, Eagle? Is this the cue for the shout outs?
Y'all can keep going. Y'all keep going. I'm hanging in. Barely.
I'm just fucking with you. So I had a meeting, another meeting today with a licensed producer up here in Canada that pretty much are looking to contract us to go and make hash at their facility coming up at the end of the season for their outdoor. So we'll probably be running like around 60,000 kilos of fresh frozen, if it all works out, or a portion of that 60,000 kilos this probably this September or October. And they're gonna the guy's like, just give me your wish list of what you want the lab to have, and we'll get it. And then, you know, he told me how the lab is set up now, and so it was like an open invitation to just get some crazy.
You know, I'm gonna do this. This is another you only live once thing. I'm gonna try to replicate, even if the machinery isn't the same. I just want the vibe enough to be like, this is close enough. But I'm gonna make my hash and extraction lab almost a close to 1-for-1 replica of the Breaking Bad meth lab that they had in the basement of the washing machine place.
Under the place, yeah.
Yeah.
The guy was telling me, it's like you walk into fresh, clean lab every day. I'm like, oh, I like the sound of that. He's like, you usually have other people to clean it up. I don't have to sit there and wash my fucking machine religiously, like with a toothbrush and ISO every time.
That's a funny scene in that show where he gets all the Honduran immigrants to do that are working there, and then the boss is so pissed off at him, he sends like a bus to take him back home to keep him quiet. Yes, he's like, what's the bus for? And he's like, where's that bus gonna go? And he's like, Honduras. And he's like, what's that for? He's like, because they're going home. He's like, no, this is my fault, my bad. He's like, blame me. And he's like, he does blame you. That big.
So here's a cool banger from my artist friend from the Pacific Northwest, Byron Kieran. And it's a new style of banger that he does. He calls it a WAP, a W-A-P. So it's a longer tube, but it also has a hole there. And what you do is you put a marble, or because I'm fucking ghetto and I don't have a marble, I put like I have a token, like a milli token. I'll put on top to stop the airflow. And you can put a marble in there, so you can cover it at first and actually feed the dab through the hole, which I find kind of fun and cool. Or you can like feed the dab in and then cover it and hit it. But yeah, pretty cool. New style banger I've been messing with. I really like it. I'm not fond of the name, but I like
still
the
have
function.
to try out a terp slurper.
It's knowing how you like to get high, you'll enjoy it because it'll bring you back to like the first few times you ever did dabs. Like it fucked you up.
Yeah.
Like,
I had a brief experience with that because I was stuck on distillate literally from Christmas Eve till just like can't remember now, a month ago or something like that. But when I got, and this is just, mids shatter, and smoking this or dabbing this took me there, where I was just doing it all night, seeing how far I can go. And I almost got to the point where it was a little mushroomy. I almost had like auditory hallucinations, and I was laying in my bed, closed my eyes, and straight in a kaleidoscope world. So
like that.
Yeah.
Like that right there. Fucking, it's called, I forget the name of it. Something vision. Communal vision. The fucking Alex Gray shit. No, man, like I could never get to that. I would hit too many dabs, and then my lungs would just like start squeezing, and I would start just spitting up fucking all kind of gross shit, and I wouldn't be able to dab any. I physically wouldn't be able to dab anymore. We'd be we're just like trying to do more dabs, like I can't even hit it. All right, I'd be like, all right, we're done. Like even
I do
if you
think
wanted to do
about
more.
my longevity with doing that. Like, am I abusing my body right now? I want to be able to do this when I'm 60. I don't want to over, indulge and then blow it.
I'll say this: smoking solvent is a lot more harder on my lungs and my body than fucking solvent is. As much as people say, oh, but the wax is insolvent. It's like, look, I used to dab shatter hardcore all the time. Like I came up from when shatter was shit to like when shatter was, if it don't shatter, it don't matter, to like where we are now with solventless hash. And even the distillate and CBD and THCA phase in between that. And all that stuff is so hard on my lungs that I rarely smoke solvent. And when I do, it's like I can tell, like, oh yeah, now I know why. Now I remember why I try to like smoke more flower and hash rather than like diamonds or sauce, because it just would make my lungs fucking tighten up and just like, stop feeding me all this.
Yeah, I get that
for me anyway.
I get that dab recovery moment, but I
love that though. That's a good dab. I'm talking about when you've done like 7 dabs in a row and you're like, I need like 3 more, but I can't do it. My lungs won't go.
Like, it's like Chad said, it's just maybe the way we're all wired, because what makes me feel like that is having to smoke weed out of like a dry pipe or some, like a improvised, we have nothing to smoke out of. We got to smoke, out of a fucking
I know that
tin
feeling. I know that feeling. That to me is just like burning fucking lungs.
Yeah.
I mean, more like
I have a problem.
Constricting.
I have
lungs.
a problem with smoking out of a regular pipe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I went and I bought a nice Sherlock pipe, and I'm like, oh yeah, nice pipe. Let's smoke some weed out of this. And then it was such a letdown doing it. I was like, I just like smoking joints better. I'm like, this is good in a pinch, but like, I just bought this because it looks cool. No, but all that to say is, like, after smoking years of BHO and PHO and diamonds and shatter and CBDA and THCA and like mixtures where we do like, all right, throw a bunch of fucking CBD isolate on we'll make tacos. We do like a flat thing of shatter, and then we stick in some butter, and then you'd sprinkle CBD fucking isolate on top, and it would look like a little fucking taco with some cheese on top. And then we just do big dabs of those. Like I would say, if you want longevity, don't do that.
Yeah, no taco
Smoke
dabs.
hash. Smoke hash. Don't smoke
Well, I'm on going on about year 7. I just past year 7, pretty much consistently, mostly dabbing, where in 2009 is pretty much when I figured it out or found out what it was. But from 2009 to 2013, I was doing both, like 50-50. It was dabbing and smoking. Now, when I moved to Colorado, it was just what I found better access to. I wasn't satisfied with the flower I could find. And then, like I said, I ran into that green dot. It was like, you know, miracle, or, you know, like fucking drop down from heaven. And then I was super satisfied with that. So at that point, that's when I less and less smoked flower, because it's picky for it. Like, I can't find flower I'm satisfied or happy with. But then there's not just, you know, above quality different varieties of concentrates, you know, solvent based concentrates. But then there's really good ones out there too.
Yeah, yo, I smoke CRC.
Yep.
I smoke some of the best fucking CRC you will ever see. Fire in, fire out, single source. They actually take all the fucking in-house just for solvent, and they make what they call platinum, which is chromatography remediation.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's fire, man. It looks like literally if you pour it out clear, like slush from a slush machine. That's what it looks like when you look at it. It looks like lemonade slush, just white fucking sauce. Fucking great. My boy's like all about purity, and like he's super like what's the word I'm looking for? Well, like he posts all his tests of everything, you know. So like you see, he's most of his shit is like 95+% pure.
His SOPs are as transparent as the actual concentrate.
Transparent, exactly. Yeah. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, he shows his, what is it called? COA, certificate of analysis. He would post those with a photo of like a dab on a dabber, like so you could see it. Fucking yeah, it's fire. I'm actually waiting for some right now. Should be here this week. Some of his FSC and some of his platinum. I usually get it because he runs some of the most exotic flavors that aren't worth buying in flower, but that that make really great concentrate, and they're super unique or like exotic terps, like super silver haze, or super lemon haze, or like Breeder Steve sweet skunk, or just like stuff that you don't normally see. And when you do buy this guy, you grab it because it's gonna just be flavor town.
That's where that conversation that I like with Alex, where he explained the snakes and sparklers. If you've seen the movie Joe Dirt, and he has to explain to that guy in the middle of the desert with the fireworks stand that no one is at, and he's telling him, it's like, well, you can't just sell snakes and sparklers. Sometimes you got to sell what the customer wants. And for a lot of people, like, well, me, I'm that snakes and sparklers guy, because up until that guy came up to me, there was nothing wrong with what I liked. And that's what he's like. He's like, what's the problem? Why do you only have snakes and sparklers? And he's like, because I like snakes and sparklers.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think of that too. Like all my strains that everything that I want to get back in my garden or my future garden, that I want seeds or clones that I want to chase and go after again, isn't really something that I have no experience with and I've only heard about. It's all the stuff that I've had and either lost or appreciated that worked for me. Yeah. And a lot of that is, the stuff that you get and you only got one time because you didn't have access to grow it. It's just a weed that you really liked one time. And maybe it's also in medical dispensaries too that I've had this happen. And you would think because it's medical, they would get you access to it. You'd explain to them that this is the stuff that really worked and you can't get rid of it because it's what helps me. But that actually didn't end up happening. So I'm trying to get the seeds and the clones to, I basically I have to go through a big pheno hunt all over again, because 3-4 years of growing, I figured out, I cracked a whole bunch of seeds and maybe it was like 25% of the ones that I cracked I really liked. But then over that 3 or 4 year period, if you keep all those seeds or clones that you like, then eventually you fill up your space or the available space that you have with those, say 8 to 10 different genetics that you figured out that you liked over those however many years, and that's when I want to start breeding. So
I got a room full of fucking shit that I'm trying to just flower. Shit. I got like so I got these Todd McCormicks that you saw there that everyone liked the structure of, and they finally started putting off on turf, and it's straight lemon haze. I'm curious to see how that's going to turn out now. I don't know if it'll wash. Might not wash. Might have to do the Jesus tech to make it wash. I think Eagle went to go take a nap.
You think so? He did disappear a minute ago.
I'm watching. I see all of you. I'm watching all of you. I'm like a hawk.
Uh-oh.
I'm like a hawk with an elephant's brain.
Gonna fly in and take that chihuahua. Take it back to the nest for the birds.
I got keen eye and a long memory. Are those autopots? Is that what those reservoirs on the top are about? I've been hearing a lot about them lately. Hearing a lot of good things. No?
You talking to Paul?
Yeah, I'm talking to Paul. Sorry. Are those autopots?
You're on mute, Paul. Yeah, there you go.
A fabric pot.
Oh yeah, even better. I'm a fabric pot man myself. Who here's got anybody here doing fabric pot beds?
No, but I've seen them. Pretty cool. I think Chetter Bob might have set one of his friends up with something of that nature. And it has
allegedly
like
a friend of.
Oh yeah, it has like a plastic tubing that goes around, and the bag is suspended up on it, you know. But it was a really big. It was like a 4x4 size.
Well, I saw they have 3x3 too, or 3x5. But allegedly, a friend of a friend of a friend was asking for a friend about growing for a little guerrilla style in a small area. Do like almost like a hoop house and do like two 3x3s or maybe a 3x5 outdoor.
Yeah.
And just do all autos. Like this friend of a friend of a friend's friend who was asking for a friend, he just got a bunch of autos from some friends. And so yeah, he may want to run those outside this year. So yeah, I've been looking at it because it's something I want to get into doing more organic stuff, but I'm still waiting for people to give me some recipes and then find something that's around me that'll make sense. Not being like, oh, I gotta order this fucking organic, but whatever. I'm not even gonna say some shit, but you know, like, no, what can I use here that I have locally? I mean, I live in an agricultural area to begin with, so I mean.
How big are the air pots that you're using right now?
Pardon?
How big are the air pots or fabric pots that you're using right now?
Oh, fabric pots, I use 3 gallons.
3 gallons?
I was doing 2 gallons, but I wasn't doing the right kind of feeding regimen to really make that work. Like, I feel like you got to do that feed stacking, where you're like feeding like a minute, and then at the end you flush it out. So it's like you build it up, then you flush it. It's like this, and it's a way to do it in a small root area with a neutral, whatever the fuck you call it, you know, cocoa. But I just went up to a 3 gal, and 3 gals seems to be
this one right here. That's a 7 gallon.
Yeah, too big. Like I need. Yeah, no.
And I've ran 3 flowers in the same pot.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
So I kind of re-amend down at the base. I cut a hole down in it, leave all the roots in the outside, and just replant right into it right after I take one down.
That's fresh. I like that. You're in soil or you're in cocoa?
In soil.
Oh yeah. See, with cocoa, you know, it's like I learned soil technique growing up, and then when I started growing with cocoa, it was like I had to learn that everything I learned was not wrong, but you can do so many other things in cocoa where you can grow a huge fucking plant in a tiny little space, but it's like it's because it's hydro, but you just got to know how to feed it and do it right, like anything, you know. Not to say
I don't
I can do
understand
it
that
great.
part.
I don't know, man. I didn't understand it enough. I understand it in veg to get great results. All my plants I grow in a 4-inch pot or like in the solo cup, and they'll get 3-4 feet tall, and like I'll keep moms in there for, you know, until I decide it's gonna go in a 1-gal. But like other than that, I keep, and sure I have to feed them 3 times a day, but like if I have it in my reservoir, I just have a timer on 3 times a day or whatever, and it saves so much space. And they're healthy as fuck. Like the plants in there that you saw, the veg plants, those are the majority are in fucking little 4-inch pots in cocoa. And I stopped using perlite. Fuck perlite, everybody. Fuck perlite.
Yeah.
Fuck perlite. I use rice hulls now from a brewery. So don't tell me it's got arsenic in it, because you wouldn't brew beer with arsenic. But so yeah, I'm finding it's working really great. Rice hulls in place of perlite. And
now, how long does that last?
I mean, normally I would run the same cocoa at least 2-3 times anyway. Right now the last run I did, I had to change my soil out because it had perlite. So this is the first run totally cocoa and rice hulls. It was a whole thing to get them, man. It cost more. My buddy ended up getting them, and I just like
it was a whole thing to get them.
It costs more to ship it than to buy the goddamn product. So
right.
The thing ended up
crazy,
costing
right?
like it ended up costing like $90 for a $25 product or something ridiculous like that. And I was like, bro, we could drive there. It's a 2-hour drive. I go, it'll cost us $40. We'll still save $20. Maybe not time, but like, you know, it's an adventure. You go buy fucking 10 bags.
Yeah.
But the shit is great. I've been doing it 4 to 1.
What do you do with the when you use up your cocoa? What do you do with it?
We have a local
put it into a garden, or?
Yeah, we have a local, what do you call it? Compost pickup weekly. We just throw it in a fucking bag and give it to them. Like with all my plant matter, I've been giving it to my brother's chickens. And stems, I just put it in like same shit, put it in with that stuff. Or even recycling, like it's fucking, you know. Well, not recycling, but you know what I mean.
I've been using this same soil for over a year now.
That's great, man. That's the great thing about soil. But like like I said, with cocoa, now that I tried to switch it to out of the perlite, I kind of have to get rid of all of that. But there's been times I've used the same cocoa in the same fucking bags over and over. Yeah, I mean, just put it back into the container. What I would do is put rhizotonic in it, and then more so now that I found different products, put inoculates in it. You know, let it dry back, and then not amend it, but like re-inoculate it with some sort of like a recharge with some rhizotonic and maybe what's called microbial mass. I did my mix last time for this run right now, and I put all of my fabric pots in a pile, and they started growing mycelium. It was great. Like, and it was just rice hulls with the cocoa, and I used that the recharge, this stuff called microbial mass, and some rhizotonic. I was like, oh shit, I'm getting fur. Awesome. Like, that's a good thing, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Most people might be like, oh my God, what the fuck? My soil is ruined.
Well, exactly. Now, I mean, if I had seen it when I first started, I'd have freaked out. Yeah. But now I realize that that's actually a healthy medium, you know, where everything's good, you know?
With all the stuff I put in it, how could there not be some sort of reaction going on? Is like in my mind, I was like, well, that makes sense. I put so much life. I just put so much life in there. There's gonna be something's gonna happen.
Well, that's like over at Smiley Gardens, man. He had a frog inside of his garden. That's badass. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I
I
mean,
found a
frogs,
friggin' a
they
ladybug
live in,
recently.
yeah, frogs normally, they're going to be in a very healthy environment.
Awesome.
You
And
know, that's
he
just,
has a greenhouse, or like it got in his house somehow.
well, it's, from what he's saying, it's in a barn
Oh,
where
okay,
it's
yeah,
at.
that's
So
awesome.
it's out, you know, around other, and there's fields around it too. So from my understanding, I guess that whole area is in good shape. So just the fact that the frog wanted to hang out in his garden, that means a lot, you know, that his garden's
Yeah,
setting right, you know.
it's hot and humid like the jungle,
Hmm.
like the swamp. That's dope. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. And you know, you're
definitely.
talking about the chicken shit with the worms. Like that's another thing is I'm gonna have a little area back there. I might even like maybe get like a composter and start making some putting some
That's my
worms in
next
there and shit.
that's my next thing. I'm gonna start composting and I'm setting up a worm bin. I just got done setting up what is it, about a 30-40 gallon container for uh it's kind of like the sip style. Got a tube on the side, you know, and it's soiled, but it's got a barrier down below where it's got rock
Blue
and
mat,
huh?
like
Blue
the
mat?
blue
Is it
mat.
I get, I don't know. It's just something that I'd seen somebody build, and I thought it looked like something that would work, you know. So I
So
like trying different shit, man. If I see something that looks cool, I'm on board, man. I'm
yeah,
gonna check it out, see how it works
yeah,
for me, because I I find it exciting just learning different techniques. You know, before I even started growing, I studied for 8 months, just learning
hmm
what I had to do just to get that to grow. I mean, because man, before this, I'd never grown one thing that had ever lived. You know, so it was kind of like a scary thing, you know, stepping into growing because I had no idea what the heck I was doing. So I literally had to learn everything, and I still don't know. I have so much more to
Nobody knows
learn. I mean,
everything, bro. There's no such
no,
thing as a
I mean,
master grower. The only master is nature, and anyone
oh,
tells you
I'm a
different is a
rookie.
fucking yeah, man.
I'm
I
a
don't know
rookie
shit.
grower.
I say I don't know shit, man. You know,
Yeah. But
I
I
don't
know
know
one
nothing.
thing. I love it.
Yeah, for sure,
Just
man.
just hanging out in my garden, being in here. I got a desk inside my grow. I sit in here and I watch the show and I watch other programs. You know, it's just it's so peaceful being in my garden. So
Oh yeah. The
it's
first thing
my
I do in the
therapy
morning,
just
I
the
get up,
same as oh,
go in the garden, my veg, go feed all the plants right away. First thing, you know, check everything, make sure it's good, make sure I don't go in the flower room, make sure the door's closed, and yeah, no, for sure. First and last thing I usually check. Well, not last because the lights usually go out before I go to bed, but I'm usually in there till they go out.
yeah, I got to design me some kind of a little lung room kind of setup, or not a room but a box. So more like a junction box because I got a big vent fan that I have outside that I want to incorporate, but I need to because it gets super hot here,
Mm-hmm.
and so that it works better for my plants. Because the way I got it going right now, it's not working that well. I have to figure something different out for this next coming summer month. months.
Yeah, I took fucking like late July and almost all of August off, and I fucking I took too much time off and didn't get ready for my next run, and then ended up just like taking even longer off because I had to wait for all the clones and everything I cut. You know what I mean? Like I should have took a week off and then cut clones and then just took in time off. Like there was nothing flowering, you know, like I was just chilling because it's so hot.
Yeah.
But then by the time it was good to go, I was like, oh wait, I haven't cut clones yet. Shit. There's 3 weeks. You know?
So do you do perpetual or do you just do runs?
No, I try to do perpetual in the sense of, well, I don't know, wait, I guess runs?
Yeah.
Perpetual that it's always going. It'll come down for a couple days because I've got to clean it or I've got to like, you know what I mean? Like reset it. On a good day, that's like 48 hours, 36 hours. On a bad day, it's 3-4 days. And then there's another one in there. But everything always has to like pre-flower veg for 10 days at least, you know?
Yeah, I've got them at all different stages throughout my garden here.
Yeah.
And
I have an
and
automatic
then-
feeding system, so I can't do that.
Yeah, mine's. I mean, I got so many different dates on the flowers that are in my garden, so they gradually come out 4 or 5 a month sometimes.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do that for sure, but see, in my mind, I'm always set up for like remote growing because I'm still
you're
as much as
distant.
I've been home for a year, I've been growing
Exactly.
on remotely for so long. It's how my brain goes. But
Now I don't know how you. I mean, that's amazing that you got your nephew able to come in and take care of stuff like that for you. That's a blessing
just like
right there.
I got the pulse. So if there's anything funny that will look funny, I just like, yo, go over there, go check this up. What's going on? And be like, oh yeah, fuck whatever, or like
Yeah.
So humidifier was low. I had to put water in it, or You're like, all right, when you get there, this is gonna be done. You got to refill the res. Here's the recipe. You know what I mean? Like, put it in this order. Do it like this.
Nice.
So he was fine with that. He's a mechanic. His father was a mechanic. But if I would come home and be like, yo, I got fucking thrift, and he'd be like, what's that? I'm like, well, you don't notice the little yellow bugs all over the plant? And he'd be like, oh yeah. And I'm like, bro, you're not a gardener. Like, you can make the mix and you can fill the fucking thing and you can super crop and shit, but like you don't know how to not micromanage, but you know what I mean? You don't know how to check the fucking micro shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was a give and take, but I got a lot of good runs for sure.
I'm on a mission right now to get rid of these gnats that I got. I just got.
I'll tell you right now, bro. Pirate bug. Straight up, telling you right now, the pirate bug, the Orpheus fucking Bacillus, Macillus, Capillus, Razilis, It's the pirate bug, bro. It eats fucking everything. It's great.
Get praying mantises.
No, I don't get those. Well, I get those. Those are cool too, but.
Well, I'd love to have praying mantises in my garden, but not in my house.
What you do is they usually recommend a 2 to 3 bug sort of treatment, right? And it'll fucking eat everything. But the pirate bug is like, you'll even see it. It'll fly around and shit, but like it eats everything. So you want to get like one of those, and you want to get maybe like N. cucumbus, which are like soil mite bugs that'll like eat, because
the larvae.
The fucking the fungus gnat larvae, exactly. Thank you. And then the other one will eat the pirate bug will eat any of the ones flying around and hanging out on your stems and shit. They'll just eat everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they'll just hang out in the garden, huh?
Oh yeah, they sell them in sachets, so you just hang them and then they come out of the sachets. Other ones, they'll mix it with barley, and you'll just like sort of tap them on all your plants. You got to do it like So pirate bug is more for veg because it flies around. You don't want it getting stuck to your plants. You know what I mean with the trichomes. But you can put the soil mites in there. But you know, obviously, if you're flowering, those plants are finished anyway. But you're reusing the soil, so you do. You know, it would be depend where you are in your cycle.
In the
You know what I mean?
cycle. Yeah.
I have a guy here. He services all of Canada, but he's literally the spot is 20 minutes away from where I live. And this guy is he's a G. His name is Claude, and the company's called Anatis, like ANITIS Bioprotection. And he's the man, bro. Anytime I have issues, because a lot of times I'll bring in clones and I'll get thrips. Usually they have thrips. And I just call them up and be like, yo, I got thrips. They'll be like, yeah, here, how many plants? Where's the stage? Yeah. And then within 2 weeks, you know, they're kicked down, if not gone. And then you do another treatment after 2 weeks. And I usually I'll do a proactive treatment right before flower, especially if it's spring or fall. Like they're either trying to get in from like the cold or they're coming out from the warm. And I've had great success.
Proactive kind of a thing? What do you how do you do that?
I usually tell them.
Good question.
I usually tell them like, if you have a good bug person at one of these places, you know, you explain to them, like for me, it's very subjective, right? For me, I'm like, look, I run LED, so my heat's like 79 to 85. So there's certain bugs that like work better in those temperatures, whereas other bugs work better in lower temperatures in the 70s. So depending on what kind of environment you run, it may differ as far as certain bugs. So you really got to talk to like, or like look it up a bit, but.
So you're actually talking the predator bug might not work in at that kind of condition, is what you're saying.
I'm pretty sure it'll work. It works in my conditions. Like he knows I run LED and I run cocoa, so he knows it's like hot and the type of medium I use.
Oh no, what I'm saying is you actually got to get a bug that's willing to work in the conditions that you have, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So like a lot of times people like I was at a great conference at the Regenerative Cannabis Conference at Lyft in Vancouver about 3 years ago, and they had the bug lady there, and wow, what a fucking wealth of knowledge. But she was like, you know, a lot of times you'll go to these places and they'll just be like, yeah, here, just use this, and they're just trying to sell you a product because there's certain bugs that like are general bugs that may be good for certain things, but like she was literally like, if you go and you tell them you have this and they tell you to get this, don't even, just leave. Don't talk to those people anymore. You know what I mean? Like, so you gotta know a bit, like do some research, but just having good people who have a reputation for doing good work is really what it is. And then they'll be able to be like, plug in those little information tidbits, and then they'll tell you what's gonna work. Especially for soil. Like my boy, he runs like mixed cocoa with like other biomaterials, and he was having fungus gnat problems, and he got some bugs. Forgot which ones he got. Stratius ovarius? No. Stratius something maybe. I don't remember, sorry. They're like super long names all the time, and he got rid of them. But what was interesting is he has a compost bin. He started putting all his extra stuff in there, and they started building colonies in his compost bin. So now he's got like his own little like fucking soil mites. His own little, his own little. That's cool. So he's like, whenever I have issues, I can grab a little of the compost and I topsoil it over, like top amend it over my plants, and they'll be in there.
That's good.
Like that's what I said. I'm like, fucking
hang
awesome.
on, just a second there, Oil and Flower. Hey, Eagle, are you here?
Are you alive? You're taking a nap, though.
Yeah, because Chad Westport's in the background waiting to get in. I can't see Chad. Is Lexi in there?
I can't see Chad either.
Lexi,
Yeah, I was gonna let him in, but I fell asleep. No, he went to fucking Arby's He went to the Waffle House for a little in and out, quick fucking
Yeah.
burger and fries. He ain't go make a double espresso with fucking a lime.
He's downing a bottle of habanero sauce right now.
Is that what he's doing?
That's what he said he did last year. He's like,
That's what he
I
did.
was drinking hot sauce. Shit.
Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible. I couldn't even believe he was doing that.
Just to what? Keep himself awake? There's better ways to do that.
Yeah.
You smack yourself in the dink. Couple times, that'll wake you the fuck up.
Yeah, it will.
Ring that bell.
You could do that too. Definitely. You just you swing the mallet, you just don't ring the bell. If you ring the bell, it's over. It's done. I see you shaking your head there, Johnny. I like that one.
Yeah. 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 So, what kind of strains you got in your garden right now?
I have mids 1 through 7. I have super junk 00107. I have I Can't Grow Weed AK-49. No, I have the papaya from Nirvana. But the cut is from not Purple City. Yeah, Purple City Genetics, is it? They do tissue culture clones. So I have the papaya going. I have the push pop, Sea Junkies push pop to wedding cake. I have one GMO that was 8 inches tall and now is like 5 feet tall. Stretched like 600%. Oh yeah, we had this conversation this morning.
Yeah.
And then
that just brought me right back to that GMO.
I told you. I told you what to fucking do.
I know.
I told you, you're gonna get to week 9 and you're gonna be like, "What's wrong with this thing? It's not finishing." It's like it only stacks like at week 10. Only starts to chunk up at week 10. You're like, "What is wrong with this plant, man?"
Wow.
What the fuck? Well, no, not
It'll
really,
be
but
exciting.
yeah, pretty much. 65 days
exciting.
before you see stuff. You're saying that now, but do you ever run a 13-week plant? That's the first 13.
GMO is worth it.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
I
you
ran
can
my.
still run it at 65 and get and it'll dump hash. Well, if it's for hash.
I ran my Cindy 99 blueberry. I ran that sucker for 13 weeks.
Wow, that's a lot of CBD and pepper.
Oh yeah, it was
Pepper. That's why that fucking South American in it or whatever. Yeah. I don't like those terps anymore. Yeah. I don't like that Oaxacan haze. I want to smoke a real like European haze. I've never tried an Amsterdam haze. Like I've smoked Amsterdam style hazes where like what they think is haze compared to what American haze is nowadays. Or I guess what American haze thinks haze is, because haze really, but not really, because haze comes from America that got sent to Amsterdam and then came back here. Sort of like tobacco. So we had tobacco here and then you guys took it, brought it back there, then brought it back here now.
Right. Changed it all up and then brought it back. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we
That's
can't
not the
grow it
same
over
thing.
there. Let's bring it back here again.
Yeah.
There's millions of kinds of tobacco. Like my brother has a tobacco that's 14,000 years, like at least 14,000 years old. Like
wow, that's old.
Fucking.
I've got a haze from a light leak. I've got a haze that I got from a light leak, an accident, and
it's probably the best haze ever.
So I decided
all the best weeds like that.
So yeah, so I decided to grow out a few of the beans just to see what the heck, and I got this one that came out and it's got really strange looking leaves on it, and it's just it's kind of like an ugly, sexy kind of a plant. You know what I mean?
Freak show.
Yeah. Well, it's not. I call it crazy hazy. I call it crazy hazy because it's just crazy looking. You
Oh,
know?
there's a strain called Freak Show.
Oh
And it
yeah, I
looks
know.
like-
I've seen that.
Yeah, right. Freak Show.
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Show it to me, Johnny. I want to see it.
My earpiece is going
Show me your canna feed.
here.
There, going robot-y. Do, do, do. Eagle, where are you? Are you taking the nap or two? It's almost time for a dab. But I gotta go in the other room for that.
Yep. I'm
Let's see
taking
it.
dabs like Eagles drinking hot sauce.
I'm just lazy. I gotta get up. I'm
see
eating
the
these. I'm
structure.
eating these fucking edibles. I'm getting ripped now. This cake pop I ate, fucking fire. Yeah, it looks
Nice.
cool, but like you didn't show it long enough, Johnny. Go back to it and show me the structure again.
Oh yeah. I was just showing you one of the leaves.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that too. It looks fucking. It kind of looks like a whoa. Oh yeah, it looks furry, eh?
Does it have a very soft velvet feel to it?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that too. Like, is the
She is-
leaf
I mean,
like
she smokes
furry
good.
velvet?
I've gotten that one time. It was a Hawaiian snow. And the whole
My,
plant, the
feels-
stems of the
it
plant
feels-
literally felt like a pipe cleaner. Like fuzzy, like a pipe cleaner.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's not soft and velvety. No, it's rough and
Oh, okay.
coarse.
That's
kind of
probably
feeling.
makes real good hash.
And I'll tell you what, when it gets done, it starts underneath the leaves. They start turning purple, and
Yeah, that's what
inside
you
the
were
buds,
saying. Yeah.
inside the buds, it's literally it goes purple on it. And there's another. These are cloned out, So there's another one right there, and she's just got a different structure to her. But look how gnarly,
Fuck, you froze up.
You
I
just
don't
get
see
that.
nothing.
That just. Oh, I'm too far inside my tent.
Yeah, it was froze on the plant. God damn it, Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, now you're getting robotic. Which one is it there on the left?
I'm getting rope. It's the one in the back on the right. Those two right there. Just gosh, if I go in there, it's gonna do it again.
Yeah.
That one right there.
Well, I saw the one
that's
you were
the
showing,
haze.
but the other one. Okay, yeah. The second one's there.
The one with the bunny on it.
Yeah.
That's the haze. And I got
And the
another one right
second-
here that's a haze. And the thing about it is the stem is so stiff and rigid. You can't
Can't train it.
yeah, you can't low stress this thing. It's just it's just a really rigid it's almost like it almost looks like beams, with ridges going along the outside of the
Beanpole.
yeah.
I've
And
had
they're
that
really-
too.
And they're
There's
really
a couple
strong.
weird different shapes of stems. There's ones that are like that have that weird like old school trash can like ridging to it.
That's what it's got. Kind of like that trash
Yeah, I know
can
what you
ridge.
mean, and it's usually
Yeah.
purple and green, huh?
Yeah.
And then some
Or you
some
mean
straight up have a
physical?
square stem. You ever seen the ones that have like a square
No.
stem?
No, but this is kind of like that in a way. It's kind of squarish. That's how they are. And the main base stem on the bottom, man, it's just an animal. And it'll get like maroon kind of streaks that'll run up the side of the little ridges, So it's got stripes on it on the ridge.
Yeah, the 83 purple Afghani to the cookie wreck that I'm running, that's how it is. It's like crazy weird purple striping in the stem, and then all the myristin stem is purple.
And on the leaf itself, It literally has a ridge. It looks like a piece of celery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
You know how the celery is. It's got that curve and down the center of it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks just like a stalk of celery that on the leaf itself, going up to where it branches out to the leaf.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
it's a
really
really
interesting.
strange structure to this plant. I wanted to, I was trying to get a cut over to Microgome so he could grow it because he's here in town, but I haven't been able to do that. But it clones really good. I mean, it has no issues. The bugs don't even like it, you know? So
What's the terps though? It's like real haze, like
it's really
lemon
strong.
haze, pepper haze. Yeah, I mean strong what?
Yeah, well, right over here. I'll let little thing out.
And that's the first time you're flowering it, right?
Oh, this is the second. This is the second one here
Nice.
that
So
I'll
you
be
smoked it
flowering.
already.
Oh yeah, I've smoked it already.
Nice.
And,
Okay, I thought this was your first run with it. That's dope. Okay. So is it like
no.
a
Yeah, so
lemony
this.
or is it like a fruity?
Oh, there's no lemon. There's no fruit in it. The one thing that I picked up, which was kind of weird, but it kind of had a pickle kind of flavor to it.
Oh, dude, I've had that there. Totally. That's
I
like
love the
dill.
pickle. Yep, dill pickles. I love it.
Dill.
Yeah, it like had the dill pickle kind of smell.
That's crazy.
I love
And
I had an OG that after it cured out, it started to get that dill taste to it. It was kind of nice. You smoke it all through different phases
so
of its cure, and you would
it's
have a
different.
different pickle.
And this
eh?
one right
pickle
here,
and like haze though, but it has like haze, like it has that like sharp, like
oh yeah, it's got a sharp hit to it. It does.
like not cheese, but like pepper and like
Yeah. To me, it's almost
spicy.
like a coriander or like cilantro type fucking.
Kind of like that in a way. It's kind of got an after note like that. Yeah. And this one I got right here is a puckerberry knockout, and it's from Tito's Cheese. I'm turning robot again.
It sounds like one of those old planes flying by.
Yeah, that one there is that's puckerberry knockout, and it's got a berry kind of a red delicious apple flavor to it. And it's really refreshing, the hits.
Nice.
You know, and what I notice out of it is when I take a hit from that one there, it takes me a good 20 seconds to 30 seconds before I can even talk after.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just takes your breath away, you know. It's just amazing. I like it.
So not good for asthma.
Well, I don't know.
Well, if it takes your breath away.
I guess in a way, I guess it wouldn't be good for asthma.
Jokes, bro. It's jokes.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be good for asthma.
But no,
Yeah,
it looks really cool. I like that. It's like very unique.
The other one I got in the back there's Gondog Mimosa, and I got that from Evolve 420. Right before he took off from the States going out to Denmark.
I ran a bunch of mimosa crosses before. Trying to find the perfect orange, never found it.
Yeah, this I ran a mimosa that he gave me as well, and it tasted like barbecued oranges when I got done.
Wow. Was it really short flowering? like short flower time?
It definitely finished off in 8 to 9 weeks is what I did.
Yeah, I've had people fucking finish it at 47 days.
Wow.
Yeah, the Jungle Boys have a pheno that.
I probably ran it a little longer than I should have. You know.
So I know the guys who bred it, like the symbiotic, the Mikey and the biologist, his partner, and they gave a bunch of seeds to the Jungle Boys, and the pheno that they found was 45 or 47 days flower. They probably just like clone it and flip it and then run it 40 fucking something days, like.
Wow.
Because mimosa, it's lanky and it grows golf balls, like these crazy chunks. Something with the purple punch in the genetic just makes it grow this like solid, chunky buds. Yeah. All right, I gotta do a dab. Time to move location. Takeover.
Pickles.
It's the takeover. Okay.
Wow, so are we taking this a whole another, is this going to be a 36-hour live stream? Rise and
I'm
shine.
about to do some dabs and then I'm gonna go play some mindless video games. That's what I'm gonna do. But for now, we're getting high. Getting fucking high with Eagle.
I think Eagle turned into an owl.
You think so? Taking naps with owls.
Yeah, what happened to Eagle? Where'd you go, bro?
He took the blue pill, bro. He woke up.
You woke up. I hope not. Yeah, heck, that situation with Chad when the police officer showed up at his house, that would have been kind of a freaky kind of a situation to go through. Would have been fun. Yeah, heck, I had to call him when I got stuff stolen from my house just last week, and I waited for him out on the street.
Right.
I did not want him coming up at my door. Need that. Yeah, I actually got a plant growing for the first time outside before it started warming up, when it was still just a little bit cold outside.
If it don't shatter, it don't matter.
Tell you what, man, she's a pretty one too. She smells way more smell coming out of that plant outside than I do from the plants inside.
Fuck, I missed my window.
Kind of worries me. It's got another 2 weeks to go yet, so it's gonna really.
Imagine people cure their weed in water, so it doesn't smell like weed, so they can smoke it in public.
Really?
Yeah, you don't know about that? Water tech, they like fill a jar with fucking water and cure their buds, and then take it out and then cure it again and then dry it.
I've never heard of that. Never heard of that.
And you're a better man for it.
I don't think that's right. I think you want to smell it, smoke it.
Hey, listen. If Bobby doesn't want to have terps, then Bobby doesn't have to have terps. Don't put Bobby's terps in the corner. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it either, but it's definitely something people do.
I guess in certain situations, I suppose that's what you would have to do.
Yeah, it's bad. Oh, God damn.
They wouldn't have tech for it if it wasn't needed. Dang. That was a combination of my my Gondog Mimosa and my Cocoa Berry Jones 1-to-1 CBD.
Very good, very good. Very good. All right, I'm gonna kick off, gentlemen. Y'all enjoy the rest of your night.
Right then. Muchas gracias.
Good night.
I think he's gone. Yeah, he's out. It's quick. So, Paul, you're busy back there, man. You've been working on that garden, doing that diligent stuff.
Yeah, I've been
that.
transplanting.
I've been watching you. Looked like you were doing a little bit of top dressing on one of them too, or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you worm cast it?
It's hard to find worm castings right now. Straight worm castings. I've gone to the most places that have it, and they don't have the big bags. But this soil's some leftover soil too. So it's got some worm castings in it. I have a worm bin too out back.
Yeah, I like the. How big is it?
Pretty big. It's like I have two of them. One's big and round. It's like 4 feet tall, made out of plastic, like holes in it. And the other one's like 3 feet tall, the square. And they're teeming with worms, and I just hunt those and throw them in the soil most of the time.
Nice.
Compost from, it's mostly coffee grounds and cannabis leaves and banana peels and like some bunch of leaves, a little bit of old soil, eggshells, all the worms' favorites.
Yeah, that's my next thing to do is to set up a worm bin. I got everything I need pretty much. I got to order some worms. Probably get those from Big Jim or Jim's Worms or something like that. But I definitely want to have my own worm bin going. And a compost. I got to get me I think I'm going to get me a 50-gallon compost container that rolls, so that I can constantly work it. But then that wouldn't make very much. Might be better just to do it on the ground. Compost. But I'm still deciding on that shit.
Yeah, I got even like a biochar thing going outside.
Really?
It's been burning for like 3 days, really slow. Mix on some old.
There's a technique to that, right? You got to keep it really covered, or
yeah, it's like a really slow and yeah, it's just like cooking it slow and low with turning the wet compost slowly into dry, decomposing. I think some of the worms and stuff are like right next to it. It's really weird. You think they'd run away, but they like the warmth. I'm surprised it's been going for like 3 days. I keep an eye on it all the time. All the
So
garden beds around it are all wet. It's
it
between like
doesn't smolder or anything, does it? Can't hear you.
yeah, it just barely smokes, just smoldering just really slowly.
Yeah, because I watched somebody do that, and they said that you got to do it a certain way, because if you don't, it'll just burn up just like a regular firewood. Disintegrate to nothing. Turns out like glass, though, right? Almost.
Yeah, the clay gets all crunchy and like I mean, it almost feels like crunchy burnt clay, the soil, some of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you dig down and it gets some like the different types of soil roasted up with all the old leaves and twigs and all the compost pile. It's like a big leaf pile throughout the fall and winter. And then I started up as soon as it could be dry enough to burn, and just started it up like 3 or 4 days ago.
Now, can you go take something like that through the winter and just kind of cover it with a tarp or something?
I just keep piling my leaves up. I don't even cover it really.
Guess it wouldn't need to. It needs to breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I got to learn is composting as well. There's not a lot to it, but there's technique involved in it. Because you want to keep it at what, like 160 degrees or something like that, right?
Or a vermicompost, where the worms are. It's like a worm castle, pretty much.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
think it gets that hot. It's just like a big worm castle.
Oh, okay.
Where it's slowly decomposing. Food scraps and leaves, twigs and stuff. Some soil once in a while gets layered in there.
Yeah, that's completely different than what I was thinking.
But then I have that, and then I have a different pile that I do my biochar in. And that's like 30 feet away from the worm bins.
So you got a full working garden or farm kind of like setup going, or what?
It's a small backyard craft farm. Suburban.
Chickens too?
Just a little personal, like backyard conquering farm type food garden.
Right, I got you. It's your own paradise.
Yeah, turn the backyard into freaking as much crops I could grow.
Can you grow outside there?
Yeah, pretty good. It's starting to get nice out. Really, it's the nicest spring we've ever had.
Up here in Vegas, it's desert, so I'll probably be able to do like a plant it in the early spring part, like now, and then at the end when it's real close to winter time, and probably take it right into winter to outside, because it doesn't get that cold up here, or up in the desert. I think it drops down to the 30s once in a while. Gets kind of chilly, but it doesn't get really, really cold like in other spots. We don't have that moisture effect. We get like, if we're lucky to get an inch of rain throughout the year. It's very arid. Yeah. During the summertime, man, that's why I was talking earlier about I got to figure out a way to get the air conditioning to work better at cooling my room. Because last year I was really struggling with the heat.
Get one of these. It might make it too cold though, and you'll just have to use it less. A cool bot. This is like how you turn like a room into a refrigerator. Was it hook it up to an air conditioner? It's a cool bot. It hooks up to an air conditioner and it makes it work twice as hard. It's the same amount of watts and everything.
To a window air conditioning unit?
Yeah. It might turn into a fridge though. You might just have to use it here and there.
Dang, I'd love that. So what do those run?
It's like $350 or something.
Really?
Yeah, $350.
Cool.
People use them to turn a refrigerator, like they'll build a room and then insulate it, put a window air conditioner, hook it up to that, and then turn it into like a meat locker. So they could like butcher meat inside or have meat, walk-in refrigerator in their house.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I could cool my whole house with this. That's exciting. I wonder if it would freeze up on the outside though.
I don't know. I think it tricks the air conditioner to work twice as hard.
I am going to check into that. I like that idea because I mean, as it sits right now, I got a swamp cooler on the side of the house that I use, and during certain times of the year, it works perfect to cool the house down. But when it gets to the humid type time of the year, it doesn't work anymore because you got that humid air outside as well as we call it the monsoon season, you know. And we don't get a lot of rain, but we get the humidity. And the swamp cooler is using water and air to cool the air down and blow it through the house. Well, if you got humid, hot air all around you, it won't even cool the water, you know? So it works against us. So I have to switch to air conditioning at a certain time of the year to even get the house to come close to being cool. And being how it's a trailer, it's like a hot box, you know. I got to do more about the insulation on this thing. Get out of where I'm at. Yeah, I can't hear anything. Is everybody still there?
Yes.
I'm here, Johnny.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I couldn't hear a dang thing. It sounded really quiet. It's like I lost everybody. Well, you think Eagle passed out?
I wonder if that's just an extended thing, little nap time, and come back. And if what's the worst that happened? Stream went a little bit longer. Everyone got to hang out just a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well, I don't know when the next 11-hour session would be, or 12-hour session would be up, because it would.
Probably getting hungry or something.
I think it would be like 4 a.m. his time, around that, either 3 or 4 a.m. So I think
3 or 4 a.m. on his time, so that'd be about midnight here. Still another hour. Good. Because I don't want it to get taken down. Defeat the purpose. Last year we lost everything.
The whole everything?
Yeah,
Did you just?
never.
Oh, because you didn't
Yeah,
even shut it down once.
not once. No, he went 20. He went 26 hours basically.
Forever to upload.
Yeah, and he said that he broke so many rules. It, it was too long. There was a couple other rules that were broken as well, as far as their policy rules go. So waited for a few months to be uploaded, and it never did show up. Yeah. So that's lost to the Ethernet.
I think we're good for a couple more hours though, at least.
So. Shoot, man. Earlier, man, I kept losing my internet every time I just lost it. I actually had to go outside, stand outside for a little while, and then next thing you know, my phone went dead.
Is that earlier today or last year?
Yeah, earlier today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I couldn't get back on the internet for a while. There was probably a 3 or 4 hour period there where I had no internet, which was kind of strange. I blame it on the solar winds. Been having a lot of crazy stuff going on up on Sun. Looking for that Carrington event to show up. You guys know about that?
What's that?
Hmm?
What's the Carrington event?
Yeah, Carrington event happened back in the 1800s, I believe it is, and it was a really strong solar blast, a flare that hit the Earth, and it literally it fried the wires, the power lines. They caught on fire.
There's a what do they call it? Electromagnetic pulse from the sun.
That's what it was. Yeah, it was like an EMP, basically, from the sun.
The whole thing that they say is because the electrical grid at that time was like minuscule to what it is now. So if something like that happened, the whole world would have a blackout because we're so dependent. The only thing that would be there is the underground cables. And then even whatever, your computer and all that, if it's not kept in something called a Faraday cage. Yeah. I think it's funny, Carrington event and the Faraday cage, funny little names.
I know, right?
The outside of a Faraday cage is completely resistant to electrical conductivity. So it's like rubber, or, plastic or something that doesn't conduct electricity. And then the inside is lined with something that doesn't pass through. It's impervious to what's on the outside. So you can put electronic devices in this box. So the EMP goes by, and then the electromagnetic wave just kind of like bounces off the box, and all the radios or batteries or medical equipment, anything, our cell phones or anything like that would be stored safe inside.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. I think they've been, I've heard people talking about they sell EMP type devices that will connect to your car and stuff like that so that it will not affect it. They're military type things. I think they cost around $300 for one of those or something like that. Heard about that the other day.
Wow, I wonder where to get that. If people could get those, or
I'll look into it. I remember seeing something. I can post that up if anybody's interested. It's always good to be prepared about some things. So, Paul, did you see my sand tech? My cloning?
Did you clone in the sand?
Yeah. Yeah, I picked something up from a regular garden show, and they were talking about tried and true and tested cloning tech. And I said, well, shoot, I gotta see this. And they showed they were taking cuts off of little trees and little shrubs and stuff like that. And they were sticking it, just shoving it down into the sand. And after a little while, it would have a really good root base. And I tried it. I'm on my third one right now. The first ones I did, I had 100%. The second one I'm doing right now is a monster clone where I actually took a forming bud off of one out of flower and stuck it in there, and in 6 to 7 days I got full rooting on all of them. And it's in sand that you get at a Home Depot. $5 for a 50-pound bag. I'm trying to tell everybody because I think it's a great, simple, really simple way to get clones. I think we lost Paul.
And what did you say all you did was for rooting them in? Not the sand itself, but what did you dip them in, or powder, or not just straight
No,
up in the
I
sand?
used my aloe vera
Okay.
plant. I cut off a portion of it,
Mhm.
take a little bit of the meat out, put it down into the cup with the RO water, whip it up with a fork, you know.
Yep.
And then after I do that, I just take my cuts and I throw my cuts in there for 3-4 days, and then I shove them into the sand and I pour that water. And not all of it either, because if I poured all of it in there, it'd be soupy, you know.
Yeah.
So I just pour a little bit in the 4 corners and a couple other little spots, and it, once it looks like it's good, I just let them go at that point. Keep inside the dome. Put a little moisture inside the pan down below, inside that's the the dome pan.
Yep.
Put moisture in there so that when the temperature gets to a certain point, it dews up or on the outside, you know.
And how long do you leave the dome on, or do you have vents on it that you crack open and mess around with that at all?
Yeah, I got one side closed, the other side's just got a little sliver of an opening. And then when I'm getting ready to harden them off, I crack them both open and leave them inside there for another day or two. And then I'll start taking the dome off a little bit, you know. And then once I transplant them, a lot of the times I take like a 2-liter soda bottle, cut that baby in half, and I take the part with the lid, you know, the cap part. I take the cap off and I stick that on top of that for a couple of days, so that it's just got that hole breathing into it, and it's still got the partial dome.
Nice.
And then I pull it off.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then I pull it off after that. That's real. You know, I've been thinking about all these little containers and different things you get from the bakery or anything like that. You see all those containers they have been. I'm thinking, man, I could use some of that crap for little domes, you know?
Yeah, you just made me think. But as soon as you said bakery and containers, I used to get these. They were muffins. Muffins were okay. They're just muffins. You know, muffin is a muffin. But what I was all excited about is these apple or blackberry strudels. Those were amazing. But when you said that, that made me think of the trays that they came in, the packaging. And for whatever reason, it wasn't no flimsy tray or flimsy top. to it. It was like pretty durable. Like I said, not only could you even use it for something like that, but you could probably use it a few times. It's not like disposable.
Are you talking about the big coffee cake round ones?
No, they're square, but they're rectangle. Okay. They're like black and they're like textured on the bottom, and then the top is clear, like totally transparent. And then they just seal it. It clips on all four corners, and they'd seal it with a little like receipt, gluey label stamp.
A label sticker, yeah.
Yeah.
I when I was at the store the other day, I was gonna buy something that had croissants in it, right? But I really liked the container it was in. I didn't even care about the croissants. I was just looking at the container.
Yeah.
Because it had a really tall, clear dome on the top of it. It looked like a cloning dome.
Yeah.
To me, a little smaller than that, but it would have been perfect.
You saying it is making me think, why didn't I see that all along? It's like literally what it is.
Yeah,
except it doesn't have no vents on the top. So what?
And how easy would that be to fix? I mean, you just drill a hole in it and put a piece of tape over it,
Yeah.
I mean, that's easy. I'm all about simple, easy, making stuff that doesn't normally work for this and use it for that, because everything's got a transferable kind of purpose. You can use different things for other types of work, and I believe that if people think outside the box a little bit like that, sometimes they will come across some fantastic ideas. That's like the Sandtech, I was looking for something different that I wanted to, because I was having issues with my cloning. Hey, Smiley, what's up, brother?
Smiley.
What's up, man?
How'd you get in here?
I'm sneaky motherfucker.
Hey, is Chad in the background? Maybe you could let him in. He was trying to get in earlier. I couldn't get Eagle to come back up.
I'm not the host, so.
Well, you got in. So
I don't even see where it shows Chad waiting though. Usually it'll pop up with like a little button to push that says admin or admit or whatever. So.
Yeah, I don't see anything like that on mine.
You guys weren't even watching chat. We were like giving away seeds and shit in chat. You guys were just all talking.
How do you do a seed giveaway from chat?
I just did. Justin Station won it.
There's two separate worlds going on right now. There's like a whole other thing in the chat, and the chat's like into it, and then we're over here just like on
yeah,
the
you
couch.
guys are talking, and chat's talking about totally different shit.
Oh man,
that happens often, though. Don't worry, that happens often. I do got a few other ones to give
it does.
We might as well.
So is this a reverse thing? Is this a contest between me and Johnny?
What do you mean?
Well, we did, like I said, we didn't know about that giveaway a minute ago. So is this one for us? And this?
Yeah, so we could jump in our chat here on Zoom and do a.
Do you guys want some seeds?
You can give it to one of us. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'll send you some if you want some for sure.
For sure.
So what are you going to give away?
I got a couple of them. I got one called Orange Julius that I think I actually got two. I got two different sets of the Orange Julius, and that's Sunset Sherbet. Wait a minute, I'm reading that wrong. Is it wrong? Yeah, Sunset Sherbet by Vanilla Shake, but I was reading it off the wrong tag. Then I got another one called Chocolate Shake.
That would be an Orange Julius. That smells really good. I mean, it sounds really good. Smells really good.
It'll probably end up smelling really good.
What is an Orange Julius? Is that a drink? Yeah. Is that a mixed drink? Or is that
a...
Okay.
No,
alcohol.
It's okay. On the West Coast, we have a place called the Orange Julius, and it's inside the malls, and they sell all kind of. There was the orange and then the vanilla milkshake, right? So that would give you that creamsicle kind of flavor. So
Okay.
Orange Julius is perfect. I mean, that's just the name of a restaurant that does a special kind of an orange drink. It's a vanilla orange drink, basically, and they whip it, so it's foamy kind of when they do it. So they whip it good. Da-da-da-da-da. Yep, they do that.
All right.
They do
So
the
you guys want
lots.
to jump out, and then, well, I'd have to figure out how to be host, or you wouldn't be able to get back in. Let's see
Oh
if my-
no,
Or,
don't worry
or
about
you
it.
could just not let us in on the number, right? Don't put it in the chat. Just think of it yourself. Don't tell us.
Oh, and you guys can't type in chat. What are you gonna type in the?
I can type in chat. I gotta just right. I can home screen out of this and pull up YouTube and pop it up.
Yeah.
It'll be easier if you just give me the seats, I guess, like you said.
Yeah, that'll work too.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, so how many we got in chat?
Yeah.
How many we got in chat?
We got 72 right now, which is crazy still. So what is that? 288?
Yep.
So you guys,
So we'll take it.
you guys don't want to pick a number? Are you gonna pick a number or what?
I'll pick a
No,
number.
I'm good.
I'll write it down.
I never.
I didn't cheat either. I wrote it
Yeah, I
down
never.
on paper before I hit start, so it was legit.
Oh, okay.
It's
No,
totally
no.
legit.
I'll pass on this one. It's cool.
Johnny didn't sell you on the orange juice.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
No, he did. I
So we
thought
got-
you meant if I wanted to pick a number for the giveaway.
Oh, yeah, just pick one.
Well,
That'd be cool.
that sounds really good.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm serious. I'll send you guys some of the beans. I got some in the works too, so throw them out to you.
Right on. I'll take it.
I know Johnny grows everything, so
Samsung. I do. I am not ashamed to say that I'll just put it right into the dirt and grow for it. You know?
all you can do, man. Plan it.
What's that?
I'm not gonna be able to plan all
Yeah.
these. I gotta get them out there. Okay. What kind of dog you got, Johnny?
I got a Puggle. Come on up here, buddy. That's my boy right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, yeah.
He's a pug and a beagle mix.
No shit.
He's one of those. Yeah, one of those designer dogs. As a matter of fact, I found out the other day that Miranda Family Farms, he has a pug and the heck is that? A Jack Russell mix. And
Oh,
these
yeah.
dogs look so much alike. It's ridiculous.
That's cool. I got a Chihuahua Jack Russell mix here. So.
Oh man, that is a wiry dog.
Oh yeah,
I
dude,
mean,
he's got attitude for days. He's we should have called him Scrappy Doo because that's what he reminds me of. Is that little Scrappy Doo?
oh, full on, yeah. The little
Buck is gonna
let
be
me
the number.
use Scooby
Smile
Doo's little
Buck is
guy.
gonna be the number.
Is it working for you? Oh, there it is. Cool. All right, we got a number. We got, what did I say? It was 0 to 288. So
yep.
I got to set a timer. Hold on. I remember to play all the roles, even the one Eagle always does the timer. All
You're
right.
gonna set it for what? A minute and a half or a minute?
I did 2, but I can do a minute and a half. That'd be fine. It seems like the
Yeah.
guests get out there by then anyway. So
Yeah.
we'll
Minute and a half planning.
All right, minute and a half. Type in start. Bam, bam.
All right, everybody. Here we go.
hopefully they watch it because there is quite the delay in chat to what we're saying. So like they'll see start pop up before I said it. So
Okay. Yeah.
I see a couple pretty close too, man. They're all up on you. No, that was cool, man. I know it was awkward as hell earlier. It was like I didn't know if he had a plan where he wanted to do a giveaway every hour or whatever, because he said he had like 12 different ones he wanted, or 24 or whatever. So I was
He was going to do it on the half hour every time.
And I was figuring
But
he'd stop at midnight. So
conversations.
But yeah, man, there's fucking star-studded lineup there, so it was cool.
Sweet.
I couldn't even list all the people that were on. I don't know, not off the top of my head. There's been so many.
Yeah, and that's when during that time is when I lost my internet.
You did?
Yeah. I was standing outside because when Miranda Family Farms came on, I was going to pick the number. I went to touch my phone and the internet just disappeared. And after that, it took me probably about 15 minutes before I could get back on. Once I got back on, I was on there for a couple of seconds and then it did it again. And then I had to go outside because it wasn't working inside my house. So it was working okay for a minute, and then my phone died. Because when you're on Zoom, it takes up a lot of power, on your phone. So ran out of power.
You guys watching numbers? You don't even watch the chat, so I'm on this all my own.
You are on your own, dude, because I can't even see chat.
Well, chat can help me out. Number was 66, and the closest I see is What About Bob for the 68. So if
anyone dispute that?
Different, yeah. If anybody sees something different, speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah. So
there
What
you
About
go.
Bob looks like to me. And that was,
Right on. What About Bob? Congrats.
Julius.
That'll be a super one to grow. Orange cream, man.
Yeah, the vanilla shake is is basically a wedding cake in cross. So that's like
Is that something you created?
No, these are from 808 Genetic. Chocolate
Okay.
Shake is Gorilla Glue 4 by Vanilla Shake. So it's like a Gorilla Glue by wedding cake, basically.
Does it taste like chocolate shake?
I don't know, Johnny. I really haven't grown them out, so I don't know what it's.
Okay.
It's as much a surprise for me as it is for anybody that's going to win them.
Dude, I've got a hankering for ever since I had chocolate lumbo back when I was a kid. Man, I've always wanted to find some kind of a chocolate strain again, which was, and of course, I had the original Thai stick too, and they say that kind of had a chocolate flavor to it.
Can you?
But I don't remember that.
Do you type in a number or not?
What's that?
Can you type in a number?
To our chat, yeah.
We almost got the 20. We're gonna have to like hum the fucking dab song and shit.
We'll sing the Tawa Tawa song.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll make him show up.
Make Tao show up?
Yeah.
I heard him say earlier, he had like 3.
All we got to do.
He's sleeping like a baby.
He did say he was going to chow down on a couple cookies and pass out.
Yeah. He had like 3 cookies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't know how them guys do that shit. I'd pass the fuck out if I had that. Like that RSO from Modern, he was going like a champ still. Then he ate more, didn't he? He ate more of the RSO, and that did him in.
Yeah, and then I don't remember. Wasn't like this time. Obviously, it wasn't. It was like 6 hours ago. He was on here and ate a little bit more too.
All right. So did you want me to put a number in our chat here for you?
Yeah, if you want.
All right. Get that?
Let me look. Sorry. Yes, we got it. And I almost
right.
read it. I almost read it aloud. It's like it's like the guy
You
holding
almost-
a drink with the watch, and you ask him what time it is, and he pours a drink in his lap.
That's so funny.
All right, let's do this dab minutes to 20.
All right.
Red Pill said he was going to hum it for us, so.
I think he did. Yeah, I remember that.
All right. Well, just because it's a fucking holiday.
You know that. Trying to kid you.
All right, that's
go. That's good. We got it. I feel like a Keebler elf. Working in a Keebler field.
Up in
Cheers,
the Keebler
everybody.
trees, smoking
Happy
on a Keebler.
420.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. My bad.
That was a good hit.
That was a good hit. That's just Tahoe cure from Smokey. I didn't catch if he made it on or not.
Tahoe Cure? Is that the strain name? There he is.
Oh, shit.
Smokey didn't make it.
All
Smokey
right.
didn't make it.
Take a shower, Eagle.
No, I passed out in the chair.
Good for you, man.
I told myself I was only going down for fucking 10 minutes. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Never works.
Didn't work. Didn't work.
Yeah, it never works that way, man. I know I've tried that shit before. Only 20 minutes. Just need me a power nap. 3 hours later, damn. You're in another world too when you wake up. You can't see straight. You can't think straight. It's like, whoa, what day is it? It's like dreamland.
Well, Eagle, you came in right in the middle of a giveaway. We got a number picked, and do you want to run the timer and hit start, or?
Sure.
It's like, sure.
Wait a minute. We were just talking of. I'm all confused here and shit. Look, he's not ready for that. He just got in here.
I know, I'm fucking wrong.
I know you are.
Clicking buttons. No, I got it, man. I'm gonna hit start. This is for that chocolate shake chat, and I'm gonna hit start, and then what did we say the number was? 0 to 280 or something.
288 was the last number.
Anyhow, there it is. Running it.
Good luck, everybody. That's a crazy number. You'll never pick it. You'll never figure this one out.
It's not as obvious when I hit start and stop though, because Eagles like is lit up in yellow, so it's all like bright. Everybody picks it up. Good show, man. That was a fucking awesome 420, Eagle. So thank you. That was kick ass.
Yes.
I made it. I think it was probably about 12:30 when I fell out. I was kind of sitting here listening. I was like, at one point, I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to close my eyes for a second. Got it.
Just for a second.
Never works. Never works. I thought because I was still listening and I had the earbud in, I thought I'd hear somebody go, hey, hey.
I did a couple of times. We were trying to get Chad in here.
I actually woke up with Lexi trying to push the mouse.
She was trying to make me host so I could let some of the other people that wanted in. Yeah, they were all lined up.
That's the timer.
There it is.
Here.
So
Cheers.
You put end in there? Did you put stop?
I did, yeah. I'm just looking through right now to see. I thought I saw one pretty close.
195 is the number.
Yeah, BX Gunner had 199 is the one I see.
Okay. If there's any disputes. BX Gunner.
Oh yeah, man.
Congratulations, BX Gunner.
If you're on Instagram, shoot me a DM. We'll get them out, man. Fuck yeah. Fire in the hole.
Fire now. Oh.
There they are. Look at them all popping in. So what's up, Eagle? You doing all right, man? You make her to the 420 again, or what?
Oh no. I could, but I'm still fighting that. Like, just woke up, like, angers.
That woke up feeling? Yeah.
Still processing.
Everyone.
What's up, Captain Dank? You got your name on your phone, so I don't know if you want to change.
Yeah, unless you guys want to change that, I don't know.
Don't fucking matter, right? So,
At this point, it really don't.
How's it going, Captain?
It's going great. I thought I'd join you guys for another ending up of a session. It was a wonderful time and great people coming on. It was wonderful. And actually, to tell you the truth, Eagle, yeah, Adam Dunn's a little bit more national, but he didn't have that many more viewers and watching him than you did. You were right up there, brother.
Thanks. Never even considered it.
Yeah, I looked over and I looked at it and it said, 157. I go to Eagles show and Eagles at, 107. And it's like, yeah, national show to Eagles show. I guess so Eagles not getting national. Congratulations on the show, though. It was an awesome time. Great people popping in. Great information. Everybody all stoned.
Exactly, having a good time. Chad, you made it in.
I made it back, but I've been waiting
for
an hour and a half, so the computer's hot again already.
Oh, jeez.
But I'm gonna ride it till the wheels fall off and gets all liney again.
I want to see what that is on your perspective. I want to see if it's like a thing that's like, is that a weed enhancement? Like, oh, dude, the lines, look at the lines. Like one of those.
It's cool. It's cool for a bit. It's Matrix. It's actually, I looked it up because I updated like operating systems, and all of a sudden, if I stream for too long, now I start to get these lines. It's like a known Mac issue. Long story short, but yeah, just it'll start out, just digitizing the lines across the top of the screen, and then soon it just goes all the way down, so you're nothing like those 80s glasses with the like.
Yep.
basically that's what my screen looks like.
Vented glasses or whatever the hell they called them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that. But good to be back in here. I don't know how Ninja or Smiley Ninja that, but that was cool. Glad Eagle's back, and good to see you, Captain 420. We haven't been on together yet, so cheers, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's
having
just
me
been
some
an
cheese and
amazing
crackers.
day all the way around, I think. This is a lot different 420 than I'm used to, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a pretty inactive 420 for me. I didn't really go anywhere. You know, there's not much to do. It sucks. I even went to one of the shops yesterday because I had to pick up this poison fruit. It's Agent Orange time Sunset Sherbet. So I'm like, okay, that's got to be a winner. But I went to the store. I'm like, so what? You guys got sales? And they're like, no, not till 420. It was yesterday, dude. I'm like, come on, get with it. Sell me some discounted weed. I don't like buying weed at the store, but I do it sometimes.
I don't know how people can afford to go to dispensaries and recs and buy their medibles and things like that. I for someone like me, when we start thinking, okay, maybe 250, 300, we start hitting it, and you're looking at a 100 milligram bar that's $20, $30 by the time you add tax.
Yep. And that's
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing for a lot of the medical patients too, is you need the good, you need a good quality weed. Like, yeah, you can get cheap stuff, but it's not going to serve the right purpose.
And that's the big thing that I'm having a problem with here in Thailand is, they think it's just cannabis. Well, all the cannabis is the same. It comes from Laos. It comes from here. It's all brick. And, you sit down, you tell them, well, for $20 US, you can get 1 gram of this, or you can buy the 10, 12 grams of that, but you're still going to get high just as long, if not more times, off this 1 gram than you are off those 10 joints you're going to roll, because they last you for 20, 30 minutes because they're 6-7% THC. But hopefully we can get that all changed here and actually have somewhat of a culture soon.
Well, you said that basically they're kind of allowing CBD right now. Are they going to open like a framework to sell CBD flower in like a storefront?
Okay, flower is illegal. It all has to be concentrate.
Which is weird.
Well, no, when you look at it, and if you allow the people to grow cannabis in a third world country like this, or developing country, everybody's going to grow it. But if the government, which is the military controlled government, comes out and says it's illegal, people do not do it. So it just ensures that it goes through 2 to 3 hands before it gets to the people, so 3 people can make their money. And that's basically what it is, because why wouldn't you just say, okay, your poor people, grow the plant, use the plant? Because in Thai culture, and this is a problem too, that you don't get to see finished flowers, is because in Thai culture, they use the leaves for cooking. So as soon as the plant really starts to form any type of flower leaf formation, it's all of a sudden a valuable crop to them as far as selling it or putting it into their foods.
That would be an interesting market. I would wonder if you could even grow like a THC variety that just never gets to term to express that percentage of THC within it. Of course, then again, I don't know if you're pulling it that early, if you'd really get any kind of terp profile. If you could get a terp profile without the THC, because they're probably both developing at the same time in the trichome, that'd be a guess.
Well, there's also another problem over here too. Even the times that I can grow outdoors, it's still 85, 90 degrees during the daytime a lot. So a lot of those terpenes get burned off.
Okay.
It's not until you start to really break up the flower that you can smell the terpenes in it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a unique environmental condition related to that location. Yeah, I do not have to deal with that, man. We think 60 degrees is warm here. We put on t-shirts in 60-degree weather.
Yeah, well, 60 last night, I thought it was cold. It's 69 out here because I am out in the mountains a little bit. So yeah, it hit like 69 degrees and that was cold. Well, it's cold because it was almost 100 during the day.
Wow. Yeah, I couldn't do that. And I hate
Yeah,
to.
I have to say, people around here in Vegas, they're wearing parkas when it's 60 degrees outside.
Oh yeah, I crack up every year. I would go to Anaheim for this NAMM, North American Music Conference.
It's just, yeah, it blows me away.
It's in January every year, and we're usually in a t-shirt because it's 60. And I shit you not, one night it started to just like mist, not even a rain, not even a spritz. It fucking misted, and these people are putting trash bags on themselves like it's raining.
Monsoon weather.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
You know, I thought about that too, and I'm in Bangkok and it's like 95, 100 degrees out and people are wearing jackets. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden I get here and yeah, you're wearing a jacket, but you're actually cooler because the sun isn't right on you.
That's how you used to be able to spot a drug dealer, man. Who's the guy wearing a parka on an 80-degree day standing on the corner?
No, man, I'm from South Africa. It's fucking hot. This is cold.
That's good stuff.
I do miss not being back there with you guys and seeing all these wonderful flowers that are being pulled out and you guys smoking that up. It just makes me drool and say, I wish someday soon.
Yep, you're gonna change the world over there, man.
Don't know too much about that, but I'll try to do my best. Yeah. If I can get flour to be legal, then I'll be happy with that. Because that is my thing. The concentrates for me are great, medibles are great, but they take a long time to take effect. I need something for my pain, and cancer patients need something for their pain. They need it right now. We don't need it 45 minutes, 2 hours down the road. So we need the flower to be able to smoke. My doctor who wrote me my Thai medical, and mine's probably one of the first few Thai medical papers that actually starts off with THC, because my Thai medical papers are written for THC and CBD use. It's just not flowers. And he says, how stupid is that? And then it's like, well, the normal common person can pick the flower and dry it out. He doesn't have to pay the government. He doesn't have to pay this person. He goes, you're right. The weed's free, man.
Yeah, but if you get caught with it, that's the problem, right?
Yes, that is the problem. The only thing is there's not enough oil or concentrate in Thailand to fill everybody, to take care of everybody. So, you know, if you get caught with the flower and you have your medical, then you're okay. If you come from Michigan with your medical card or California with your medical card, You have medical rights here in Thailand. You can purchase it, you can fly with it, you can travel with it, you can use it.
I think
It's
that's
just,
amazing.
yeah, I think it is too. It's just they need to allow those flowers to be smoked here.
Yeah, that kind of sucks though, because that program basically doesn't include the nation and the people that live there. You know, like I'm glad
Well,
that medical cards can transfer down there, but it's weird that they're cool with the foreigners doing it, but the natives, And I get the control thing that you mentioned before, Captain 420, but yeah, that kind of sucks. Again, that's just like kind of one of those privileged, like fucking the foreigners come and spend their money, you can smoke weed. People who live here, you're poor, you need it. Sorry.
but that is one nice thing, that all of it that's being produced now is literally going back to the government so they can supply their medical program. Something the United States didn't do. They left it up to us to figure it out. You know, let us pot smokers figure it out, fight the battles in courts. And then when we get everything right on the edge, big business comes in and steps in just like they did. You know, and they're taking it over. And they're going to do the same thing here in Thailand. It's all about the money, people. There's no question about it. And I think as of us craft cultivators, we can grow a lot better than any of these big companies. And hopefully the people, you know, those people that want to go to the dispensary and buy something off the shelf, that's fine. But for people like us that like finer connoisseur quality cannabis, you know, we're still going to be out there and we're still going to be wanted and looked after. And people are going to want things that we put out that a big company just can't put the personal touches on because they're not small batches. But like here in Thailand, we're trying to get the farmers together. That way you can have more of an influence on a market instead of having, you know, 100 kilos here, 1,000 kilos here. Well, we have 300,000 kilos together. And if we can do that in the United States and get the craft cannabis that way, and, you know, I hate to say it, but kind of like a union, and you can put these big businesses out of business. I'd really like to see, you know, Michigan really fight and don't give up the medical part of this. Please don't.
Yeah.
Because once you give up the medical, then all the medical patients are screwed.
That's what Eagle's been talking about this whole time.
Yeah. You know, we the people we can overgrow. We can grow enough to take care of our areas. We can't take care of the whole country, but we can take care of our area. And we can do it for a hell of a lot cheaper than these other companies and give a much better quality product.
I agree with that.
You know, you have Ohio charging, they sell them in the tenths of eighths for $45 to $65. Well, it's still keeping $300 ounces in Ohio.
Yeah, the market, once it matures, will probably even out a little bit, because when you maintain that sort of price in the legal system, it encourages people to go to their local their local bodega. We'll just say that, because again, people do have choices, and that's something that in Washington that has worked to really knock back the black market. There's a decent amount of dispensaries. There's a good amount of price range, and there's a lot of variety. So it's not something that can be offered on that sort of level, but it's really the connoisseurs or the people who appreciate the finer cannabis that don't, that stuff is still overpriced compared to what it should be. And that's not always a top seller in those stores. It's THC percentage or price. But I'm sorry, guys. Again, I got to bounce out. The screen is it's too far gone at this point. Yeah, I tried, but much love, guys. I appreciate it. And thank you for the chat.
All right,
Talking
Chad.
to you, Chad.
We'll
Peace,
see.
brother.
Always good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Glad to chat with you, Chad.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.
Catch you later, brother.
Look, someone doing some work.
Yeah, I'm transplanting my my Sandtech clones.
Oh, the shrooms have wore off.
Yeah. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So this is what I'm doing. I take a little scoop of the sand in with it, throw it at the bottom, just so it's kind of still in that same atmosphere, same sand. And then afterwards, I scoop a little bit of dirt in on top of it, soil. And when I'm transplanting in here, I'm using some rooting powder. And then I just pack it in a little bit around it so there's no air. I'm not packing it, but so that's that.
Now, are you covering all your soil up on the top with sand? Or are
No.
you keeping some of the soil up at the top too?
Oh, the soil is at the top. Yes, I put a little bit of the sand down at the bottom, just so that it's still got the the same kind of atmosphere that it just rooted in.
Well, the
And then I
reason
put
why the reason why I ask is, I've been hearing people using sand to put over top of their dirt to keep down on like the gnats and things like that, and keeping the
that
sand
is
as
a
like
good
a
idea.
barrier.
That is a good idea, because that would do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that would actually. As a matter of fact, since you mentioned that, I'm going to give it a shot right now and see if that actually does make a difference. Since I have the sand here, I might as well, right?
Give it a try. You like trying new things just like me. So, that's why I kind of brought it up to you, because there are times when I would have bad gnat problems. I would put sand on top of my solo cups for my clones.
Okay, so right here, I just got done putting 1.5 inches of sand on the top of one of them. And since I have so much sand over there, I don't think I'll have an issue with that. So, okay, we'll see how that works.
Let us know.
Definitely.
Johnny's test
each
card.
one of them.
I like it.
Johnny's test card.
Hey man,
Man, I'm not afraid to try it,
Yeah.
Not only that, it's got little root bits inside here, so that'll even be good from the last one that I grew.
Yeah, man. I was trying to log in earlier from the barn and it didn't work out so well, but
Yeah, look at those roots.
nice.
Yeah.
Gotta love that.
I can't believe how well this works. It just really is a shock to me that it works. It worked that well, actually. I wasn't expecting it to, just because it's
Because
fruit
it
tree
was
tech.
sand.
Yeah, it's sand. Yeah. But when you go to the beach, there's always foliage on the outskirts of the sand. So I have to get me a little bit more sand to do the other two. But I like that. I'm going to definitely put that to work. And since this is coming out of the dome at this point, I'm definitely going to want to put something over it for a minute so it doesn't, because it's not hardened off yet. So I've got to put some stuff over them.
Yes, people, I still use a roller.
Yeah, I'm gonna run grab me some more sand here.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What do you think of that, Smiley? Putting the sand on top of the soil
For what purpose?
to keep down like gnats and things like that.
Yeah, I mean it's going to create a barrier. Usually the gnats though is just a sign of overwatering. So like that's typically it's a dry down and kind of changing your watering and they're gone.
Okay.
But yeah, I was trying to make that point the other day because like there's so many people go through rigmarole on that, but the whole point of it is like fungus gnats are laying their larvae where there's anaerobic decomposition happening. That's their food source, like mainly for their larvae, you know. So if you take away that anaerobic spot of decomposition, you do that with correct watering, you shouldn't have them, you know. Especially a heavy infestation, that's typically a pretty obvious sign of it, at least, you know. You'll have the occasional ones, but so yeah, I mean the sand on the top's gonna effectively kind of do something similar and create a dry layer, you know what I mean? So,
kind of like a barrier.
yeah. Yep. It's just dry. They're just looking for access to they're you know what I mean, they're trying to complete their life cycle. They want to lay their eggs where they're gonna hatch and have a plentiful food source, you know what I mean, to do their thing. And that's typically why
And my goal is to reduce their life cycle.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That's typically why you find them in a really wet compost or something. You know what I mean? Like they're in that more anaerobic kind of decomposition is what they're. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of one of the things. You treat symptoms or you treat the cause. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. Okay.
Go to the cause and they're gone. You know what I mean?
Well, this would be a good experiment. I like it.
Yeah. I don't know. I do like the nematode approach though too, but I'm just not a big fan of like trying to drench shit into the soils, like especially if you're trying to run like a living system, you know. But I don't know.
What do you mean drenched?
Well, like a lot of people were suggesting like, you know, doing, oh, get this product and drench it into the soil and stuff too.
Oh, do a soil drench, you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
And under the idea, yeah, you might be throwing some kind of a side in there that's going to take care of them initially, but you drenched your soil, and that was the original root cause of them being there. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, so you're actually setting it up for a failure.
Problem, really, right? Like once that pesticide's gone or whatever, like you might be just perpetuating the problem, and they're back again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, and I think that's why people kind of sometimes battle them off and on all the time like that, and it's like they're trying to treat them and kill them, and it's like still doing the same watering practice that led to them. You know, I don't know.
Well, I just noticed every once in a while there in Michigan, with the temperature in my basement, my mother rooms would end up with the gnats. And, you know, that was like, okay, you know, the weather's starting to change. I've got to keep an eye on this, maybe crank up the fan just a little bit more to dry it out.
And that would be
But,
something
you know,
too. Yeah. The weather.
Preventive maintenance is the biggest thing that I try to teach. You know, you take care of it from the beginning and you treat it, even if it's not there, you still treat it like it was there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's a counter thought to it all, I guess. You know what I mean?
Hey, well, that's why we're here. We're here to bounce, you know, ideas and questions and things we've heard off of in the past, because, you know, at least that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to learn. That's why I asked you the other day about those papers, and thank you for sending me those. I'm actually having to read it 4 and 5 times because it loses me a little bit, but you know, it's all about the learning. And 20 years ago, we didn't have this. So getting this out and getting this information out for people to sit there and listen to a screen while they're in their room or driving down the road, and getting information and bouncing it off different people is a great thing. I know I've learned a ton listening from you, especially. You give out some great information.
It's all just stuff I'm hearing and stuff I'm practicing. You know what I mean? I'm out there doing it too. So it's like, I'm not trying that's the funny thing is, like, I'm not trying to be like an internet influencer or personality. I'm just same thing as you. I'm trying to learn things, you know what I'm saying? So I'm watching other shows, trying to pick up things, and I'm just trying to, you know, spread the good, easy answers or the experiences I've had, basically. You know, I don't really look at I'm trying to teach something or whatever. It's just, it's what I do, and it's what I ran into.
Well, it's your experiences, and like everybody out there, you know, we're all not going to grow the same, but you may have said one sentence that someone's going to pick up and they're going to use it and they're growing.
Yep.
Because
And
people ask me, well,
that'll
how
be
did you
that
learn
key.
how to grow? Well, I
Yep.
asked a whole bunch of questions, and besides trying to do it and screwing up 100 different ways, it was listening to how other people did it and taking 1 or 2 pieces and putting it for what works for me.
Right.
And that's the way people should build their own growth style. Don't go after someone else that says, well, you know, I get 100% success on this. That's not you. Or it's not me, that's for sure.
Well, and yeah, I mean, like, some of the braggadocio shit gets kind of, to me, a little, I guess the word would be ostentatious or whatever. Some of the guys do, and what, I don't know. It's fun, and I get all that, but it's like, it's, to me, it's real. You know what I mean? Like, I just want the best fucking healthiest garden I can, and that'll make the world to me. You know what I mean? So that's what, I don't know. That's just kind of my perspective on it all. It's like, it's fun though. I enjoy it, and I'm blessed to be able to do it, and I know that for a fact. So, you know, but whether I'm on Instagram or not doesn't really. That's not making or breaking me either. So that's the other side of it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to build an audience. I'm here to build a community. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That, so.
I would still do this if I was off grid somewhere. You know?
Right.
Be off my own little world, just like the snakes and sparklers. That I really like that.
Yeah.
I like that terminology you gave up on that one. It was good.
Makes perfect sense. I bet you. I don't know how many times, like when he in the conversation or when he's explaining things, he'll use that analogy. But I bet you he's told people that, and it's fallen on like a lot of deaf ears. But to me, it made perfect sense. Because I had to, like I said, I had to remind myself at some point that maybe I just like this, and it's not, you know, what I like isn't what the whole world is gonna, you know, react to. And I'm fine with that. I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Half the world likes getting high and the other half of the world likes getting stoned.
You think so?
Oh yeah. I really think, to tell you the truth, the resurgence of mushrooms is going to bring the more thinkers out. And it'd be really nice to see what hazes would do today. Something that gives you that cerebral high in thinking and that upper conscious level, hopefully, that the mushrooms would give you. It'd be nice to see. I want to see the hazes come back. I'm sorry. 90, 110 days, 120 days are tough, but they're worth it in the end.
There's some shorter day flowering hazes out there nowadays too, I want to say. Seems like they got them down in the 70s, and I mean that's like your GMOs in some of those 10-week. And to be honest, Captain, like it used to always be looked at as an 8-week flower cycle was what you wanted. And when I set up my room, I planned on a 9-week right off the bat, just because I fucking knew most of them don't. You're not chopping them at day 56. You're more like day 63 on average. And it's like I just had to set the cycle up because I'm perpetual. So every 3 weeks, so it worked out for for 9 weeks, it's 63-day, boom. So some of them get cut a little early because I do have some GMO crosses that could go a little longer, but it's kind of the nature of the beast, and then some of them go a little longer than they should or whatever. It's just, I don't know, it's the schedule. What do you do?
I normally went with a 10-week. That way it was once a week, basically. Every 7 days, you have a rotation coming out. You have that perpetual harvest.
So I have three rows of lights. So I basically have 3 rows is why I went with the 9, because it made the math easy, I guess. A 10-week would have probably been, I don't know though. I do have some of them that could go, they're ready at day 60. So, another 10 days and they're pretty ambered out, So it's hard to say. It's really cultivar dependent. That's where doing like a monocrop would be ideal. You can just, run that row the time it needs and call it good.
Yeah, that would make it a little easier doing it that way. Yeah. And you could just run it through to what you need it to do, or whatever it wants to be finished,
Yeah.
Instead of saying, well, this has got to be done now because this guy over here just got it coming.
Yeah.
Because this guy over here, he's growing too fast.
Dreamer in chat asked what my longest flowering was, and that was the Moonshine Haze from Rare Dankness. And that's 100% sativa haze. And that's why I got it, because I wanted to see what a 100% sativa would do. Unfortunately, I grew that one really early in my garden, so I don't think I gave it the best shake, but I did take it 14 weeks, and she wasn't gonna quit anytime soon. So I don't know. That's just what I remembered of it, and I didn't keep it. And I didn't keep cloning it after that because it was like, I don't know. It's that same old thing. Like nobody wants to pay double the money for it. So if you're gonna run double the flower time, you still got double the cost. You know what I mean? And it's like,
exactly.
Yeah,
well, that's right.
But if you're growing it for yourself, then it doesn't really.
Well,
you know what I mean?
So too is you can get around the long flowering time with perpetual. Instead of having a crop that you're waiting 16 weeks for, you only put 2 plants in there, let's say, and then 2 weeks later, or 8 weeks later, you put another 2 plants in. Now you just turned a 16-week plant right back into an 8-week plant. You're only waiting 8 weeks for every harvest, not a full 16. Or, you can offset it to any way you'd like. But that's why I never got why there's you have the excuse if you're in a commercial setting, you don't have to run long flowering plants because, like what you said, that it's too hard to get your money's worth for it. But I don't believe that, because in the commercial setting, you have more ability than anyone to do a large perpetual grow. You know, if you're a home scale grow and you just need it for your medicine, then you can't really experiment and do the whole rigmarole, like you said. It's just
No, actually, it's red pill. It's the
I'm
other
gonna
way
clone this
around.
one.
When you're doing something commercial, you know, you don't have that time. You know, every square foot needs to be flipped over, like, you know, Smiley was saying, every 56 days it has to be cut. You know, the room
yeah,
has
but
to
I
be
still think
empty.
you get a 56-day cut down time, right? Like I said, if it's perpetual, you could have it a 7-day cut down time. If let's say you had a 120-day long flowering strain, but you had a room that you could put 120 plants in, you can literally harvest once per day and put a new plant in there once per day. Harvest year round, one plant a year. And it's a 120-day finishing strain.
Yeah, but you also lost like 2 months getting it to that point. So you lost 2 months of harvesting already getting to your first harvest. It's a commercial thing. It all comes down to numbers and money. I think if you're a craft cannabis grower, then it's more easier for you to put 1 or 2 of those longer hazes in your room and just grow them on the outside of the room.
But to me, those craft cannabis people, they're, let's say, what do we call craft cannabis? Because I'm thinking of someone with like definitely less than 100 square feet in flower space, right? And if you only have 100 square feet in flower space, then that's what I wouldn't consider putting a long flowering plant in there, right? Because you're limited on space, not necessarily plant count.
I wouldn't put cannabis with any type of space. No limits. It's just the type of cannabis that it is. It's someone that took their time to do and not some big facility.
Well, but that's what I mean. If it's not limited on space, then you could be in a large facility. If you said it's someone that takes care of the plants, craft. That's why I said it's limited in space, because at some point you're going to be too big for your britches. You know what I mean? That's why commercial weed is commercial weed, because you expect one master grower and 12 people to help that have 1 million square feet of canopy. It ain't going to work. You can't make it craft.
4 people to help and you made it do it right. That works. But I don't know. I agree.
But that's what I mean then. Craft cannabis and commercial is the exact same then, because what's the excuse? If you do have 1 million square feet of cannabis, what's your excuse? Why can't you grow craft?
You can. People claim to all the time.
They claim to.
Well, there's a lot of home growers that claim to be craft too that wouldn't necessarily fit the bill. So I'm just saying, like, it's one of them organic fucking titles. Like, it's organic applesauce. I don't know. I mean, true craft is gonna draw a fucking crowd. That's how you know who true craft is. So,
well, it's never gonna be someone that's got a facility like Foxconn. You know what I mean? It's not gonna work.
Mendo Dope was working with Mark. They just took all kinds of awards at the one prestige craft cannabis award facility, the Emerald Triangle. And if you look at their videos, they got thousands of square foot, you know what I mean? And they pulled it off. So I think it can be done. It's just the mindset scale you want to do it at and how you approach it. I don't know.
Then they also make the comment that, they're really good homeboy doesn't have one girlfriend. He's got hundreds of them.
Okay, but another thing to be considered too is what I'm trying to say is Mendo Dope, even if it's large scale in relation to what we call large scale right now, I'm talking about in the future when there's going to be companies, and we're talking about either federal legalization or global legalization, to where now there's some brand out there like Pepsi or Coca-Cola, and they can supply the entire world, versus someone like Mendo Dope right now with as good weed as they can produce, they can't supply the whole world. You know what I mean? They'd have to scale up 1,000
But
times.
that one big company isn't going to be able to put out 100, 200, 300 different phenotypes out there of Skittles.
Well,
or
that's the argument I'm trying to make, is then at some point there's a bridge, there's a gap, there's a huge gap between craft and commercial at that point. Because I would never call, even if somehow, like I said, Coca-Cola comes out with a limited edition new flavor of a soda, it doesn't make it any better than any of the other crap that they put in any other can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I think Coke of Thailand will have CBD in it, or close to, in the next year and a half to 2 years. They're growing it next year here in Thailand. So Coke's already in the CBD market.
Well, then that means at some point these companies aren't going to care that you're going to have Coke brand cannabis.
Yeah, but are you going to want Coke brand cannabis?
No,
Is Smiley going to want Coke brand cannabis?
No.
And another thing Smiley brought up, it's a price point on the production. People want to see high THC numbers, and they want to see low dollar amounts. And those people will be the people that go buy their weed at Walmart. But I want to spend a little bit more money. I'm going to go spend it with Smiley, who lives in my neighborhood, because I can get 3 different things from him, and they all affect me in a different way in taste. Because I want taste. I want flavor. I want the spice of life. I just don't want regular, premium, and ultra, like when you go to the gas station. Well, there, I got an actual person back up on the screen. So, St. Bernard's observation booth, that NL5 haze that you were talking about, that's a 120-day plant, and it finished 2.5 sides of a room, because I had to grow it about 3 feet high and wrap it around the room. But it took 120 days to finish. That was about one of the longest strains I've ever grown. But I have been told by DJ Short that his blueberry here in Thailand could be up to 160-day flowering plant, and I'll harvest it in 3 different times. So
that would be amazing.
Isn't that where one of the parents of blueberry?
Yes. Yes. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to taking that plant and having 3 harvests off one plant.
That's just phenomenal. I mean, it's like it's its own perpetual plant. I mean, so is it only going to last for 3? Will it keep going?
Well, actually, if you didn't harvest your plants here at the end of March,
they would re-veg,
and you let them go, April 1st, from what I've been told, all of the cannabis, especially here in northern Thailand, starts to re-veg.
Wow.
So even if you had a plant that, say, you had taken outside and it had started to flower, it would kind of go back in a re-vegetative state. I've been told that I have to cover my plants when I'm adding the 18-hour, that extra light cycle to get it to 18 hours too. It has something to do with where we're at here in the light. I haven't quite figured it out yet.
It's the perfect environment to have a mother plant. To live
Well,
forever.
no, it just stays 12-12. But the Thai plants, yeah, they'll re-veg like my fruit trays out front are re-vegging. And it's kind of funny because I could watch my fruit trees, the bottom fruits will get ripe and the top fruits will just be getting green. And then when the top part gets green, turns into ripe fruit, there's new onset of green fruit on the bottom of the tree.
That is so weird.
It is. That's why I'm you know, I know people want to see failures. I'll show you, you know, my tries at trying to learn how to grow in Thailand for the first time. I'm sure the first 4 months are going to be filled with failures. And I'm sure I'm going to have a couple people on speed dial going, hey dude, what do I do now? What do I do now? Because yeah, I may be growing for 25 years, but I've never grown in Thailand. I've never grown in this type of tropics. This is going to be totally new. I'm
That's a different
totally
animal.
excited about it, but in the same aspect is, you know, I'm going to be looked at completely different over here. And, you know, they're going to see me fail. And to them, that won't look good, but, you know, hey, we all have to learn.
Sure.
But I'm also
if
being
you're
judged by people that, you know, maybe grown cannabis a total of one time in their life.
There you go. Yeah. But by doing that and learning that way, that is the best learning technique, is by doing stuff and saying, well, shoot, that didn't work. Try it different. We'll do it next time.
Yeah. And basically, you know, when I started growing 25 years ago, it was all trial and error. You didn't have people to talk to like the internet here. I wish we had this. Oh my God, that could have saved me so much time and aggravation. But I'm kind of, you know, I'm kind of that person that needs to try it for myself. So, you know, I'm a good person that if you have questions to come ask, because I've probably done it the wrong way 100 times and probably will find the 101th wrong way to do something too. You know, but it's going out and giving it a try and learning. And, you know, does the spike or the nail through the stalk of the stem, does that actually do anything to the plant? You know, it's not.
You know, I heard about that. I heard somebody actually putting copper through the plant too, a copper wire.
Is that
like that was supposed to do something?
Is that an urban legend where they would take like a copper nail and like a couple days before harvest, they would drive the copper nail right through the base of the stem?
Steel nail. I'd never heard of a copper nail.
I don't know why me and Johnny both heard of copper, because I definitely heard that.
Well, you want to have copper in your soil because silver makes male, copper makes female, is the way that I understand
Maybe
the cannabis plant.
I wonder if you do that when they're young, when they're just coming into, when they're just vegging, you know, in the veg, if you can just kind of stick one of those, like a cut off of a copper wire and shove it through the stalk. I'm sure it ain't going to kill it.
No, it doesn't.
What?
It doesn't kill it.
Well, shoot,
No,
Johnny's got another experiment to do.
The copper experiment.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm gonna do that too. You give me an idea, man, I'll run with it.
It's funny that I literally have a fat piece of copper wire, like right here. Yeah, I would drive this through. I would like snake it through, and then like Willy Wonka, snake it right around the base. You know, tie it to it by looping it around the base of the stalk, so it doesn't just wiggle waggle everywhere.
Okay, Stony Creek here on chat says it's iron nails.
Iron nails, and what does the iron nail do?
It was it stunts growth. Okay, I'll go with that one. I really don't remember what the myth was. I just remember that, you know, people saying, oh, I put a nail through this, and
Yeah,
that was
just
many years ago.
So I just got done lopping off a bud off of a plant that's going to be harvested here in a few days, and it's full on sugar coated, and I put it in my aloe water. I'm going to use the tech on that, the sand tech, and see if I can't get that sucker to sprout out real quick, because I did a young bud in there just going into flower where it has the pistils on it, and that one there was the one 6-7 days into the sand tech. I got roots on it. I'm going to see if it will do the same thing with a fully developed bud.
Well, I hope you have good results for that, because then that would make me be able to think of ideas where I could have breeding projects with lower plant counts. If you're able to get roots to grow off of a bud, and then you can re-veg that little rooted bud, then you can do seed runs and not have to take clones of those seeds and have them backed up. You know, you just start them out, flower them out. At the end, you know, you're looking at them, the ones you think are going to have the most potential, make root buds, bud roots, and then re-veg.
Yeah. And a monster clone, when you do a bud, if you can get a bud to clone out, man, that sucker will have just, it'll be vigorous. It'll be a real animal when it comes out at first. And who is that? Mystic Marks showed me that when you do the monster cloning like that, when you take a bud off and do it, he has good return on his monster cloning. And he says when he does that, he can get all kinds of clones from one plant because it's got so many different shoots shooting everywhere. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here, because I have not had any success doing a bud that's developed, you know what I'm saying, and getting at the root. I haven't had success at that yet. So this will be a really cool experiment. Exciting. I got to go get me a copper wire now.
No, iron. Remember?
Oh, the heck with that. I'm doing copper.
Okay, let's
I don't know why.
Do all three side by side. Do steel, copper, and iron.
I don't know if I have a steel nail. Well, yeah, I might have a steel nail, finish nail. That'd be a steel. Might even be a nickel.
An iron nail.
Iron nail, nickel nail, steel nail, copper nail, gold nail. If you're balling like that, Johnny, got any gold nails?
Oh, my mom's got I'm sure she's got a earring back there that has a post that's gold. Could you have an earring in it? You know what I mean?
Bling bling.
Bling. It'll have crystals on it too. A diamond, possibly a ruby connected to it. That'd be something.
Your birthstone. You have to use your birthstone, and you got to charge it in the moonlight.
Hey, we worked Crystal's been to this.
Yes, we did. Where's Tao? He should be popping in
Hey,
any moment.
if you guys have your fucking talking shit with Eagle bingo cards out there, then
Bingo.
yeah, bingo cards. There's this thing now when I love inside jokes and running jokes. And if you're a podcast fan or a fan of this show, you technically could literally make a bingo card for all the inside and running jokes. And every time one gets brought up, you put your little token on it. And then whoever gets bingo maybe wins a giveaway. If you win the fucking talking shit with Eagle bingo.
You'll have to bring that one up with Eagle. That sounds fun though.
Mhm. I got the idea from Kill Tony, my favorite podcast.
Okay. Yeah,
Same thing. They do the same thing. There's been throughout that many episodes, there's always a joke that'll resurface, and then Tony Hinchcliffe will be like, if you're playing Kill Tony bingo out there, please mark your token. And now they're actually making Kill Tony bingo cards. They're gonna make them so you can play at home. You can play Kill Tony bingo while you're watching the show. I don't think they're gonna be doing giveaways, so we would be cooler if we did.
Yeah, most definitely. We'd have the niche.
I stole the idea.
Yeah, but you invented or you improved upon it.
Innovated. Yeah, you can't come after me with the copyright claim because I innovated on it.
Yep, you improved upon his idea. You made it better. That's what America's all about. Making a better mousetrap for somebody that has a problem that needs to be solved. Most definitely. I think I need another hit. Anybody out there gonna join me?
My dad rig's calling my name, and Johnny, you're ringing the bell, so.
Okay, there you go. A bell has been rung, and I'm gonna smoke me some Amy Aces. And what am I gonna mix with that? I think I'm gonna do a combination. I think I'll do some Amy Aces and some Crazy Hazy combination.
Crazy Amy.
Yeah, it'll make Amy crazy, all right.
That's the I know we already have a term established for everyone knows what a Karen is, but maybe you don't have a Karen in your neighborhood. Maybe you have Crazy Amy. It's the lady that always calls the cops for everything.
Well,
damn it, Crazy Amy's out there.
I guess I could say I have the swamp cooler man in my neighborhood.
Oh God. Scoundrel.
Yeah.
Now let's see.
Oh, I didn't even load that crap up. Huh? Damn it. Okay, I got that one. Get some of this. Did Eagle head out on us again?
I know Smiley's computer crashed.
Oh, did it?
I see him back up in chat. This is an old school dab. Just light the piece of hash on fire.
Combination has a nice smell to it. Let's see how it tastes.
You know, if I could have a nice pipe, I mean, I'll be smoking a nice pipe of hash at some point with my own twist on how I like to do it.
I can't wait to go collect it in the fields about 2 weeks, 3 weeks before harvest, start going down, rubbing the plants.
Yeah.
rubbing up in
Hey,
their hands like that, like they
like
do
I
in the
thought,
yeah.
I
And
thought
then
of
they
a
come
cool.
back and they have their hands all sticky. And I seen somebody doing a technique of getting that resin off of their hands, and it was just like they were just kind of going like this with it and using it as a putty ball and ripping it off of their skin.
You can get it to ball up on
Yeah,
your
and that's what
skin.
they were doing. They balled it up and then they started just pulling it off slowly with that piece. It was just rip, 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 rip. And it's the same kind of a technique I would use for like if I had some sticky tape residue on something, then I would use that tape and I would go back over it on that residue, and it would literally pull that stickiness off onto the stick, to the back of the sticker or the tape. So it's kind of like that kind of a technique right there. I liked it. After he got done, he had a huge ball.
Yeah.
Live resin.
When I was at the chapter, I met a guy and he ended up having a connection with the Jamaicans, and they were bringing in the chars from Jamaica. So we were getting, I think it's the Orange Hill area is what they call that chars that comes off the island. But it was really pure grade, no little pebbles or any stems in it. Every once in a while you'd find a seed and you were like, cool.
Yeah,
But
right. Got me a seed.
all my friends, they were, hey, you guys need more hash? Oh no, man, that's okay. You've had that hash for like 3 years. I said, yeah, well, you only get it a couple times a year, but man, you only need to buy like 20 grams for the whole year. But no one wanted it. And then High Times came out with this article about, this hand rubbed hash from Jamaica, and my phone started ringing again. Hey man, you got any of that hash left?
All of a sudden it was gold.
Yeah.
It's funny how the market changes like that, right?
Yeah.
That's
It
a
was
heck of a
$20
swing.
a gram. I paid $15 a gram to get it, and I let it go for $25 a gram.
Nice. And it's good stuff, so there's no complaints.
Oh
I mean,
no.
Yeah.
No one wanted to buy anymore because they got all smoked out on it though. And it's that heavy hash too. It's just not that, high head hash like this. It was like, sit down, you're not getting up.
Yeah, the first time I ever smoked, well, actually, the second time I ever smoked, it was with a buddy of mine. He had some blonde Lebanese hash and some Thai stick, and he mixed those two together and put it in a pipe, and it felt like it burned my throat all the way down. And afterwards, I remember I was so cotton mouth, I couldn't even hardly talk. It was so funny, man. I had to drink a lot of water all the time after that, but we got freaking high with skateboarding. We were doing off-road skateboarding. It was a blast, man. That was one of the best times I remember, was being high on that blonde Lebanese and the Thai stick. It was just amazing. And the funny part about it is he had a little Civic Honda inside the garage, and it was broke down. It was just sitting in there. So we sat inside that thing and hotbox. Yeah, that was fun. Good stuff.
We always had good, happy memories around cannabis.
I was lucky. I never got in trouble. Out of all my times of doing stuff, I never got in trouble with that.
Got in trouble growing it, but yeah, same thing. And I'm lucky I never got busted as a kid for smoking by neighbors, cops, police, teachers, parents.
Yeah.
I don't know. I paid for my education to the state of Ohio. Possession tickets,
Yeah.
paraphernalia tickets. Yeah, I definitely paid that. Paid a couple years tuition in the state of Illinois too.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Paid a big tuition in Illinois. Took part of my time too. But oh well, shit happens. Don't let other people pack your truck, especially when you're taking all the furniture out of their house. Because you could end up with 1,987 grams of stem, leaf, and debris.
Wow.
Which in the state of Illinois at the time was a 10 to distribute charge.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
What was even crazier though is when I started to tell them that, because he asked if it was okay to search, and I said I don't, and then the camera and the video, both audio and video, went out on the cop car just as I was refusing the search.
Really? How convenient is that?
Yeah. Really convenient, because the only reason why he put the lights on me is he said that my turn signal didn't come on. And I said I was making a sharp turn in a big moving truck with a trailer on the back, and it never caught. It clicked and it never blinked to make the turn. I said, it's a traffic violation. Why do you need to search? And then, do I have the right to? I don't. And camera went out, audio went out, and that was it.
Wow.
They thought they had a big drug dealer, is what it was. And it was basically me coming back to from California to Michigan. And I just had a bunch of equipment, a whole big truck full of equipment.
So was it a California plates on the truck?
There were California plates on the car that I had on the car trailer behind it. Oh, they were waiting for me.
Yeah. They were looking for something.
Well, I seen the cop. I actually stopped at a Taco Bell. It was late at night. The truck was running a little bit low on gas, so was I. Needed to stretch the legs. When I came out of Taco Bell, I noticed there was a cop across the street. Where'd he end up? Right behind me as soon as I got out.
Wow.
Well, it was late at night. They didn't have anything to do. You know, what else you do? You flip on the lights and pull them over and see what you can get.
When I was in Pennsylvania, I left a friend's house, not a house, a campground. We went to a bonfire, and so after we got done, I was heading home. I had had a beer, maybe 2 beers, through a period of probably 4 hours. So I was doing okay. I was fine, you know. But I'd been smoking weed the whole time. And I rolled through this one little town on the way through on the way to my place. And I didn't break any laws, stopped at the stop sign, started heading on my way. As I was getting out to a windy spot of the road, the very next thing I noticed, there was lights right behind me. It's like this guy was tailgating me. You know, he didn't have his lights on as far as his flashers of any sorts. But I thought, what the heck, man? And I'm going the speed limit. And this guy, I mean, he was all over my butt. And I'm thinking, man, what the heck is this guy doing? Next thing you know, a deer jumps right in front of my car. And I slammed on the brakes. I mean, on a dime. And that guy was right behind me, the policeman. But the fact that I stopped on a dime and didn't hit the deer, he figured after that, I rolled away. He did a 3-point turn and went the other direction. Because he figured if I had enough reflex to stop on a dime and avoid hitting a deer, I must not be drunk, you know?
Yeah.
So that was, he could have caused me to have an accident, basically is what I'm saying. By him being back there doing what he was doing, it could have caused me to have enough of a delayed reaction to hit that deer, which would have been,
my dad always goes into instinctual mode when he does that, when he has to evade or come over some obstacle on the road. And he has the same line every time he does it. He's like, okay, hold on, I got to do some aggressive driving.
yeah. Here we go. Seatbelt on?
Yep.
Gonna get fun. Yeah, I've gone through some crazy stuff on the roads down in California, man. I just, it's like when you get out on the roads in California, it's like you're on an IndyCar racetrack. Everybody is fighting for pole position. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't use blinkers down there, because if you use your blinker, that's just warning somebody that they're going to pole position you. I hope that's okay, my California brothers and sisters. I learned how to drive down there, so I know what it's about.
Well, at 160 miles an hour, your turn signals don't mean much.
That's a fact. That's a fact, you know? I seen plenty of road rage when I was down there. I had 3 or 4 guns pulled on me on the freeways.
Here, the Thais just like to die on the roads. They don't like putting headlights, and they don't like putting tail lights in their bikes and their scooters. So you're driving along, and next thing you know, you got a scooter coming up in front of you. It's got no lights on. Well, they're all burned out. There are 47.
I bet they get run over all the time.
There's 47 to 63 road deaths a day here in Thailand. That's at the scene of the accident deaths. That's not people that die at the hospital or on the way to the hospital. But that's every day out of 70 million people. But if you've ever seen the pictures with a 125 or 110 cc like motorbike, little scooter, and it has 4 kids all under the age of 11 on it.
Oh my goodness.
Going down the road, that's what it's like here in Thailand. You know, the
Wow.
oldest kid driving the scooter is 11 years old.
He's got all his siblings behind him or his buddies?
Yeah.
Man.
A lot of times it's the girls driving. But yeah, it's crazy here, you know. Well, I need to come up on your side of the road. I don't want to cross the road and then have to wait for traffic and then make that turn. I'm just going to come on the right hand side of your lane because I only have to go 50 meters. So they're heading directly at you for 50 meters.
Wow.
Oh yeah. It's
That's
a big
scary
video
stuff right
game.
there. That's a head-on collision.
It's a video game over here. And yeah, for my truck, I'm getting a big grill for the plate for the front of it. Big brush catcher, deer catcher, whatever you want to call it. Because I'm terrified. I've locked up my brakes in my truck 8 times over the course of a year and a half. And if I didn't, we would have had a head-on collision. They have this mentality of me first. So I go first and you go second. It doesn't matter. So you're going to stop for me. And that's the way they go, and they just have accidents. It's comical.
I don't know if I call that an accident.
Common sense is not common.
Wow, that's horrific. That would be terrible.
Yeah. And then you have our park out here that had a balloon festival at Sing Park. Well, in Thailand, you have 2 beer companies. And that's basically it. You have 3 hard liquor companies. That's it. But they're owned by the same family. They have no security cameras up. There should be an extra lane to turning in and out of this facility that gets thousands and thousands of people. There's no security cameras up in the inside. There's no people directing traffic. And, you know, they're selling half kegs and kegs of beer at this all-day event. And people are coming out of there just smashed. And a year ago, last Valentine's Day, I got hit by a drunk driver on my bike. It tore up my whole left knee. I had to have left knee reconstructive surgery. But you know,
so if you get on a bike, you're putting your life in danger.
If you drive and get in a vehicle here, you're putting your life in danger, period, because everybody drives this way. I said to a girl the other day, would you go to get my driver's license with me? And she goes, why? No one in Thailand have driver's license. You know, they have radar guns, but they don't know how to recalibrate them, so they just never use them.
Oh my gosh, really?
I do like driving fast, and that's what I like about Thailand, because there really is no speed limit.
That's why they don't replace their lights and their tail lights. They just, well, it stopped working. It's not my problem.
Exactly.
I couldn't help myself thinking of a good strain name. If you can cross a Thai to Sunday driver. Thai driver. Yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah. I do want to try that driver.
I liked it. I'm hit and miss with a lot of the strains in the past 5 to 10 years. GMO is no exception. I love that. Something that's totally right up my alley. But the Sunday driver is really good too.
What was that for you? What type of taste did you get? What type of high?
Well, it's when other people describe it, it's something that to me, and before I experienced it, it sounded like two things that can't match. And it's a grape and gassy. And it's kind of like that. It's gassy on the top note. You taste the gassy. It's like one of those inhale, exhale things. Going down, it's more gassy. Coming out, it's more grapey. That's what I noticed about it and what I like.
So it's got a sweet finish.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. It actually, it's funny because I don't know if it's even in the genetics, but if you cut out a little bit of the grape taste, the gassiness or the feeliness to me reminded me the first time I had sour diesel. It had that same diesel gas terpene.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are they talking about in chat there, fourth one, or Captain Fourth One?
Oh, Blaze Daily came up with this strain. It was Thai driver times train wreck.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what it exactly is like here, is a train wreck.
It's funny because I have heard of a plane wreck, and that was a train wreck to Afghani. And why that makes sense and why you'd call it a plane wreck is kind of like a bad,
the Afghani planes,
dark joke. Yeah, even though you'd have to have a Saudi.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. 9/11.
I guess they would call that. I guess they could call that building on fire.
Mm-hmm. Tower 7.
If you're an adrenaline junkie and you like driving fast, come here, ride a bike. That's definitely adrenaline.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. But the views are beautiful when you get out to the mountains and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the most gassy strain I've ever experienced, and this is something I think it's across the board. There's some magic to crossing these two clones together, and multiple seed banks have done it just because they're two popular clones. But TK to Chem 91, I've had it in just that form, like without a name given to it, and that literally smelled like a gas station, like straight up the gas you put in your car or whatever. It smelled like you sprayed gas out of the hose and got it on yourself. It smelled like a gas station. And I've had other strains, either OG or sour diesel or chem dog, and they got, I guess you could kind of be like, oh yeah, it smells gassy, but the TK to Chem 91 literally smelled like spilled gasoline.
Yeah. That just reminds me of some friends I had back when I was 14. 13, right there. Went over to one of my friends' house, knocked on the front door, asked the mom, "Hey, where's so and so?" And she goes, "Oh, they're off in the back in the shed." And I said, "In the shed?" She goes, "Yeah, they're hanging out back there." I said, "Oh, okay." So I went back there and I saw them all in a group, in a circle, and they were passing a jar around that had a sock on it with some gasoline in it.
Oh.
And they were huffing it. And I just said, "What are you guys doing?" And they said, "Here, we're huffing gas. You want some?" And I said, "Dude, they run cars on this shit, man. I can't be good for you."
Okay, so another thing why I could see how
Gas.
because you're put off to that why that would be a turn on for gassy strains.
That just seems like that would get, yeah.
I grew up with my cousin. He did the whole supercross, motocross thing. He's a dirt bike racer. So I'd be younger, and I would follow him, and we'd go, and my aunt and uncle, his parents, they'd load up the trailer, the camper, the RV, attached to the bike trailer, and they'd go out to all different places, and we'd all watch my cousin do the race. So being exposed to places where it's literally a pine forest and they're
has a dirt bike track, and they're all just like pumping out that fucking 2-stroke oil and gasoline.
Right. Yeah.
Oh
Mhm.
my God, the mix of those the pine forest and that gasoline and that oil smell. That's why I like OG and the chemi strains, because
Wow,
that's
that
what
sounds.
that's where
Yeah,
it takes me
that
back.
sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Hmm.
I can understand that. I did enjoy the 2-stroke smell when we were out riding.
Yes.
You know,
Oh my God, I
yeah,
love
it
it.
had
I
a kind
know
of
it.
a sweet kind of a fuely smell to it in a way.
That's what and I know people call, like, there's biker kush out there, and a lot of people, they have the same thing. There's motor breath, you know, out there. So I know a lot of people kind of experience the same thing, right? There's that terpene out there. That's kind of like we, you know, expound to the whole cat piss thing, which is probably not just one cat piss strain. There's something that can go on with multiple different strains that share the same terpene profile. And the way we characterize it is cat piss because of how dead on the smell reminds us of. Same as like what we're talking about right now with the 2-stroke oil. Like, you'd swear it was 2-stroke oil. Same thing as with skunk. You could say, like, is that a skunk that we just ran over, or is someone growing weed in the neighborhood? It's the same thing. The closest smell that you can nail dead on to what you think you think it is, because your smell is like a little mini brain, or your smell is attached to your brain. So what that is just you trying to make sense, sense of smell of what your environment is, or what you're coming into contact with. And smell's so good at that, stinky stuff or whatever. You don't have to get directly right underneath to smell it. You can be feet away or miles away and smell it. So
Those receptors pick it up. Big time. Man, I'm starting to fade.
oh man, Johnny. We've
Oh,
been
I
hanging
am.
out this whole time. We got like 9-10 hours put into this day. Here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I missed it. And during the hottest time of the day, the best part, bunch of great people came on. I missed all that because my internet was out. I couldn't get back on. Dang it!
I
I'll be
thought
able
I
to
was
rewatch it,
I
though.
thought I was gonna take a 4-hour and 20-minute nap. That's what I had scheduled, but I ended up sleeping 7-8 hours.
Yeah. No
Sounded
doubt.
30 some hours ago, I showed you what I was enjoying. So that hasn't stopped yet.
Nice.
I even went to the hospital.
Really?
Went to the hospital, seen the doctor, and came back all within 55 minutes.
Wow. That's pretty
Yeah,
quick.
I was trying, but that's a doctor's appointment at the hospital for me. It takes about an hour, and that's paying for the prescription and paying for seeing the doctor and walking in with no appointment.
That's pretty good. You couldn't do that
Yeah.
here.
My doctor was $30.
Man.
Yeah, you can't do that here or there anymore.
Now, doctor's appointment, man. You got appointment at 1 o'clock. You go in at 1. You get to see him at 2, and then you get to sit in a room for another half an hour.
That's another thing I like about Thailand. When they have road construction, they don't have miles and miles of barrels. I mean, basically, road construction is there, and it's there within 300 feet, 400 feet. The barrels start. You know, they give you warning and everything that there's going to be a lane change or closure. And they don't have barrels for 10, 15 miles. So you don't have that big traffic jam.
And the police officer sitting off to the side saying, hey, there's a speed limit reduction because there's construction here. Do they have that? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, and what cop? You know, I laughed because where I'm at, I call it Mayberry, because after 6, 7 o'clock, you really don't see any cops unless you call them.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's nice.
That's why I said it's like not having speed limits and things like that. But they do have video cameras up all over the place. So everything is caught on video. So if something does happen, they're going right to that person because they can follow them throughout the city on all the video cameras.
Yeah. Wow.
So, you know,
that's
they
not
may
like
not
that's
catch
only
you.
in the city, right?
Yeah, in the city.
Not in the rural sections where you're.
No,
Yeah.
which is a couple kilometers outside. But yeah, it gets real rural where I'm at really quick. But I do
Man,
have I have a local airport that's international, and it's only an hour and 5 minutes to Bangkok from here. And it's, if you buy it early enough, they're like $40, $45 a ticket round trip.
From where? Oh, from where you're at to there.
Where I'm at to Bangkok.
Yeah.
It's only an hour long plane ride.
You
That's
almost
it.
got me super excited. I'm like, wait, 44 out from the States to go out there? I'm going to Bangkok.
Yeah.
I fucking wish.
Yeah, right.
26 hours from Cleveland is a normal quick time.
I've taken 16, 17-hour road trips from Colorado Springs to where I'm at here in Wisconsin. And I cannot imagine being stuck on a plane that amount of time. To have to use the bathroom that many times, to have to feed my stomach that many times, to have to go to sleep and get comfortable that many times, not have any weed. Oh my God. I'd have to, I know that people have made THC patches. I have no idea how good they work, but I'm doubling and quadrupling up on THC patches for that flight.
Yeah, have them all across your forehead.
My butt cheeks, everything.
Just cover your arms.
Mm-hmm.
That would be rough.
That wasn't as bad as like getting locked up and asking the guys that were, you know, diabetics that were still getting sugar packets. Hey, can I have your sugar packets? Because you get locked up and all of a sudden you're going through sugar withdrawals.
Oh, wow.
Do you have access to bacon?
Pardon?
After that, do you have access to bacon? In that case, you can go keto.
Locked up in jail, you may get one strip of bacon.
Okay. That's the thing. Like, you know, let's just switch to the keto diet. I'll take the sugar withdrawals and I'll supplement the sugar with bacon.
You go through withdrawals of sugar and caffeine and stuff like that. That's worse. You know, the nicotine and being on an airplane for 16 hours is bad, but, you know, I could think of a lot more worse things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. If my mind wanted to just, let's run wild. Let's do a 24-hour stream where we just come out with different scenarios that are worse than
being stuck on a plane for 16 hours. Everyone would be able to top each other. Like, okay, then you fall off a mountain onto a fucking pile of spikes, and then you get lit on fire and eaten by a tiger, and then you
Doesn't sound
go
like
out.
fun to me.
You adventure off into space, and someone decides to be just a bully and put you in the fucking one of those docking airlock things, and then they put the air out of it and suck you open to the fucking elements of space, and everyone watches you and shrink and split into a million little fraction pieces. And you're like, aha,
And
look
there
what
I've
goes
seen
the
that
Eagle
movie.
show for tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting us do this, Eagle. Some of us are a little loopy on not having any sleep. But it's great hanging out with you guys.
Yeah. I'm compared to my last 420 and a few ones, the last few I can remember, this is the most fun I've had on 420.
Yeah, I'm completely pooped.
I'm getting there myself. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the air conditioning's hitting on. It's about 95 degrees in my living room. So
That's warm. Yeah, I got 81 degrees in my room right here, right now. Very comfortable. It's warm.
you're someplace where it gets a little bit cold at night, don't you?
I'm in Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have about a 25 degree I would say 25 degree swing from hot to cold through the night times. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes less. But
Okay. And Thailand's actually pretty similar to that.
yeah, I would think so, except you got way more moisture where you're at.
Yes, but it's also, I tried to explain to people, well, I came here because I could breathe better. Well, you're going from those Great Lakes to Thailand, they have moisture too, but
Yeah.
it affects me a lot different. It's not that moisture that I get from back home, which is, I think, much more denser moisture of a coldness, and it feels like there's elephants sitting on my chest for the COPD and stuff like that, where here I only get that, and I get it because of the heat. It's actually the opposite. It's really hot days that I can get it on my chest.
Yeah. So seeing how you've been through both of them, through the hot elephant on your chest and the cold elephant on your chest, which one causes you more concern? The cold one?
The cold.
Yeah.
Because of my accident and them having to reconstruct my whole face and my nasal passages, instead of it going down to my stomach, a lot of it goes into my lungs, and I cough that up.
Okay.
I started spitting up the stuff. I started in like 98 and have been constantly. And, I've known my dad to have COPD, and I thought, okay, I could have the same thing because, I started feeling this heaviness in my chest many years ago. And it was because of the weather conditions. And then my accident just made it 10 times worse. And after my accident, what was I doing? I was running around the music festivals during the summer, April on for 16 weeks, going and seeing music festivals for 3 days over the weekend and sleeping on a car in a tent, and that didn't help.
Yeah.
But no, coming to Thailand, I went from having maybe 4.5 bad months, to maybe having a month and a half.
Wow, that's a big difference.
And my pain eased up. And I think it also had to do was I was also a lot more active. A lot of places I had to go to, I had to walk to or take a train to instead of jumping in a car.
Mhm.
I weighed myself the other day, and I haven't been this thin since like 7th grade, 8th grade.
Wow.
Yeah, my dad has COPD, so that I'm in the same boat. I'm worried I'm gonna develop it. I know
That
you
would
can
not
get
be
a
something
test.
to
I
look
know you can
forward
get a
to.
test for that, but what does that say? Like, yeah, you'll get it for sure, definitely, it's gonna happen, and that's gonna freak me out. You know,
It's in
not
your
make me.
future.
Yeah, just wait. One of these days.
I know my smoking's gonna kill me, but you know what? I got a second chance of life. I've done the best I can with it. I donated a good portion of my life to trying to change the cannabis laws. I'm happy with where I'm at in life, and I'm not going to change the little things that I do have. You know, I don't drink, so you take alcohol away, that's fine with me. Shit, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Let me have my cigarettes, let me have my pop, let me have something sweet to drink, because I got a continuous cotton mouth.
I do think there's something to, everything that maybe it's going to change and people in the future won't have the same stories that we will. But I look at it as being so badly persecuted or prosecuted that we're basically granted salvation in the Garden of Eden. You know what I mean?
I like that. The Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm. It's not our fault, and it's beyond like rationality and excuse of a lot of what happened to us. I want to believe that it's there's a price to pay. You know what I mean? You go through it enough, there's a reward for it.
That would be nice. That is the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have my issues with cigarettes. A lot of people in my family have passed away from cancer from smoking. So that's always been one of those things that, I mean, it took my mama, so always did upset me. That's the whole reason I'm out here in Vegas. Came out here to help her pass.
Sorry to hear that, Johnny. My grandparents passed away on my mom's side from cancer, and they lived on a farm and they didn't smoke. Grandpa chewed a little bit of chewing tobacco, but when you have full-blown basically body cancer, bone cancer throughout your body, you wonder, why do these people did it?
Yeah, that
They
is
live
weird.
life.
Well, I believe everybody has cancer in their system. It's just whether it decides to develop or not. kind of weird how that happens. So lost them both to that.
Yeah. Grandpa, you know, also worked construction, so it was all the asbestos and stuff like that. But, you know, Grandma never left to go anyplace. I don't think she had a driver's license until like 1978.
Yeah, but she still washed all his clothes and
washed all the clothes and took care of the farm.
yeah.
So yeah,
So
but
she was involved in it just the same, you know, kind of like association.
They had a strange relationship because they never slept in the same bed. And I asked my mom about that, and it was because Grandpa and Grandma would get up at 2 different times. Grandma would get up earlier to cook Grandpa's breakfast and everything, and Grandpa would sleep in that extra 15, 20, 25 minutes. But they didn't sleep together. But, you know, just by washing the clothes and being around it, must have ended up with it, because basically it was West Virginia to Southern Ohio and never left the Ohio River.
Wow.
You know, it was a big thing to go into town once a week to go grocery shopping.
Yeah, that was an event. Yeah.
Yeah. People can't think of that.
Yeah, they'd stop at the fountain shop and get themselves a soda. A fountain drink.
At the ice cream stand, and you got yourself a chili foot long.
Right.
And a milkshake.
I remember when I was a little squirt, my dad, he took me to a fountain shop, and I had no idea what it was. He goes, "You want to go to a fountain shop?" And I said, "What the heck is that?" Because where I came from, they didn't have anything like that. The only thing they had around my place was a grocery store and a market, you know? So they didn't have any cool stuff. So he takes me to this place, and it was a huge bar. And they would hook you up with a fountain drink with a big old scoop of ice cream in there. And it was just, man, it was heaven for me, being in a place like that. Big old sweet treat. Man, it was awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, all the soda came out of a keg instead of coming out of tubes. Having syrup and all that stuff.
So did it all like pour out? The carbonated water and everything?
Oh, it came out at the same time out of you could see it, you know. I mean, it was just, they had kegs of root beer, kegs of cream soda. You know what I mean? It wasn't like the mixing of the soda water and the syrup. It was like a fountain of a keg of beer, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. It came out of taps just like that. That's how the sodas came out of kegs. That's how they did them back then.
Because the one down on the farm, you would actually pour the syrup and all the mixture into the glass, and then he'd go over and he'd pull the lever down, and it would shoot the CO2 water, carbonated water in glass.
Oh, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the old soda fountain. That was the one that I was used to, but you know, that's Ohio River style.
Yeah, I think this was in California someplace when I was a little boy. Not sure where that was. He was
we got like 2 minutes before another 420 someplace here.
Yep. And then I think we ought to call it at that point.
I would agree so. And I
Yeah.
think chat would too.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody sticking around listening to us.
Yeah. Shooting a breeze about just darn near nothing. What's up, Eagle?
What's
Right on
up?
time. You got a Tawa 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 song for us?
What did you catch your second wind?
Oh, I've been up. I've been up. I've been just fucking around in the garden.
Right on.
Garden. So, yeah, I thought I'd get on and wrap it up around 4:20. I heard you guys as I was getting back on, turning up the speaker that you guys were wrapping it up. I was kind of laughing to myself. I was thinking, they were wrapping it up anyway.
Yeah. What do you mean they're wrapping up? I'm wrapping this up.
Yeah.
So, yep, 4:20 on the nose. I appreciate you guys running it to this far. But yeah, it is time to take that hit and do some shout outs.
Right on.
Oh.
Once again, Eagle, you did it. You pulled out another 24-hour 420 day for us. Awesome.
Well, I did it up to the 24 mark, but then I actually like I said, I fell out. After about like 12:30, man. I thought I was gonna get up, but it didn't happen. Woke up around 2, Lexi trying to let Smiley in, and been hanging out in the back since.
Yeah, I was wondering how he
So,
got in.
It's Lexi let him in. Lexi let him in.
Good girl, Lexi.
But I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Eagle.
All right. 420. Let's light those up.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers, everybody. Well, this has been a fun episode, man. I can't believe it. You guys, with your help, ran it almost 30 hours, as they were pointing out in chat. I can't even see chat right now. There we go. There. All right.
More than last
Well,
year.
you guys want to? Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
It was 26
Well, you guys
last year, right?
You want to say the goodbyes so I can do these shout outs so I can get back to trimming?
Yes, sir. Everybody in chat, thank you. Redpill, Captain 420, Eagle, always a pleasure. Peace and love, everybody. Always.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for helping carry the weight at the end there.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to get this thing to let me out here.
Peace, Johnny. Happy 420.
Peace, Johnny.
All right. I'm out too, Eagle. Thank you. Thank you for the celebration. Thank you for doing this in a way that we can actually all hang out on the 420 when we can't really all hang out. It's pretty important. I don't know if you heard when I said that from what I can recall, this is probably my most fun 420 that I've had in recent memory. So thank you.
Pretty awesome.
Thank
you, man.
it
It means a lot to you guys have around in the community, man. So thank you.
I'm appreciating every bit of fun I had, and thank you everyone in the chat for sticking around and hanging out with us. Today was great. Thank you guys. Peace out.
All right, Eagle, I'm gonna head on out. Everybody in chat, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for listening to us. Thanks for giving us your time. Hope everybody had a safe, wonderful, happy 420. And we'll see you down the road. Peace and love, people. Peace.
Well, that does
that does it, everybody, for this episode. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed all the content everybody has donated to this 420. I know it was a very, very memorable 420 for me. I will always remember this one. That's for sure. All because of you guys. All because of you guys. Thank you guys. Like I said, Johnny, Red Pill, kept 420, walking it down for the final few hours. I actually intended to only go till midnight tonight, but we did it. Took it a little bit further, a little over tea. Glad you guys enjoyed. Well, we're gonna walk it out with that Mendo Dope. That Mendo Dope.
A memory episode for our Fallen Brothers sub cool. So if you will, please grab your bongs, your pipes, your hookahs, your dab rigs, your dab straws, whatever you got, and let's get high. And remember, weed burn.
So cool. Mr. Brother, you started something. Some of these people don't even know.
Yeah.
But it is going to transfer on with us. Hopefully into the future.
Sub Cool's in the grow room up above.
Sub Cool, D's House Today, Levels Law 710, Scarecrow 420, Green Thumb Bomb, Christina NG 89, Unplugged 705, Medical McGully, Gutty, Rick T the Rebel, 9207, Fabian, Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Smooth, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope. Thank you, man. Thank you. T-Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Red Duckweed, Red Boy, 7426, Justin Gooder, Strongman, OP Grower 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Movies 420, Who's Your Cat, Daddy Taco, Don Slug, Rick S. In the Bushes 827, Rick James Seaman, Kevin Hahn, World Slap Hope, Pat's Fan, Bio Mentor, Dirt Road Dude, Kenneth Shiva, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dan Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Stone 710, Canna Queen Genetics, Stabby Tanaze, Fumidor, Dan, Weirman Dan, Keith of Black Sales, Mr. Vocilla, Sim Primo Garden, Rasta Bob, Rasta Jeff, Soil, Roots, Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Bud, Storm, Michigan Micro, Ouija Buzz, Dub T. Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC, Modern Genetics, SoCal Weed Nerd, John, Last PPG 15, Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Dank Grower, DOA Grow Men's, Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Candy Seed, Nutrient Shootouts, Naughty Mickey, Zoe and Slammer, NNY, Pixel Monarchy, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, Clover 420, High Spy, Aldridge 25, Madam T, Smooth 2, Moo, Mo Grower, The Candy Crate, Loki Grows, Cass, Sess, This Guy, Burton 7979, Post Hammer, Midwest Outlaws, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds, Cali Connections, Wolverine Grow, Big Jar Grows, Doing One for Life, Laid Way Back Farmer, D Block, MMP, Nations Creations, Hammer Lalana, Psychedelic Warlock, Iris, LD, Sir Sicky, Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed 1961, Marijuana, G3, Green Click, JK Triple D, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany and Tyler Teasley, Hope Fires, Lisa G, John, BG, Tracy for you, BGWG 420, Dr. Boswell, Purple Dome OG, Arthro Sensibilia, Arthro Just Face 420, Peace Coast Rover 420, Sir How Trey Below, Keep It Real, Negative 427, Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BT, Double D Grows, Biggest 503, Green Puffin Man, Alex Boykachev, Chef Life, School of Crop, Because I Love It, Green Mountain Man, Southwest Okie, Real 100, 212, Eddie Man, Brandon Family Farms, Page Farms, May, Flower, Ryan, Henderson, Green 13, Noob, Sailboat Winds, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary Jane's Bedgarden, Treeler 77 Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Green Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs, from 619 664, Spaniard Kruger, Jones and Grow, Papa T Grows, Raz, Amy Drove Grows, Cass, the Grow From Your Heart podcast, Lily Luna, the Green Bed Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Soil, Jason Iso, P. Wood, David Colby, Mason 662, Scroggy McScroggett to the Fuller, the Goddess Grows, Kaylee Kaylee, Chad Brad Family Farms, Polly P. Vior, Kevin Jodry, Mike Gancho, Jay Huggins, UDA, Green Tree, Hunger, Chris Cloud, Joshua Steedley, Oklahoma, Buds, Warren Nelson, Cam Wood, Maine, Mystic, Show Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas OG, Chuck Norris, Sergeant S, Claire Fresno, Happy Guy, Dan the Indoor Mine, Grovy's Homies, Hamilton Gross, Clip Smoke, Canada, Stone Flag, PA Big High 710, Eugene Greenleaf, Ace Drew Hustle. My mouse ready here. Fred Dark Carlos, Ace Drew. That's what I thought.
You can now get a PPP loan in as little as 50 seconds.
Fred Dark Carlos, North Arizona Beer Grow 420, No Sellout, Gosh Dang Yeti. Jesse White, Introvert, Genetics, Soso, Jay, Vixen, Robin, Killer 8 Mo, James Buttercream, C-Dub from NorCal, The Pharmacy Seed Bag, Dreadhead, Smokey 616, Curtis Mayhead, Matt Myron, Morte, Rick Heyman, Stephanie Dore, Antenna Seeds, Van Curious K, Mike Rubles, The Drew Bear 420, Maxi 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, Slow to Get Up, Stu Move, Papaco 719, Bake with Shake, baby, Old Smoke, PWC, Grum Buds, Lord Wash, Mr. Weed Blunt, Old School Grower, Chad Westport, Hudson Road, Floor Nugs, My Little Piece of Heaven, Punchatown Seeds, Goliath Grower, Richard T, Chrissy Wannabe, Mr. Soul, Blue Spectrum Gone, Laurie Hanson, Real, 2,000 Years of Tradition, Mr. E. Conley, Pimp Jam, Big Bodie Face, Show Me Scratch Squash, Fuck Google and You, I'm Going Well, Canadian Restore, Poor Joe Proud, Carl Wright, Zephyr, Humble Farms, Tannery Farm, Seldom Seen, Oak Park Girls, Hell, 9782, Skunky Packs, Martial Artist, 2012, Microslave, Hefner, Daniel McDizzle, Medically Fit, KGB, Grit, Mr. Robert, Green Fingers, Motherfucking Thomas, Rancho Coast Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andrew Chamberlain, Bobby Lynn Beats, Trench Digger, Mr. Mac, Tonya Lake Bologna, Bill S., Weed Peace, Tater Delicious, Minty, Country Roots, Huron Fire, Gen X, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Teeny Weeny 101, Buds and Hazard, Mr. Club 14, B-Man, Farm 616, Dollop North, Max Groove, and Ruby. Timothy McKimmons, Neo, Justin Beans, Chronic 88, Fat Belly, Real, Jennifer Steele, Kimmons Serial 3, Turf Farm, Shannon Stevens, Carlitos, Latino, Skater Country, Mr. Speed, Wolf Steve, Firesaw, Wally Wookie, The Goddess, Grows again, Ross Bob, White Feather Grows, Furniture Rooms, Tone Grows, Thanks, K-Man Grows, BX Gunner, Smith, Dude, Zebak, Sean McCann, Jay Muntz, Take Agenda, Walla Walla, Cannon Grow, Fall Dog, Huron, Cannabis Council, Alyssa, Paris, Rockford, Justice Smith, 420 Pin, Fresh Grove, Ivy, Earth, Hi boy, your memory grows. We be growing. Australia grow for the love of the planet. Argo American, Smart Poker, Unfrozen Gateman, Boys High Surf Crack, Michael Groon, Jeff Lowenfels, Mobius Grows, Hank Brownies, Dan D, Elliot Harkins, Mystic Flavor, The Forging Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, Seattle Steve, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coca, Brandon Rouse, Matthew Gates, Steve's Bags, Jerome Sauer, Shotgun Willie, Dink, Janda, Jake, Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Grows, Clackamas, Scoop, DJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, late 1978, Michigan Grown Butts, Your Boy, Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Sinky Close, Dylan Steinberg, PFC Farms, Husky Gardens, Stun Growth 707, J8 Roads, J 420, Cascadian Growth, C Toes McGee, Work Plants A, Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunky Butts, Odds Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live, Gasser Tumpy, Annie N, D Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Street Girls, 11 Smiles, 11, Bindu Buns, Michael Ross, and plenty, 3 left makes a Pender Gross, Evergreen, G's, Friends, Tree, MMJ, Matt S, Say Bub, Dragonfly Beat, Justin Meds, Travis Walls, Lucky Mike, Seattle Chronic Seeds, King Chronic Titan from Blasco Seeds, Shango Gas, Webmaster Flay, John Smith, Tommy Draco, Smoke King Grass, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Mikey Pilots, Oscar from Green Jr., Matt Sealbird, Endo 1170 V, Sharp Plate 989 by Brown, Cyber Garden, Stoner Nation 420, Joe Y, Bucks 1, 313 Grower, a Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Jay Myers, Mid to Chat, Mr. Randy D, Bad C, Dr. DGC, Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Skill Bull 1, Bed Grower 1, Empire Breed Grow, Rolly, Lost Leaf, Thea Mass, Tandy Dank, B Bear 7, Ali Noble, CK, Tom Church Dad, Looney Jester, Smoking with Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy Rafter Grows, Rob, Automation is free to Robert Haston, Dwarf Biscuit Core, Double Tap Farms, Mr. Green Thumb, 808 Rooting Prospects, Canna Bus Driver, Hayden Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grow, T-Ben, TM, 42696, Root Nuts, Hammered Eating Nails, Dr. Scrambles, BB Moon Rocks, GHF Double J Bio Green, Stealth Grower 56, by Hanky Steaky 420, OG, KP, Gotcha Nana, Your Mama, Georgia Joe, Roy Rodriguez, Bee Growing, Nature's West Nuns, Key, Killer Bee Grows, Gotcha Wizard, Husky, Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil for Life, Bully Forward, Life 420, the Jeff Roll 420, Baby 698, Dr. Franklin Booty, Goddamn, I baked test. Dr. Franklin Booty, Jack Greenstock. Hopefully you had a great honeymoon, my friend. 420, 420, Boo Farms, Charlie's Farm, 420, Aldridge, 25, Smileys, Gardens, himself holding it down late in JD's. The Steve's Nuts, Smoking Row, Frazier, Row, Koski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm, 420, Jeff Dorowski, Faded Farm, 20. Evolve, Genetic Memory Farms, Ball 420, Cameron, Mystic Vaccine, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Genetic, Ginger Sam, CTE, Grows A, Rick Wolf, DLP 23, 26, 2372. Sorry, DLP 2372. Ned Denver, Mike Denver, Sergeant Prep 420, Get Trooper, Blind Cat 420, Light Up, Get Tim, UKSIF 420, Bootboy, Deb Chipper, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Product, Chris Martinez, St. Man Dan, Date Man 420, Red Side Farmers, Good Life, Joni Bell, Teacher B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American one, W. Digger 714, Sharate, Skinny Old, Snacks, Mountain Scotch, Ready Hit That Hot Fire, Chris Works, ESA, Robbie, Sergeant Live, FFA Camp, Finger Lace Fine, Ridge Patch, Dose Foods, Southern BT Grower, Tooth Medical, Jailbear, Plus One Mushroom, Secret City Pioneers, Wine Little 10, 2042, Spacewalker, Richard T. Mum, T. Barrington, Her Humble Heart and Soul, Homegrown, Mike B, T. DeWine, East Coast Will, Heidi Day, Galactic Garden, John Smith, Elliptis, My Natural Farms, Pacific Northwest, Seeds, Ross, Kaya, Paul, Lemon Hoko, Dredge, Digger, Rita's Juicy Life, Richard 420, Grant Manuel, Barry Bonds, Happy Sizzle, 81, 90 Colas, Chris Bowl, DK Trades, Vision Crew, Guru, Jakai Brew, Canada Nation, J, Wob Wobby, Sean Bibbs, Rescue Ready, Roadside, LLC, Notorious Snug, Magma Seeds, Father and Son, Tribute Tutorials, Dub T. Dank, Jose Ramirez, Jose Martin, Perez, Doggo, The Hut, 420, Buck, Chiba Man, GR 420, Community Videos, Detroit River, Louis Garcia, Michael P., AJ Every Day, Captain Body, Cheddar Bob, 13, Main Grower, 420, Cookies Coop, Jake Hendricks, In for the Grill, Mercel. Backwoods All Gun, Saddleman, Sam, Allie, Adam, Skankin, Chanel, Simpson, One Smoke Away, Gotcha Roach, Kazoo, Aaron Burns Shrooms, Mr. Lincoln Sinkin, Angel Studios, MG, the 420 Grow Tent, Paul D. Ella, John Smith, Dakovich, Vibro, Flower, Polly P, Seldom Seed, Elevated, Lenny, Organic, Sunman, Chiba, Sunny, Jeff Papalik, Ricardo Sosa, Dan J, Earth Friendly Farming, Randy, or Candy Boris, Fuck All That Beef, Misfit Grower, Jason Line 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 4466, Jason Grayson, Stony Baker MD, Stony Creek, Russ Zonic, Fringe Dweller, Tarzan Superman, Old Man Hermit Hash, Freebird, Mo Grower, Manigar, Simple Man, Survival Time, Tim Blake, Gulf Coast, Chronic, Stigfat, Caballero, Harley Grower, Jen God, Jason Line 512, Steve Collins, Todd Kedricks, Property Maintenance, Sharpie, The Island, Hayes, Scuba Steve Speaks, J.R. Reed, Brandon K, Steve Collins, TCDR, I wish you would have popped in, Claire Killian, Wardrobe Farming, Randy, Grande, Piff 1000, Ace Food, 3223, Wake Up, Captain Freedom, Puffer Smiles, 15 Digits, Michigan Ganja, Moots, Hash, Fred G, Super Bob, Mendo, that's what that was giveaways today. Hold on the page right here. Richard Forbes, Daniel Pimenta, P4, P-Funk, Nick T, John Reeds, what about Bob, Prince, Patty, Daniel Berman, Green Puppet Man, B. Doug Lee, hopefully I'm fucking saying that right, James Chung, Sarge Groves 818, John Wayne, Color, Carolina Roots, Sister Golden Hair, Deanna, El Dancarino, K&F Garden, Blank 1030, Choose One, Only Feet, Farmer James, Crypto Dope, Richard Lamb, HIP, Grower, Matt Javine, Dan Marino, Chronic Wonders, Sunrise Grows, Top Floor Genetics, Mold Vision 420, Can2 Cannabis, Jess Fisher, My Dog Nelia, Rooster, Alex Hardy, Hardy Gear, Benny Cropper, Daniel Gross Photo, Mitt Grown, Med Sunrise Grows. My baby girls, Lexi, Brittany, Courtney, you know who you are. No Limit 916, Grumpy Toad, Alchemist, and Cannabis, Soil Grown Addiction, Roz, Joel, Alex, D, Dirty Or Catfish, High Power, Thunder Dan, Propagation Station, John McDaniels, Lisa Beard, Sergeant Grow 818 again, 808, I believe that is. Blaze Daily, Pride, Piper, Perpetual, Eager, Pride, Warrior, Smiles, Sarah Smiles for you, Franco, Sada, Dake, the Dake Duchess, Keno, Kelly, Maxwell, Captain 420, Steve Pat, What About Bob, the Ill Jester, Pops Rooms, John Gorski, Dugan, Gangsta, THC, 4 PTSDT, Barrington, Honcho Grown, Swamp Cat, Palalo, Campa, Bingo, Palo, Canna, Bingo, Beat Busta, Because, Jendo, Mr. Manny D, Cannon Fire, Bull, 20 Abnormal, AB Normal, I'm sorry, I keep fucking that in. Franklin Guerrero, Bare Feet, Jay Brent, 74, CK, Brown Guy 420, Packager 420, Birded, Tree Main EA, Gray Sun, Grow 207, Hydro Daily, Hempwood GG, Davey, Reed, Supreme, Grape, Stony, Rockefeller, Caveman, Cannabis, Brew, City, Synthetics, Hawaii, Sustainable, Midnight Roots, Dead City, or Dead Cynic, Knuckles, Michael P, Polly, Be Quick, Be Nimble, Michael D, 4889, Bud Kilowatts, Disbanded Brothers, Massilia, Matt Joseph, Grace Medicine RX, Chief in Chief, Hydro Daily, one more time. What do we got here? Man, I can't even remember what I wrote down there. Concerned American, Cannabis 411, Freedom of Speech, Dr. Joyce Word, Teas, Trees, Ganja, Succo, I know I fucked that up. And last but not least, Wheatus 207. Thank you guys one last time for hanging out on this amazing 420. It's only amazing because you guys make it possible. I love you guys. Thank you, all of you guys, for hanging out, making this possible. Thank you to the very long list of people that hung out, participated, donated some time to Westport. That means you, brother. Sorry you caught the tail end of me falling out, man. Sir How, I have much respect for you, man. Even since the before days, you know what I'm talking about. You guys, I don't even have the thing in front of me. I'm not sure if I got a guest tonight, but I know I got one tomorrow. Tonight might be a wormhole, might be a guest. Either way, I will see you tonight. You guys know the deal. If this is the end of your day, your journey, please get some rest. This is the beginning of your day. Please make it an awesome day. Moreover, please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that, and I am not afraid to look in the camera and say that. I love you guys. Have an amazing day. Happy 420, 421. Don't forget, today is Rasta Bob's birthday. Jim Coolio Bob on Instagram. Go tell that amazing man happy birthday. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I love you. I will see you tonight.